Chapter 45. What do you mean? Will squeezed my hands and let go. He went back to the nervous habit of running his hands up and down his pants, like the feel of the fabric was comforting. I don't have anything solid, Kate, just my gut. Reese never came to Soren's before last week. I've never seen him. He was just a name on a list of people to watch over, a recluse. It wasn't that big of a deal. There have always been vampires that stay away and are silent. Last week, I walked into Soren's office and Reese was there. They were in a heated conversation. The power in the room was strong and very clear. They were arguing. Soren has fought with others in the room. That's not the weird part. What's weird is, every other time, he has continued fighting when I walk in. Like I said, I'm a good assistant. Half the time, he doesn't even know I'm there. He doesn't know I've come in or left. But this time, they stopped the moment I walked in. They were unwilling to let me hear any part of their discussion, so I decided I'd speak to him later and left. I'm embarrassed to say that I listened at the door. I was so curious about what secret Soren might be keeping. He stopped and I stayed patient, waiting for him to finish. What I wanted to do was shake him and scream, "What did you hear?" But it might scare him and make him stop talking. He looked up at me and focused again. I didn't hear very much. We all have really good hearing, but obviously they didn't want to be heard. But I did hear two things. Soren said, "You will stop or I will stop you." And Reese said, "I will have her." And then the next time I saw Reese, he had you. Everything slid out from underneath me. The couch was gone and I was floating for a second. My vision swam and a thundering silence filled my hearing. The pain in my chest was sudden and alarming. For a few seconds, my existence was flung into chaos. It settled and I could breathe again. I opened my mouth, but it took a couple attempts before I could form words. That could mean anything, Will. He patted my hands and I pulled them away. You're totally right, Kate, he said. I'm sure it means nothing. I shouldn't have even said anything. But even then, I knew he didn't mean it. He thought it did mean something, and I didn't know what to think. My brain frantically tried to come up with an explanation for the timing of the visits to Soren and the words that Will had heard. Just hear me out for a few more seconds, he said. I've heard some things about Reese, and I'm sure most of them are stupid rumors and gossip started by bored vampires. Most of it is ridiculous, but I just think you should be cautious for now. I mean, until you really know him. Don't stay with him alone, and don't believe everything he says until you are sure you can trust him. It was all just a little too much for me. I didn't know what to say or think. I didn't know Will that well either. But you don't know Reese that well, I thought. Until 4 days ago, you barely spoke to the guy. I mean, what do you even really know? What are the rumors? I asked, amazed that I could think at all. Oh, they're stupid. Forget it. It's late and you're exhausted. Will? Tell me. This time, he looked down while he spoke. I didn't like that he didn't want to face me for this part. Well, they say that he's going mad from being alone too long and he was looking for a companion, that he told Soren about the girl he'd been watching and was planning to turn her so he wouldn't be alone, And what? I asked. Kate, listen, all of this could be lies or it could be taken out of context. And what, Will? Well, he said there'd been others that weren't worthy and that he finally found the right one. The blood rose in my throat and I ran for the bathroom. The toilet lid was thankfully raised for me when I dropped to my knees and vomited blood. My abs spasmed in my stomach, pushing everything from the inside to out. When the heaving stopped, I flushed the dark red water down and threw myself backwards into the wall. I sat there on my butt in the bathroom and tried to slow my racing thoughts. Had it all been planned? Had he been there at the right time because he knew he was turning me that night and finally breaking the loneliness of his life? Had he been watching me? My stomach started to spasm again, but there was nothing left to evacuate. I heard the footsteps and looked up to see Will walking in. He dropped down to the floor, sat next to me, and pushed my hair back from my face. I could feel the hot tears rolling down my cheeks. "Oh, I shouldn't have said anything. I'm so sorry." He wrapped his arms around me and I relaxed. He was so much thinner than most men, but he did feel strong, and in that moment, I just needed someone to hold me. "Oh, please stop crying," he said. "I swear I didn't want to upset you." He leaned back, sliding his finger under my chin and making me look at him. Vampires gossip. It's a long, boring life, and we live forever, and some vampires fill their nights with stories and lies. Don't suspect him until you have all the facts. I'm just telling you to be safe and be smart, okay? I didn't say anything. Honestly, I felt too weak to form words. "Okay, promise me you'll be careful," he said. "Just nod your head." I did. I was tired of fighting to stay alive, of hiding, of figuring stuff out, of Soren, of Reese, of nighttime, of blood. It was the kind of tired that makes your bones ache. I didn't believe that Reese was evil, but I wasn't sure anymore who or what to trust. I just wanted Will to go away so I could think. When I did speak, it was a whisper. "I want to go to bed." "I get that," he said, and didn't seem upset at all that I was ending the night. He helped me to my feet and gave me one more hug. I realized inside of that hug he wasn't much bigger than me. I wondered who he had to keep him company, wondered if he got lonely in that big house surrounded by people who didn't even notice him. I didn't want to believe him, but I also realized the risk that he took to come here. If Soren had known he eavesdropped at the door and told me this, he'd be punished. He trusted me not to tell, so why would he risk all of that just to be dishonest? He grabbed the mason jar on the counter, laid it in the sink, and turned on the faucet to let the hot water start to fill up the glass. When it was full, he stopped the water and left the jar to soak. "That's yours now. No one will even notice it's gone." I walked him to the front door and was ready to see him go. I just wanted to be by myself, crawl into bed, and start processing everything. He turned before he stepped through the door. "Call me for anything, okay? Just call me and I'll come, all right?" "Okay," I managed to say, and then he was out of my house and the door was shut. I turned the deadbolt and a lock on the knob and walked through each room of the house to flip off lights. My phone charger was by my bed where I left it days ago. The action of plugging my phone in and laying it down on the nightstand seemed so normal in that moment. It had been the start of my bedtime routine for years. Phone, brush teeth, set alarm, set coffee pot, brush hair, bed. Even though I was weary and ached for my bed, I went through that routine. I didn't need the coffee pot anymore, but I did do everything else because by the end, I was a little calmer. I slid under my purple comforter and started a mental list of everything I needed to deal with. First, I had to go back to work. Second, I need to bring the girls home and see how it went. Third, I had to decide if I could trust Will or Reese while also catching a killer. Fifth, I had to figure out how to face Soren again. Sixth, I had to go to the grocery store. One thing at a time. With the window boarded and my door shut, I knew I was safe from the sun. The rest could wait until I woke up the next night. Chapter 46. The alarm woke me up at 6:30 p.m. For a few moments, I couldn't remember where I was or why I had set the alarm. I rolled over and saw my bedroom walls, so I knew I was in my bedroom. And if I set the alarm for this time, I figured I must be on night shift. And that's when it came back to me. I'm on night shift forever. Fuck, I said to the middle of the empty, dark room. Everything that had happened replayed in my head right up to the shocking revelation the night before. I repeated what Will had told me in my head. I examined each word and tried to explain away the series of events. How had Reese saved me? How had he known I was there being attacked and saved me before I was killed but not seen the attacker? And why was he so nice to me? Why would he buy me so much and offer me his home? Why was he teaching me some things and not the others? And who were the other girls that had not been worthy? Was I the one he'd been watching? Could this all be a plan? Is that why he took me to Soren so quickly, to show me off? What had been truth and what had been lies? There was a tightness in my chest that wouldn't go away. I knew I had to get up and get ready for work, but I couldn't make myself move. I thought about calling off, but that would only bring Reese here to check on me. Eventually, I had to go back to the hospital and face him, my coworkers, and my patients. If I couldn't pull it off and they noticed something different, it was better to find it out. It was still soon enough that I could blame it on my new diagnosis, and I could make sure that Alex's card was in my pocket and his number was handy if I needed him. But what about Reese? How do I look at him without knowing something is up? I mean, how do I figure out if I can trust him? I thought about searching his office, his home, his computer, but quickly scratched it off the list. I didn't know how to hack a computer, and I was no spy. If he caught me, I'd have to explain why, and then he and Soren would know that Will had talked. I didn't want to think about Soren or what he would do to Will. How am I going to continue to investigate with him? Go back to his house alone? How do I tell the person that I am stuck with for eternity that I wasn't sure about him anymore? How do I answer when he asks me why? Thinking about the investigation triggered something inside of me. Maybe I could use the investigation to find out more about him. I could ask him about those series of events that night again, ask him to tell me everything he remembered. Maybe he can tell me something that explains how he was there but didn't see anyone. It doesn't tell me anything about what he said to Soren, though. I knew if I wanted to learn more about that, I was going to have to talk to Soren, and that made me shiver. Not only did I not want to go anywhere near him, but I had no clue how I was going to bring up the conversation that shouldn't have been known by anyone. That brought me back to Will. Why should I trust him? I knew him less than I knew Reese. But what would his motive be? He got nothing out of telling me all of this, but put himself at some serious risk. If I told Soren what Will had said, it was likely Will would be on his shit list. And God only knew what Soren would do if he discovered his trusty assistant had betrayed him. I could only imagine it was a punishment that no one wanted. "Stop it, Kate," I said out loud. I held up my hands like I was stopping an oncoming attacker and spoke into the empty room. "You have to stop. Just get up and get ready for work." 15 minutes later, I had on light blue scrubs and my hair was in a ponytail. I looked in the mirror for the first time, trying to make myself look less beautiful, and then reviewed the results in the glass before. I figured it was the best I was going to do. Without contacts, my eyes were too blue, but I didn't have a choice. I had to go to work and face whatever was going to happen. Getting out the door is easy when you don't need to eat. No making eggs or packing lunches. I just got dressed, toned down my face, and walked out of my house. Locking the door behind me, I glanced into the sky. A small sliver of orange remained at the bottom of the gray horizon. It was all of the sun I would ever see again. It occurred to me that I'd never have to worry about shivering while scraping ice off my van or waiting for the car to warm up. I could shovel the driveway in a snowstorm, donning only a bra and underwear and never shiver. I wouldn't do it, but I could if I wanted to. The night was silent. Only the sound of a rabbit hopping through someone's yard and a faraway car filled the air. Everyone was in their homes, wrapping up the dinner dishes, getting settled down for the night, and I was headed into work. As a nurse, working night shift is a normal thing. Being up when the world slept was sometimes lonely, but not odd. I had the thought that more vampires should become nurses, but brushed it away when I remembered that nursing school is not night only. Sliding into my van, I took a deep breath and tried to focus my thoughts on what lay ahead. I'd have to see Reese. There was no way around it. And I'd have to face my coworkers. And while none of them really cared, Monica was definitely going to notice changes. The shift ahead of me felt like a death sentence. The walk up to the floor felt like the walk to the electric chair. I was crazy to think that this was going to work. And with that thought, I turned the key, put on my seatbelt, and pulled out of my driveway to face my first night shift as a walking corpse. Chapter 46. The alarm woke me up. Chapter 47. I parked in the same spot I had before on the 3rd level. It was ironic, really poetic. I ended my life after parking here, and now I started my new life after parking here. The walkway into the main building was empty, so was the elevator when I climbed into it and hit the illuminated 5. As the doors started to slide shut, I fought one last urge to push through them and run back to my car. When the doors split apart, I faced my floor and the window that I always saw when I arrived at work. I stepped out and towards that familiar window. On the other side of the glass, I knew, was a flat expanse of rooftop. It was the top of the side building. We had talked about turning it into a little picnic area with tables to eat our lunches in the sun, but it never happened. Tonight, the darkness made the window black, and I faced my reflection. Anyone who looked at that girl would know that she was scared shitless. I composed myself and fought until my face showed nothing and the fear was gone. I turned right and headed towards the beeping of the heart monitors, knowing that that sound came from the nurse's station. The 2 nurses that turned to look at me were ones I didn't know too well. They were newer, and I had only worked with them a few times. It seemed like they always worked together. I struggled to recall their names as their faces lit up, and I sensed that they were about to act like we were best friends. I wanted to scream, "Why can't I have some friends on my first night back?" But I didn't do it. "Kate!" one of them squealed. This one had bright red hair piled on the top of her head and held together by a large brown claw. Her green scrubs made her look very Irish. She jumped up and down and clapped like I had done something amazing. The other nurse was definitely of Hispanic descent. Her dark hair was just a shade lighter than her dark brown eyes. Her tan skin was not from a tanning bed and almost perfect. She mirrored that jumping up and down while clapping thing. "Yay, Tiff, we get to work with Kate." Okay, so the pale one is Tiffany. "Hey, girls." I wasn't sure of what to say. I barely knew these girls, and I hadn't the faintest clue why they were so excited to see me. Tiffany ran up to me and grabbed my right bicep. She pulled me towards the break room with her BFF following. She practically threw me into the door, and I raised my hands to push it open before it broke my nose. The small room's far wall was lined with lockers. A shabby dining room table graced the opposite wall behind the now open door. The bulletin board above the table was filled with papers that reminded us of all the things that the health plan wanted us to do, but we never had time to do. One thing was new in the dim room. Streamers covered the tops of all 4 walls. A banner across the bulletin board said, "Welcome back, Kate. Night shift loves you." Wow, it was all I could muster. It had been 3 minutes, and I was already making an escape plan. "Check your locker." This came from not Tiffany. I crossed the room and opened locker 46. A pink envelope filled the space that usually held energy drinks and protein bars. Pulling it out exposed my name in large block letters. When I opened it, dozens of messages crowded the space, and the names of every person I knew and some I didn't reminded me that I was cared about. Unexpectedly, I had the feeling of home, belonging. These names were all the people who would have cried for me, missed me, talked about me if I had been killed. I focused on a message in the bottom right corner. "You can count on me for support. I'm at your side. Alex." Tears threatened to rise in my eyes, and I gulped back some air. "Oh, calm down, Kate," I thought. "Don't cry." "Thank you," I whispered, and was encompassed by Tiffany and not Tiffany in a group hug. The tiny girls felt so warm and genuine. It made me feel bad for kind of hating them earlier. The tears that waited behind my eyes retreated when the smell of sugar hit my nose. A massive cake sat on the break room table. The cursive writing said, "Welcome to Straight Nights, Kate." It gave off the pungent odor of sickly sweet sucrose. There was no way I could stay in that room with that giant cake. Tiffany saw me looking. "Isn't it beautiful? All the doctors chipped in to buy it for you. Tiffany and I have been practically salivating since it arrived. Do you want me to cut it?" Oh, dear God, I thought. They're both named Tiffany. Am I being punked? I swallowed back vomit. I'm not going to eat that. It came across harsher than I meant it to, but before I could change the wording, Irish Tiffany jumped on it. "Oh, on a diet? I totally get it. I should be on a diet too. I'm so fat. I shouldn't eat any of that, but I am on my period and I need it. But when my period is done, Diet City, I am getting back on track." Now the threat of vomit was less about the cake and more about her pretending she was fat to get attention and compliments. Oh, to be 20 again. If I could go back in time and meet 20-year-old me, I'd punch her in the face. "Please, help yourself," I said, gesturing to the treat. Tiffany and Tiffany jumped on the chance. Hispanic Tiffany was brandishing a knife and ready to cut. I didn't know where she got the knife, and I didn't care. I took that opportunity, while they were distracted by carbs, to flee. I slipped the card into my right scrub pocket and headed for the door. In my haste to swing open the heavy wooden barrier, I stepped right into Dr. Alex Kitchener. "We need to talk." That was all he said. Then he turned and walked down the hallway towards the nurse's station and disappeared into the conference room to the right. Fuck. Chapter 48. Stepping into the conference room, I saw Alex. He had his back to me. I closed the door behind me and stood there. I didn't know what to say. After a minute, I cleared my throat and sat down in a chair to the right of the massive table filling the center of the room. What? Instead of being curious, I went straight for irritated, and the word came out like I was snapping at him. He turned and locked eyes with me. The seriousness of his gaze shut my attitude down, and concern replaced my indignation. He slowly stalked towards me, pulling out the chair that sat next to me and sitting down. His eyes searched mine. Every nurse has seen that look on a doctor. It's the look they get when they're trying to figure out how to deliver bad news to a patient. "Alex." "What?" "I can't take any more bad news." I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I'm still trying to figure out what it means, how to say it. Now I was at panic level. Figure out what? Say what? Just say it. "You're different." I was prepared for a lot of sentences to come out of his mouth. "You're still dying, you have cancer, you're not a vampire," anything and everything had raced through my head, but I did not expect that. I swallowed, and my throat was dry. It took a few attempts, but I spoke. "What does that mean?" "I mean," he said, and excitement tinged his words. He reached out with both hands and grabbed each one of mine in his. "You are different. Over the years, I've looked at a dozen different samples. Every vampire, every sample showed me the same thing, but yours is not the same. I can't be specific now. I have too much to look at, but Kate, you could be a breakthrough." I wondered how many new things could be thrown at one person in a single week. "What does that mean, Alex? Can you cure me?" "I don't know," he responded, "but this is big. It's a chance to learn more about your condition. What are the odds that you'd be in the hospital I work in? What are the odds that you would be attacked here and Reese would find you and turn you and you would be the key?" I looked at his face. He was so happy that I didn't want to ruin his joy. I scanned the words he had just said in my brain. "I'm different. Reese found me and I'm different. What are the odds?" My spiraling thoughts blocked out what he was saying. I focused on his mouth and tried to quiet my whirling consciousness. "Can I?" I wasn't sure what he was referring to or what he was asking. "Say it again," I asked. "Have more samples. I know it's soon, but I want to do more tests. Could you give me more blood? This could be it, Kate. I could find a cure and save you. Save anyone who wanted it." A cure. Those two words repeated in my mind. A cure. A cure. Of course, I said. He could cure me, and I could go back to normal, back to daylight, back to life without Soren, a life without Reese. But is that what you want, Kate? I thought. Yes, I said it out loud. I was answering my own question, but Alex thought I was backing up my agreement to give him more blood. Thank you. He squeezed each hand, and his eyes did something I had never seen them do before. They sparkled. All those months, I thought he was uncaring and I'd been wrong. I thought he was a jerk, but he was just a man with walls around his heart, hiding what he carried in there. He hid the loss of his sister, the mission to save her, the fear that he would fail. And now with this new chance, I saw a man full of hope. He loved his sister, and he had renewed hope of saving her, and anyone like her. I stood, and he did too. I won't take it tonight, it's too soon, but tomorrow night? Sure, I responded. Then he did something I wouldn't have ever bet on. He hugged me. I tensed against his warmth and then relaxed. He had hope. I had hope. Together, we may be able to get two lost souls out of permanent darkness. He was so much taller than me, and the body underneath the pressed shirt was strong. How had I never noticed how big and muscled he was? I slid my arms under his white coat and around him. The moment pressed my chest against the top of his abdomen. I felt his core muscles tense. I pulled back and looked up, wondering if I had crossed a line. What I saw in his eyes was not offense. It was curiosity, and something a little like desire. The part of me that had laid dormant until I had walked into Soren's office woke up again. It uncurled itself and stretched. It rose up inside the lower part of my stomach and looked at Alex, intrigued. He was strong, handsome, and human, so human. His eyes were the brightest blue I'd ever seen before looking at my own vampire eyes. They'd always looked like the waters of the Caribbean, but looking down at me now, they were swimming like the ocean itself. I expected him to push me away and tell me that I had misread the situation, that it was inappropriate, and then he'd leave the room. But he didn't push me away. He looked into my eyes, almost frozen. With the faintest of movements, his lips parted and his breath sped up. Against my still chest, his heart increased its tempo. The feel of his heartbeat excited me. That dormant part was wide awake now and making things in my body ache. It slid into my eyes, and all I could see was the vein in his neck throbbing, pulsing, for me. I rose to the balls of my feet, and his head lowered to meet my approach. Our mouths stopped just before they touched. I felt his breath let out and slide across my lips. It was Alex that closed the space between us. His lips were soft and yielding. I could feel his trepidation. His kiss was sweet, waiting for me to lead. The animal inside me took the offer of dominance. My right hand left his back and reached up, behind his head to slide into his hair. The beginnings of a beard scratched the skin around my mouth and only encouraged me to continue. He met my push, sliding his tongue into my eager mouth, reaching for my tongue in return. His kiss was gentle, yet searching. His heart thudded against my sternum, and the pulse of it felt like the vibration of a speaker at a dance club when the bass is turned up. His hands squeezed and released my lower back like a massage. I knew he was stopping himself from moving those hands further down. My left hand joined the right hand in his hair. The kiss deepened, and I could feel him pressed against me, hard and ready. He gave into his urge and cupped each of my buttocks with the same hand that had just been hesitating. He lifted me effortlessly, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. He took several steps backwards until he was braced by the conference room wall. He was so strong for a human, and then my thoughts were lost to lust again. Everything in me ached for him. I wanted him on top of me, inside of me. I wanted to rip off his shirt and run my tongue down the muscles that I felt through those shirt. The urgency of our kiss increased, and he reversed his previous steps, moving towards the solid table. In an instant, I was placed on the hard wood, gently, like a fragile thing. He broke away from the kiss and started a trail down my neck. Each kiss down my body had an edge of teeth to it. I could feel the restraint in him. He was holding back. I arched backwards. His hands cupped each offered breast over the tight fabric of my scrub top. I used my hands in his hair to pull his head back and bring our lips together again. My legs spread, and he took a step forward, pressing the hardness of him against me. My breath was ragged. Everything in me screamed for him. I pulled my mouth away from his, breaking this kiss again. I mimicked the kisses he made down the side of my neck and placed my lips on the pulse of his throat. The aching in my body was almost overwhelming. It slid up my stomach, through each throbbing breast and into my throat. It found the beat of his heart in his jugular vein and hit my gums. Fangs erupted in response. I drew back and pushed him away from me. His whole body slammed into the conference room wall. I had forgotten my strength and pushed too hard. I simultaneously jumped to land my feet on the floor and covered my mouth with my right hand. Both of us stared at each other in shock, trying to make sense of what just happened. I had been ready to eat and or fuck Dr. Alex Kitchener in the 5th floor conference room with Tiffany and Tiffany outside. My breathing was so fast and irregular that I felt like I was choking. I was unable to get oxygen into my lungs. Alex's chest rose and fell at the same sucking, erratic pace. His face registered absolute shock. I was certain he was about to cut me out of his plans and tell the hospital to get rid of me. I had tried to eat him. He took one step towards me. "Kate, I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me." That was it. That was by far the most shocking moment of my life. He was apologizing to me. I held up both hands to stop his approach. "No, Alex, I'm sorry. This is totally my fault. I have so much happening and all these feelings, and I can't control it all yet. I was going to bite you. No, I wasn't going to bite you. I swear, I stopped." "Please, Kate," he said. "You have nothing to apologize for. Vampirism is powerful. It takes time to control. I shouldn't have allowed it to affect me. I should have walked away. I completely understand if you don't want to work with me anymore." I didn't know what to do, so I just started to fuss with my scrubs. I dropped my hand from my mouth and ran it over the material like I could iron out wrinkles with my fingertips. My fangs had retracted and the lust was gone. I needed to get out of that room and far away from Dr. Alex Kitchener. Please, we're adults. We know how the body works, how the right mix of stimuli can result in a feeling of lust. This was mixed wires, and that is all. I am fine working with you, and I won't let this happen again. "Thank you," he answered. His gaze was on the floor. "Did you feed?" When he says it like that, I thought it seems so bad. Can't he say eat? "No, I didn't," I said. "I didn't have anything at the house." "Well, that's pretty dangerous, Kate. You have to feed your needs so you don't lose control. He was searching for a word. "Desires are worse when you don't keep them in check. You have to plan ahead. I know you didn't want to bite me, but if you got hungry enough, you might not be able to stop." Now, I was pissed. "Well, geez, doctor, I can't believe I'm so irresponsible. I mean, I've been turned for 4 whole days. I should have totally stocked my fridge with blood and been prepared for the need to jump you in a conference room. Sorry, shame on me." His face was red. "I think you're misunderstanding me." He just keeps going, I thought. "Yeah, this is totally on me," I said. I wanted out of that room and fast. His face wasn't showing anything anymore. Alex the asshole had returned. "You should leave first." Great, I thought. I'm so glad he gave me permission. "I will tell them that we were talking about my diagnosis," I said. "Yes, that sounds good. I'll see you tomorrow." I reached for the doorknob to the conference room door. Neither one of us was looking up. "Can't wait," I said. I pulled the door open and retreated like the coward that I am. Chapter 49. Both Tiffany's stood in the hallway staring at me when I walked out. They were obviously curious about what was happening in the conference room. I stood my ground and held their gaze, waiting for one of them to ask. I was too angry to be embarrassed. It was Irish Tiffany that spoke up first. "What was that thud? It sounded like you threw something at the wall." Before I could answer, the door behind me opened and I knew Alex was standing behind me. The 4 eyes watching me doubled in size. Hispanic Tiffany fluffed her hair and suddenly had perfect posture, complete with shoulders back and tits out. I fought the urges to either turn around and face him or run. "Good evening, Nurse Tiffany and Nurse Tiffany. I assume Mrs. Jenkins in 501 has had her blood drawn and it's on the way to the lab like I ordered." They looked at each other and back at him. We were just about to do it, and then we heard a thump against the wall and thought maybe someone had fallen." This time, I spoke up. I backed my chair into the wall. "That's all you're going to get, you vultures," I thought. They nodded, and it seemed like they believed me. "I will watch for the lab work, Nurse Kate. I'll be in my office if you have any more questions about your diagnosis." I felt his hand on my right shoulder, and then it fell away. His footsteps behind me retreated. Hispanic Tiffany let her shoulders drop and sighed. "I guess I better go get this CBC. God, he's so hot, but such an asshole." She headed for room 501 and left me with the other half. "Who has assignments tonight?" I asked. "Monica," she answered. "She's probably in the office. She'll be thrilled to see you. She was majorly grumpy while you were away. Go ask her who you have, and then find me, and I'll give you a report." I turned and made my way to the office, praying that the 2 Tiffanys would not pass on the story of Kate and Dr. Kitchener in the conference room together. I knew how much they loved a juicy piece of gossip, but hoped that they feared Alex's wrath stronger. Before I could reach my destination, I saw the assignments written on the large white board next to the office door. I figured I'd get report, introduce myself to the patients, and gather up meds before interrupting Monica. I knew we'd end up talking and lose track of time, so it was better to get those things done first. I had 501, 502, 506, 507, 508, and 510. It looked like I was taking 2 off of each Tiffany and 2 off of Jackson. Monica was the charge nurse for the night, so she didn't have a patient assignment. To accommodate me, the unit must have decided that the nurses would take extra at 7 p.m. and care for them until I could arrive and then even the assignments out. I thought about how much they'd all been doing to make this possible for me, and I felt grateful. And I felt like I was lying to them. I was deceiving them. I had a fake condition, but I really didn't have another choice. I vowed I would do something for them to thank them. I found each Tiffany and got report on 4 of my patients. Jackson was harder to find. He was notorious for hiding, so we couldn't ask him for help. Unfortunately for him, I knew all his hiding spots. He was in the patient waiting room, sitting on the couch with his computer on wheels in front of him and charting. "Found you," I said in a loud whisper. He looked up. Well, well, well. Look what the owls drug in. Dang, you look pale. Guess your tanning days are over?" "Yeah," I said. "No more beach parties for me. I'm officially a loser." "Well, whatever you are, you look great. Maybe I should get so sick that I have a few days off." I had never asked him, but I would put his age at just shy of 30. He was big, like weightlifter big, and I often wondered if he used steroids. Jackson was sweet to old ladies and opened the door for everyone. I'd never even seen him snap at anyone, so I didn't think his muscles came from chemicals, just lots of gym time. He patted the spot next to him on the couch. "Come here so I can give you Mr. Klein and Miss Harrison." I pulled 2 blank index cards out and a pen from my scrub pocket, plopping down next to him. The seat was warm, so I was betting he had taken a little nap there before I saw him. I turned to face him, and he was staring. "What?" "Kate, you look really good. You seem so different." "Shit. Of course it's the guy that actually pays attention." "You're too young for me, Jax, so stop with the flattery." He shook his head. "No, I'm not lying. I swear you look awesome." I faked a laugh and slapped him on the shoulder. You need to get some sleep. You're delirious. Now give me reports so you can have 2 less to worry about. Tiffany and Tiffany should not be left alone for long. Geez, isn't that the truth? I am certain they share one brain, and it ain't a good one. He looked back at the computer and pulled up his first patient. 15 minutes later, I found a computer on wheels for myself and logged in. I reviewed each chart and saw I had very little to do. After the 8 p.m. rush, most of the meds are given. There's few here and there, but the giant pill pass wouldn't happen again until 8 a.m. By then, I'd be safe in a darkened room. Once I gave my 6 a.m. insulin to my diabetic patients, I'd make my way home. I decided to go see Monica. A quick peek into each room told me all my patients were asleep or trying to sleep. I left them alone unless someone hit a call bell or a monitor flatlined. I wanted to see Monica as soon as possible. Jackson's comments had me supremely nervous. If he noticed a change, Monica was definitely going to know. Best friends don't miss when you turn into Dracula's bride. Whatever she was going to say, I wanted to hear it so I could deal with it. I stood before the office door and contemplated going back to the nurse's station. At 10 p.m., the hall lights dimmed automatically, and maybe if I stayed in a dim hallway, she wouldn't notice. But what's the point of hiding? Either she knows you're lying or she doesn't, so just get it over with. I knocked, and she answered right away. Yeah, it's me, I said to the closed door. I heard the chair scrape backwards on the linoleum floor and her run to the door. It swung open, and she was screaming with glee. She stood in the light of the small lamp on the desk. The bright overhead lights were off, but I didn't need any light to see, so the single bulb was enough to reveal the woman before me. I could see the purple scrub top, gray pants, and white shoes. I silently begged God that I would not see what I already knew was there when I looked at her hair. Out of the bun on the top of her head was the back half of a pencil. She looked exactly like she had in my dream the night that she died. Chapter 50. It's just a coincidence. But even as I thought it, I knew it was a lie. You don't have to be a nurse for very long to realize there are no coincidences. You take in every sign, symptom, and clue and use it to figure out what was going on. It was a sign. Fuck, what do I say? Would she think I was nuts? She grabbed me by my arms, pulled me into the office, and practically threw me into one of the chairs that lined the opposite wall. She slammed the door shut and pulled a chair around to face mine. She dropped into it and leaned into me. You have to tell me everything, she said. What happened to you? How did you know you were sick? Well, what's the treatment? Do you really have to stay out of the sun, like forever? Is Dr. Kitchener really your doctor? What's he like? What's his office like? Did he hug you when he told you? How are the girls? What did Tom say? I held up both of my hands. Monica, stop. One thing at a time. She mimicked zipping her lips shut and leaned back into her chair. I got sick, and I don't know how to describe how it felt. There's no treatment, and yes, I have to stay out of the sun. Yes, forever. Yes, he's my doctor. He's fine. His office is messy. No, he didn't hug me. They're good, and Tom was surprised. He and Sarah have the girls, and they're being very supportive. Okay, she sat up and leaned back into me. I believe you, except for one thing. And I arched an eyebrow. What don't you believe? That there was no hugging. Tiffany Z and Tiffany K said that they saw you and Dr. Kitchener in the conference room. I started to argue and held up one hand to stop. They're gossiping idiots, she said, and I don't believe everything they say, but my friend, you smell like his cologne. Busted. I had to give her something or she wouldn't stop. You got me, I said. He wanted to talk about my first day back and not pushing myself too hard, and yes, he hugged me. She sagged dramatically in her chair like all her muscles had gone weak. Oh my God, I'm so freaking jealous. Can I please get what you have so he'll hug me? I grabbed her by her arm and pulled her upright. I held on to each side of her face, making her look into my eyes. You do not want what I have, Monica. I promise you that. I let go of her face and she kept staring into my eyes. Kate, Your eyes, they're beautiful. Holy crap, like they're really beautiful. What did you do? Shit, she noticed. I had to think quick. Blood transfusion. I was low, so he gave me 2 units. I guess it's like the fountain of youth. Dang, girl, your skin is so perfect. Seriously, you look freaking hot. She was looking too long and I was getting uncomfortable. I needed to change the subject and focus on a more important issue. Do you have a cigarette in your right scrub pocket? A cigarette and a lighter? Her eyes grew wide and she moved away from me. Why do you ask? Do you? I asked. Well, you know I quit, she said, looking down. She was lying. I was too quick for her to stop me. I had the items out of her top before she knew what was happening. I opened my hand and faced what I already knew was there. A long, white cigarette and an AC/DC lighter. Fuck, it's real. She is gonna die. No, it had to be a coincidence. I already suspected she'd been smoking again. That combined with the story that Reese told me, plus the scrubs that I knew she already owned, that's what created the dream, and that was all. But I didn't want to find out I was wrong by stumbling over her slaughtered corpse. Shit, Kate, I was gonna tell you. I closed my fist over the contraband. Monica, I don't care that you're smoking, I swear, but please promise me something. What? She wasn't looking at the floor anymore and was focused on me. Only go out when you absolutely have to, and never alone or in the back of the hospital. Take me or someone else, not Stuart or Reese, maybe one of the Tiffanys. Go into the lighted area in front of the ER, but please just don't go out alone, promise me. She nodded her head, but her eyes were filled with fear. Okay, I promise, but why? Can you just trust me, I said. I have a bad feeling. I think it's the moon. I added that last part because I knew Monica believed in all that kind of stuff. She was always looking at tarot cards and horoscopes and moon cycles. She saw a psychic monthly. The last one had told her she would marry a doctor, and she was convinced it was Kitchener. I didn't have the heart to tell her that she had gone in scrubs, so the psychic had known that she was a nurse, saw no wedding ring, and threw out a premonition. Monica had raved about her for an hour. She was positive that the psychic was the real thing and she was destined to be with Alex. Oh my God, Kate, I have chills. I was just telling Jackson that I felt some bad energy tonight. You must be more sensitive now that you're sick. They say that people with a disability can create special abilities. I wasn't going to use that opportunity to explain to her that I was not disabled, but I decided to fight it for another night. I was just about to make her promise again when a knock on the door made us both jump. Irish Tiffany poked in her head. CBC is back, H&H is low, and Dr. K wants 2 units. She's officially yours now. Do you want me to go get it from the troll downstairs? I had so many issues with what she just said, but again, I decided not to fight that night. Besides, it was a chance to tell Reese about me being different and my vision possibly coming true. I was leaving the makeout session with Kitchener out of the story. I was already brimming with regret. I'll go, thanks. Welcome. She disappeared. I stood and Monica pulled her chair back to its original spot. I'll be your second signature whenever it comes up, she said. Great, I replied. I'm going to go get the blood. You stay here. No cigarette until I can go out with you. Deal? Scout's honor. She held up her right pointer and middle fingers in a Boy Scout salute. Have fun with blood, boy. I don't trust him. I bit my tongue and left the office, asking myself the question I had been avoiding. Did I trust him? Chapter 51. The stairwell was emptier and quieter than I'd ever realized that they were. A lot of staff members use the stairwell for peace and quiet. You can take a phone call without being interrupted or gather your thoughts without someone screaming, "Hey, nurse!" I looked down the steps and flashed back to the last time I had walked down them. I'd been going to the bottom, back door, to eat my cold spaghetti next to a graveyard. I had wanted 20 minutes of solitude, but had gotten an eternity of nighttime instead. You died, I thought. I sat down on one of the steps and tried to think. I knew that the dream had been more than a dream. I felt it deep in my gut. It was a warning, but from who? From God? Does God care about vampires? Well, that was definitely a question for a different time. I also knew deep down that the person I was hunting may very well be in this building, be someone I know. So far, no one looked particularly shocked to see me alive, but that didn't really mean anything. I tried to go back to the night and remember who had been working. Reese, Kitchener, Monica, Stewart, Camilla. Who else? I don't know. I can't remember. Damn it, I said to the empty stairs. Did I really believe that someone I knew killed people? Tried to kill me? You mean did kill you, I thought. Don't forget, kiddo, you're dead. Shut up, that's not helping. What isn't helping? It was a voice from the floor below. I heard heavy footsteps ascending the flight and coming towards me. I stood up and thought about what to do. Should I go towards them or run away? I didn't get to move before Stewart came around the corner and faced me. Kate, what are you doing here? Was that surprise in his face? It could have been, or it could have just been relief or joy or gas. I just couldn't be sure. Hi, Stewart. I'm heading down for blood. I haven't seen you for a few days. I thought maybe you were on vacation or you left. He had on his heavy security jacket, so he had probably just come in from outside or was heading outside. He waddled up the steps in a way that only a bad knee can make you move. He held out his arms, and I realized with a jolt that he wanted a hug. Before I could protest, his bulk was wrapped around me and squeezing tight. His hair smelled like salami, and I wanted to squirm out of his grasp. He let go after what seemed like minutes. What was that for? I asked. He'd never hugged me, so I was genuinely confused. I don't know, he replied. Just needed to feel that you were real, I guess. I'm real, I said with a chuckle that sounded forced even to me. Hey, he chirped. I'm going outside around midnight to the picnic tables to eat some leftover pasta my wife made. Want to enjoy the last few days before winter kicks in? I got more than enough. Want to join? No fucking way, I thought. No, thank you, I responded. I am never eating pasta again. Bad experience, he asked. You could say that. I hear ya. That red sauce gives me some wicked heartburn, but I can't stop. Find me if you change your mind. With that, he continued his climb and brushed past me. I moved out of the way and watched him walk to the 5th floor door. He may not have been expecting me to watch him because he looked back at me with an emotion I couldn't quite pin. Then he opened the door and disappeared. I gathered my courage and continued my walk down to the bottom floor. When I reached the last step and stood on the basement level, I looked to my left and to my right. The left side of the hallway stretched down into darkness. At night, on the floors with outpatient rooms, the overhead lights are set to motion activated. Until you walk down them, they stay dark. I knew this way past the morgue, the laundry room, the supply room, and ended in a door. That door ended out into the back of the hospital, where graves sat silently and I'd eaten my last meal. I closed my eyes and could hear Holst in my ears, smell the cucumber, sense the night breeze on my face, and feel him tearing my skin and muscle away from my neck. I opened my eyes and looked at the door. It was just a door. I was here, and he was not. I'd survived. Reese had saved me. That was what I held on to. I turned to my right and walked down the hallway, away from the door and towards the sound of Reese's office. Tonight he was listening to Queen. Ironically, the sweet lyrics of Who Wants to Live Forever hit my ears. Screw you, universe. Stop messing with me. I had the sudden thought that Freddie Mercury may have known a vampire and been singing to them. Had that vampire offered to turn him and he wisely said no? Had he wanted to be turned but the vampire said no? What if he could have been spared and the world could have continued to hear his music? What if a vampire could have saved him? Would they have? Shit, Kate. Being a vampire has made you deep. You have enough to think about and need to focus on Reese. You need to forget about Freddie Mercury. I was seriously starting to feel like I was going crazy. I had to get control of my thoughts and pay attention. Anyone could walk up and take me out while I was trying to figure out if my blood could cure AIDS and save the greatest artists of the last century. The light above me snapped as I walked underneath it. It was bright and I shielded my eyes. All I needed to do was hiss and I'd look exactly like every vampire stereotype in every movie. "Stop," I said out loud to my thoughts and kept walking. "Kate?" It was Reese in his room. He had heard me and knew I was coming. I knew he was coming too. I heard him walking through his office to the door. It was now or never. I had to go see if my vampire maker was also my attempted murderer. Chapter 52. I stepped in before he could step out. His hair was messier than usual. It was clear he'd gotten out of bed and not bothered to run a brush through it or even wash it for that matter. He looked tired. It could have just been the mask he had up. It was hard to tell. He ran up to me and hugged me. I'm getting a lot of hugs tonight, I thought. I hope this isn't going to be a thing. I pulled back. "Can you drop the mask?" He looked confused. "Why?" "Because I want to see the real you, not the human one." He didn't ask any more questions. It was like a veil being pulled slowly off his face, and the image underneath was being revealed. He was beautiful again. The emeralds that were his eyes shone. The dull brownish hair gave way to the shining red of his natural locks, and the ivory of his skin was flawless. He was Reese, my Reese again. For a reason I couldn't explain, I felt like crying. I had felt so out of place since I left him in the parking garage. Olivia, Ellie, Tom, Sarah, Alex, Monica. I knew them and loved them, but I was not with them anymore. They were human and I was not. In that moment, I became aware of how lonely I felt around those not like me. Reese was like me. I forgot about Will's warning and my concerns. I just wanted to be with someone like me. I wanted it to go back to the way it was before Will came over, before I left the little blue cottage in the woods. I hugged him again, this time without the barrier of masking between us. "Are you okay?" he asked. "You didn't text me when you got home last night. I was worried but wanted to give you some space. What's going on? You look sad." I broke away, walking to the old ratty couch he kept in the back corner. The music had changed and Freddie was singing about the show going on. I laid on the back of the couch and threw my arms over my head to stare at the ceiling. It's just a lot. I thought I'd just come back and everything would be like it was, but it isn't. The dog growled at me. Ellie made cookies. There's wood on my windows. I forgot to bring blood. Alex thinks I'm different. Monica thinks I found the fountain of youth. Stuart wants me to eat pasta, and the Tiffany's want me to eat cake. Reese sunk to his butt on the floor next to the couch and folded his legs. I'm not sure where to begin. I laughed at my own ramblings. Maybe I was really going insane. I didn't know where to start either. I didn't know if I could even do this. He rose to his knees and looked down at me. "You can do this. I wouldn't have turned to you if I thought you were weak." I thought he had turned to me to save me and hadn't had time to think. I felt my relief and affection give way to suspicion. He continued, "It's only been a few days. That's a lot to figure out. Maybe you should stay with me for a little bit longer, just until you have time to deal with everything. I can't protect you when you're away." I wanted to change the subject. I didn't want to go back to his house until I was sure about him. But I also wanted so badly to be sure about him. My dream was real. The sudden change in topic made him blink. I'm not following. I sat up, keeping eye contact. My dream, Monica. She's wearing the same outfit with the same pencil, in the same bun, and the same cigarette and lighter in the same pocket, exactly like my dream. He stood, turning his back to the couch, and dropped with a thump next to me. Sighing, he threw back his head and rested the back of it on the back of the couch. Precognition. Excuse me? Now it was my turn to follow. Precognition. Seeing the future, it wasn't a dream, Kate. It was a vision. You had a vision and developed the third power in as many as days. Now I threw my head back to rest on the back of the couch and sighed. What does that mean? I've got no idea. We're going to have to tell Soren. He'll want to know that you're different. And there it was again. Different. I was different. Why did he need to tell Soren? Did he tell him everything about me? Is that what Will had overheard? There was only one way to find out. Do you talk to Soren a lot? He lifted his head and looked at me. What does that mean? Well, I'm just wondering if you've ever talked to Soren about me, lifting my head to meet his gaze. Never. I don't talk to Soren. The time I took you as the first conversation I've had with him since I moved here and pledged to him. Lie. But Kate, I'll have to tell him about your powers. I don't know what to do with them. I've never heard of this. They're coming on so fast. Most vampires wait over 100 years for a second power. You have 3, and you're less than a week old. Kitchener said I was special. I believe him. Ask now while you still have the courage, I thought. Tell me about the night. What? Tell me about the night I died, the night you turned me. I try to remember, but I can't. He laid the left side of his face against the back of the couch, still looking at me, but he looked tired again, without the mask. I was listening to music. I heard the door to the outside open and slam, and I knew it was you. I could smell you. Figured you were going out there for fresh air. A few minutes later, I smelled blood, a lot of blood. I ran to the door and pushed it open to see you lying on the ground. There was so much blood. I didn't know where it was coming from because it was all over you. I had seconds to decide. I couldn't let you die, so I bit into my wrist and laid it into your mouth. For a few seconds, you laid there. I couldn't hear your heart. Mercifully, you started to drink. And you know the rest. I saw no one but you. He was facing me, but his eyes were somewhere else. I thought I saw joy in his face, but also sadness. I wondered what part of him was sad and what part was happy. The whole drive home, I kept thinking, I'll let her choose. She gets to choose and I won't force her. But I knew what you would choose. That I had made you a vampire and couldn't take it back. That you and I were bound forever. I had asked but didn't know how to react or interpret his words. It was surreal to know that he was talking about something that happened to me and not retelling a movie that I'd watched or a book that I read. I was still struggling to accept that this was my story. Why did you pick me? His eyes focused back on me. I didn't pick you. You were put in front of me. I couldn't tell if that was creepy stalker talk or someone who believes in fate. Why are you asking me about this? Asking me to talk to Soren and your turning night. I asked too much, I thought. I was too direct and I needed to change the subject. Well, being back here is kind of freaking me out. And I'm so hungry, it's making me crazy. Reese jumped up. Damn, Kate, I'm so sorry. I forgot to send you home with something. Oh, God, you must be so hungry. He moved to a small silver fridge in the back corner of his office, made quick work of the padlock, and brought out a thermos. He handed it to me. It's cold. My microwave is broken, but it's better than nothing. I screwed off the lid and started to gulp. Think of leaving your coffee out for a few hours only to find it cold, but you decide you don't care? That's kind of what it's like. It's not terrible, but you don't want to drink it like that all the time. As soon as it hit my stomach, the hunger cranked up a notch. I needed more before bed, but I'd be able to get through my shift. Thank you. Of course, I'll throw a few bags in the cooler for you. Pick it up before you head home. unless you want to come home with me. A voice in my head screamed, yes! At the same time, another voice was screaming, no way. Not tonight. I can't run to your house whenever it gets tough. I have to try and make this all work first. I understand, he said, but he looked disappointed. Oh, and I need a unit of A-neg for 501, and I gotta get back. I have to keep things normal. What are you gonna do about Monica? He asked. Well, I made her swear to me that she wouldn't go out alone and would stay by the ER entrance. It buys us tonight, but Reese, we have to stop the killings, no matter what. I know, he responded and looked down at the floor. I want to stop it, too. Chapter 53. I walked up the stairs with blood in hand and wanted to scream at all the thoughts. So many people needed things from me, and I was going to let everyone down. I wanted to go back a week and not go outside to eat or be attacked. I didn't want to be a vampire. I should have called off that night and stayed home with the girls. But would someone else have been attacked in my place? There was no point in wondering. I couldn't go back, and I did get attacked. Nothing could change that I was a vampire. Unless Alex found the cure. I had to have hope, believe that he would. He'd find the cure so I could go back to daylight shift and leave all of this behind. I walked onto the 5th floor and didn't see anyone. They were probably sitting somewhere to chart or doing final rounds before all patients were snoring. I headed to the office in Monica. The door was open, so I peeked my head in. Ready to hang some blood? You bet, she said, and made her way around the desk and up to me. The smell was intense. You smoked. Damn, how'd you know? She held up her hand to stop me. I took Jackson with me, and we were outside the ER entrance, and Stuart was in his booth watching me. I was safe, Mother. Fine. Next time I want to go with you. Starting the habit? No, I just want to be safe and to have protection. She laughed. Are you a bodyguard now? Did you develop some kind of superpower I'm unaware of? No, I said quickly, just safety in numbers. Before she could say anything else, I made my way towards the back half of the unit. I heard her follow behind me. Once in the room, I snapped on the small light above the bed. A small, frail woman blinked her eyes open. Hi, I'm your nurse, Kate, and this is Monica. Dr. Kitchener ordered you some blood, so we're here to hook it up and give it to you, okay? Okay, she answered, and held out her left arm to present her white paper ID bracelet. Monica pulled a computer station into the room and stopped it a foot away from me. She picked up some IV tubing from next to the patient's bed. I read off the name, date of birth, and admission number of the patient while Monica checked the paper order to ensure it matched. She read the order blood out loud. 1 unit packed red blood cells, A negative per type and cross, signed by Dr. Kitchener. I read the label on the bag of blood in my hand. A negative, 1 unit packed red blood cells. Why are you saying all that? The patient asked. I answered, we're making sure we have the right patient and the right blood so nothing happens. If I had the wrong person and gave you the wrong type, it could make you sick. Okay, dear, go ahead. I hung the bag from the IV pole hook. Bags of blood are heavier than you think, and I saw the small hole in the thick plastic bag stretch from its weight of the contents pulling it down. The plastic that they make these bags out of is very strong. You need a special set of tubing for blood, and the spike that goes through it is thick and strong to be able to puncture that tough bag. While Monica typed into the patient's chart, I spiked the bag and started to prime the tubing, watching the dark red blood slide down the clear tubing and fill the drip chamber. When it was in the bag, I couldn't smell anything. But spiked and open, the sweet coppery scent of it hit my nose and my mouth began to water. I was still hungry and I wanted that blood. Looking away from the tubing, I tried to take a few deep breaths. Are you okay? Monica asked. Yep, I lied. Just first night back, you know. I'll be fine. But I wasn't going to be fine. I wanted that blood so bad I could taste it. Kate, clamp it! I turned back to the tubing and saw that the blood was through the system and dripping out onto the floor. Using my thumb, I slid the roller clamp down and stopped the flow. Sorry. I pushed the end into the patient's IV line and screwed it tight and then set the pump to run over 4 hours, all while staring at the blood on the floor. I fought the urge to drop to my hands and knees and lick the floor and felt my fangs snap into place. Can you watch her? I was already out of the room when Monica answered. Sure, she answered to my retreating back. I was power walking away from the room, the patient, and the giant bag of food. I needed to get myself together and try to slow my breathing down. The office was the first place I thought of and was thankfully empty. Finding the back corner, I leaned into it. I will not drink that blood, I said to the wall. I am stronger than that. I am not a monster. Thinking back to a yoga class that I had once attended, I closed my eyes. The teacher had taught us to imagine breathing a color into your body whenever you feel a powerful emotion. My fangs retreated into their resting place when I imagined breathing in light green. I toyed with the idea of going to Reese for more blood, but didn't want to see him again. Not yet. I couldn't run to him every time I faced a problem. Kate? I turned and saw Monica in the doorway. You have to watch her for 15 minutes. Why did you leave? I got Tiffany to do it. Are you okay? Really, tell me what is going on. She came into the small room, shut the door behind her, and came to sit on the chair next to me. You can tell me anything, Kate. I am seriously worried about you. I had a good view of her, and she really did look worried. I couldn't tell her the truth, but I wanted to see that fear gone from her eyes. She was already in danger. If I brought her into my world, she'd be dead in days. My life has changed so much because of this condition, I said. I'm still trying to figure out how to do everything, and I'm slightly overwhelmed, that's all. I get that, but you aren't alone, Toots. We all have your back. If you need to go home, I can cover for you. I love having you here, but only if you're ready. And I know you. You aren't going to get this little thing to stop you. I smiled. Damn straight. So I'm going back to work. I walked to the door, opened it, backed up, and turned to face her. You're one awesome friend. I know that card and everything was your idea, and I have a sneaking suspicion that the hospital accommodating me so fast was partially your doing. Well, mine and Dr. Kitchener, she said. He came to bat for you hard. He told the CNO that he would pay for your attorney if they didn't make this happen. He did? Yeah. And P.S., I was more than happy to work with him to set this up. I bet you were. Monica faked a dramatic swoon, bringing the back of her right hand up to her forehead, her left hand to her heart, and looking up at the ceiling. He is so dreamy. I've imagined kissing him about 100 times. I bet he's a good kisser. He is, I thought, and then hated myself for even thinking of it. If she knew what I had done with him in the conference room, she may never speak to me again. I'm sure you'll find out someday, I said. I wish. She dropped her hands and looked at me again. I would. Her words trailed off. Monica stopped looking at me, but just above my right shoulder and past me. Her mouth dropped open. Her eyes grew wider than I have ever seen them, and a smile spread across her face. Her lips parted. She looked like a woman who had just caught a glimpse of heaven. Hello, she said in a voice that was just above a whisper. Can I help you? The rush of hot air at my back and down my legs announced the person who was behind me. Every muscle in me clenched in anticipation of his voice. I'm here for Catherine. Chapter 54. No one looks good in the hospital fluorescent lights, but Soren stood there like he had just shot a music video about dark fantasies and naked yearning. The blue hint in his dark hair was vibrant under the harsh bulbs of the unit. The waves framed his face by sitting just on the edge of each startling gray eye, like a single movement would send his hair sliding over his gaze. His full lips meant he had fed tonight. His skin was the same flawless ivory as mine. The color of his t-shirt matched the shade of his eyes perfectly and looked like it was made for the sole purpose of showing off his muscles. Black pants and black shoes completed the living wet dream. I couldn't tell if he was masking, but if he was, it was to tone down his beauty, which meant he was even more breathtaking without the shield. Things in me started to pulse and ache and reached out for him, despite my response to freeze in place. Soren! I didn't bother hiding my shock. What are you doing here? I wanted to see you. Even a day is too long away from your company. I rolled my eyes. My response was dripping with sarcasm. You cannot be serious. Monica rushed up behind me. Kate, don't be rude. Introduce your friend. Soren smiled, and I could practically hear Monica swoon. Yes, he said, don't be rude. Who is this vision of loveliness behind you? Monica giggled, and I groaned at the sound. I'm Monica. I'm Kate's best friend. Well, he reached past me and grabbed Monica's hand, pulling her around me and out into the hall. Bringing her hand up to his mouth, he kissed it. Then you are the one I must plead to help me. Dear Monica, I want to see Catherine, but she seems to be resisting my charm. Perhaps you can convince her to give me a chance. He was laying his accent on thick for her, and it was working. Monica turned her blushing face to me. Her look was unexpected. Was she disappointed in me? Was she taking the side of a stranger over her best friend? I told myself not to hold it against her, since she had no idea who was holding her hand. Reaching out, I took the hand that was holding Monica's, and she said something that sounded like, huh? I pulled Soren away from Monica and towards the stockroom. It was the only place I knew of that had a lock and was big enough to have two people in it without feeling claustrophobic. I heard Monica behind us saying, I hope to see you again. I didn't respond. Too much was happening in my head to even form a thought, let alone a sentence. Anger mixed with lust and happiness to see him, but it was all clouded by the awareness that he and Reese were involved in some kind of plot. I did note that he was letting me pull him down the hall without a fight, despite his age, strength, and power. The stockroom light was off, but we didn't need it. The door locked with an audible click, and the space was silent. Only our breathing could be heard. What are you doing here? The truth. He stood so still that you would think he wasn't real if you didn't know him. Why were you with Will last night? Fuck. What do you mean? Shit. If he knew that Will was at my house, what else did he know? Did he know what Will had told me? Was Will in danger? Will came into my office just before dawn, strength and power. The stockroom light was off, but we didn't need it. The door locked with an audible click, and the space was silent. Only our breathing could be heard. What are you doing here? The truth. He stood so still that you would think he wasn't real if you didn't know him. Why were you with Will last night? Fuck. What do you mean? Shit. If he knew that Will was at my house, what else did he know? Did he know what Will had told me? Was Will in danger? Will came to my office just after... Will came into my office just before dawn to tell me my schedule for this evening. It's his usual task before I go to bed. What was not usual was him smelling like you. My mouth went dry. I know Will does not desire sex, so I will ask only once more, why were you with Will? I had to think fast. He came to check on me since it was my first night away from Reese since being turned. He's sweet and wanted to know that I was okay. He even brought me blood. That's good, I thought. Keep telling him the truth. He can sense lies. Just leave some stuff out. And I'm glad he did, because I forgot to bring anything with me and had no way to store it. I'd have been starving if he hadn't come. His face showed nothing, leaving me no clue if he'd sensed I was leaving anything out. And how did he get your address? I gave it to him the first night I was at your house. He is a nice person, and I wanted a few friends like me. I gave him my number and address before I left. I had to work hard to focus on the trust and connection I felt with Will, so Soren would sense that and believe it. I trust him, I thought. I trust him, I trust him, I trust him, I trust him, trust, 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 trust. Silence hung in the air. I could read nothing in his expression and wished that I had empathy as a power. If he didn't believe me, Will and I were dead. Be careful giving out your address. Humans trust too easily, and you are no longer human. Protect your resting place until you are stronger. I tried to not show my relief and tried even harder to not feel it. If he sensed relief, then he would know that I was lying. I will. Thank you. Was that your reason for coming here? He smiled slightly, and it reached his eyes. I don't need a reason, Kate. I am master of this city. I can see whomever I wish, whenever I wish. Goosebumps covered every inch of my body and reminded me of just who I was toying with, who I had just yanked down the hallway like a petulant child. Say something, I thought. You're right, and I'm sorry. That seemed to confuse and please him. His left eyebrow rose. I had the feeling that he wasn't buying my apology. But, I continued, may I ask that you don't come to my work, please? I'm trying to be a boring human and not raise any red flags. You coming here makes that very hard. The eyebrow dropped back into place. His smile turned into a frown. You don't think I look human? I think you look like a wet dream. The smile was back and brighter than before. He stood up a little taller. However, his eyes didn't match that smile. They looked like the ones you'd see in a zoo when the tiger is pacing back and forth, figuring out how to get to you. Soren was dangerous, and he wanted something. He stepped into me and slid his hand around my low back, forcing everything from the chest down to come together. I did not lie to your friend. I wanted to see you, to touch you and taste you again, but I want you to invite me. I won't, I answered, and only half believed it. He was so close that I could only see his face. It was a face that artists dream of, with a voice to match. Each word slid over my body, down my arms and legs, and back to my stomach. Smelling you last night, he buried his face into my hair and breathed it, brought it all back. My body reacted to him in a way that was no longer new to me. It ached and throbbed and begged to be with him. In opposition, my mind was telling me to run. I can feel your desire, Soren whispered. Something else is mixed in with it. An uncertainty and a little fear. The fear I'm used to, but why are you unsure of me? What part confuses you? I lifted my hands to his chest in an attempt to create some space between us. I couldn't think with him so close and didn't know how to answer a question like that. You don't confuse me. I confuse me. The way I react to you confuses me. That, Catherine, is because you fight it. He leaned his face down to mine, hovering over my lips. Give in. And then my fear was gone. I moved my hands up his chest and wrapped them around his neck, while closing the space between our mouths. There was no sweetness or hesitancy in this kiss. It was desperate and wild. We were hungry for something that could only be found in each other. His tongue filled my mouth and matched my own rhythm instantly, like we had practiced this dance for years. We recognized each other with the kind of knowledge that usually comes after decades of knowing someone's body, aware of exactly where to touch and how to move. His hands massaged my back. My hands kneaded the back of his neck. I felt his impossibly soft hair sliding over the sides of my face. His right hand glided up to the back to pull the ponytail holder out of my hair. The thick waves fell down my body. His hand tangled in the mass and grabbed a handful. He pulled my head back, breaking the kiss and drawing a moan from my lips. He kissed the place where my jaw meets the base of my right ear. His warm tongue flicked over my earlobe and trailed down the side of my throat, making my body shudder and my knees give out. His left arm snaked around my body to hold the weight of me. His right hand held my hair, keeping my head where he wanted it. I wondered if I would ever stop being in awe of his strength, but he ended my thoughts by trailing his tongue across the flesh that the V-neck of my scrub top left exposed. He kissed down my sternum and paused at the hint of cleavage allowed by the shirt. His hot breath hit the swell of my breast. Without having to verbalize it, I knew what he wanted. He took both hands off of me for only a second, but it was enough time for him to grab the bottom of my shirt and pull it up over my head. His arm returned to my back. Soren straightened up to face me. The storm in his irises was raging, gray, dancing furiously. Between panting breaths, he said, "I want to taste you." He tensed his muscles, showing me the restraint that he was using. "But not without your consent." The knowledge of what he wanted hit my consciousness like he had sent it to me in an image, and I wanted it too. My breath came in gasps, but I answered, "Yes." His hand left my hair to trail his fingers over my cheek and down the same path his tongue had taken. They rested on the edge of my bra and pulled it aside, freeing my breast. His eyes ran over the pale flesh and his hand cupped its heaviness. In an instant, his lips curled back to expose his fangs and struck the fullest part of the mound. The pain was a flash. Having his fangs pierce my skin felt like the thick hardness of him being rammed into me. The fleeting pain made the pleasure so much more intense. It was overwhelming ecstasy. His warm lips curled around the punctures and he sucked. With every pull of his mouth, I felt a pull between my legs. Feeling his tongue lapping at the wound felt like his tongue lapping at things that were still covered, and I moaned. He broke away from me and stood to lock his gaze with mine. Blood rolled from his parted lips before he crushed his mouth into mine. When his tongue slid in, I could taste the blood on it. Fresh blood. My blood. It was nectar, like the juice that sprays from a fresh peach when you bite it, and so much better than the bagged blood that I had been drinking. He moved his lips from mine to the outside of my ear and whispered, "I promised I would wait until you wanted me again." I turned my face to meet his. "I want you." Then I continued the kiss that he had begun. Soren's hand found my hair again. The other hand was inside the front of my pants, under my panties, caressing. He found what he wanted, his fingers dancing over me, in and out. I was wet and ready. Everything was aching. His thumb rested over the throbbing pulse of me and began to slide. I cried out, but it was lost in his mouth as we continued the kiss. The rhythm of the kiss matched the rhythm of his thumb. A finger continued to move. Every sensation pulled together, meeting in my stomach, and grew to a feverish pitch. When the release came, it brought bright, flashing lights into my vision. The intensity of it made me break the kiss so I could get air into my lungs. The hand in my hair dropped to my back. The other hand left my pants and wrapped around the other side of me. He held me tight, stopping me from sliding to the floor. He moaned, and I realized his empathy meant he could share in my pleasure. My head fell into his chest as we tried to breathe. We stood that way for what felt like minutes. Our chests rose and fell against each other. Consciousness returned to my brain, and I tested my legs. To my surprise, I could stand. I didn't want to leave his arms, but I knew I could if I needed to. If we can do these things in a closet and in my office, imagine what we can do in a bed, Regina Mea. His words broke the silence and the spell. There was no way that we hadn't been heard. How long had we been in there? I pulled away from him and out of his arms. The air felt cold and empty. He was more stunning now than he had ever been. He did have masking out there. I can't think when I'm around you. He smiled. I like that. I don't, I retorted. Looking down at my breast, I saw 2 red holes. I'd expected smears of crimson across me or rivulets of blood down my body. It was so neat and clean. I looked up at him and he answered my question. We have an anticoagulant in our saliva that keeps the wounds open so we can drink. When we stop, the wounds clot very quickly, hence the nice, clean bite. I hope your first time was memorable. Is it like that for humans if we bite them? Better, he answered. Vampires cannot have the same sway over other vampires like we can with humans. For them, our bite is a pleasure that they will spend the rest of their lives wanting. That was without sway? I asked. It was. He whispered and slid his fingers across his lips, then ran his tongue over the trail, mixing the fluid of my orgasm with the taste of my blood. He closed his eyes and appeared to be savoring it. A shudder ran down his body, and heavy-lidded, he opened his eyes again. I ignored the urge to kiss him and taste what was on his lips. I didn't know we could feed from each other. We don't. That confused me, but he continued. With each other, it is not for food, but for bonding, like sex while being more than sex, for those that are special to you, like marking someone. It's a crude way to put it, but yes, I suppose. Why me? I'll wait to answer that when the time is right, he said. I started to protest, but he stopped me. You should probably go back out there. I'm sure Monica will want to know what we've been doing. Shit! I grabbed my top from the floor and pulled it back on. A quick glance showed me that the bite was not visible. Soren's mouth was also licked clean, blood-free. 3 cheers for clean sex and bloodletting. I took a minute to collect myself. There was no way I was going to get away with this without answering some questions, but that was the least of my problems. I was marked by the master. He may be hot, but he's also keeping more than one secret from me. And don't forget, Reese is also keeping secrets from me. And now you've jumped on 2 men in one night, and your best friend may have gotten murdered while you were playing 7 Minutes in Heaven. Catherine, he broke my train of thought. Yes. I will honor your request and not come here, but I ask in return that I see you again and do not have to chase you all over the city. My instinct was to argue and tell him I was never seeing him again, but reflecting on the situation I was in, fighting seemed useless. Okay. His hand slid into my scrub pocket and I jumped. I relaxed when he pulled out my cell phone. I'm putting my number in here, and then I'm texting myself from your phone. He stepped into me, dropped it into my pocket, lifted my face with the knuckle of his first finger. I will give you a few days to arrange things, but then I want a full night and day with you. I want to fall asleep and awake next to you. I want to explore the heat between us and see what our powers can do together. With that, he stepped away and into the hallway. I followed him, facing both Tiffany's, Jackson, and Monica. Kill me. Again. Chapter 55. I had absolutely nothing to say. This was the second time in a matter of hours that I had stepped out of a room with a Playgirl model to face Tiffany and Tiffany. Only now I also got to face Jackson and Monica with 0 to say for myself. Soren had put his masking back up, so instead of a sex god, he only looked like a sex demigod. He didn't miss a beat. He extended his hand to Jackson. "I am Soren." "Jackson," the nurse responded and gave Soren's hand a manly pump. Then he moved to each Tiffany, repeating the hand-kissing and slight bow that he'd given Monica. He gave Monica a playful wink and then finished the show by whispering to each girl. All three were practically panting by the end, and Jackson looked like the other man had won the Super Bowl. Soren turned and all eyes were on me. "Sorry," I managed to squeak. "We needed to talk, and it just couldn't wait." Jackson laughed. "Yeah, sometimes you just gotta," he made a big show of winking at me, "talk. Don't worry, we covered for you. Everyone's good, and we barely heard a thing. Just a couple of moans." Soren made no attempts to come to my rescue or defend my honor. He looked like the cat that had just eaten the canary and gotten applauded for it. So much for chivalry. He moved back to my side, facing the nurses and putting his arm around my shoulders. "I wanted to check on her since it's her first day back." The accent was nice and thick again. "I couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to her. There is nothing like her." He kissed the top of my head, and the girls simultaneously let out an "Aww." I fought the impulse to roll my eyes. "I will leave you all to the very important work that you do. I'm in awe of nurses." And that did it. They were smitten. Even Jackson looked a little bit in love. "Walk me to the elevator, Catherine?" Sure. Any excuse to get away from them and the questions that I knew were coming. As we left the unit and turned the corner, despite the elevator station, I heard them all start talking at once, and I knew I was never going to live this down. We approached the same elevator I had ridden up in, and something caught my eye. On the ledge of the window that overlooked the roof was a red rose. Soren picked it up and smelled it. The blossom was large, the color bright crimson, and the green stem was cut long. He extended his arm, holding the rose out to me. "It came from my garden." "What is this for?" It had been a long time since a man had given me a rose. "It's the bush near the bench where I first saw you. One rose for our one time together. Next time," he arched his eyebrow, "I will give you 2, Regina Mea." It was cheesy and manipulative and cocky, but it didn't stop the corners of my mouth from rising to a smile. I bit my lower lip to stop the grin. "You said that before. What does it mean?" "What does what mean?" he asked. "Regina Mea? I assume it's Romanian, so what does it mean?" "I'm sure you can find out. I will thank Will for checking on you last night. I'm ashamed I did not think of it myself. Although," he stepped towards me, "you didn't give me your address." "You have my address," I thought, and bit my lip harder. If I said that, then he'd know Will had told me. "Do you want my address?" He cocked his head to one side. "I can get it if I want it." He brought his head back. "And that's not the point. I'm glad he brought you sustenance. Be sure to feed again. I didn't take much from you, but you will feel it. In the future, if you need to eat and have nothing, call me. I will not let you hunger." His eyes sparkled. "For anything." With that, the door opened like magic. He stepped in and was gone. I stood alone in the vestibule with a rose in my hand, wondering what had just happened. The hole I was digging for myself was just getting deeper and deeper by the day. I had lied to Soren to protect Will, and lied to Reese to protect myself. I didn't trust anyone anymore, but apparently lusted after a few. The thoughts didn't have time to spiral out of control because the group of nurses came around the corner to join me in front of the window. They couldn't contain their curiosity any longer. Jackson started. "Damn, Kate, I am impressed. I would not have pegged you for a quickie in the storage closet kind of girl." Irish Tiffany jumped in. "Where did you find him?" And I knew what that was. She was really asking how a lame old mom could find someone like Soren, and she hadn't. There was no time for a sharp comeback because Monica chimed in. How could you not have told me about him? I thought we were best friends. Is that why you never go out with us? It isn't because you guys aren't that serious, Hispanic Tiffany asked. Right? Again, I knew exactly what she was asking. Was there a chance to swoop in and steal him away? Part of me wanted to be rid of him. Part of me wanted for him to move on to someone else. But a deeper part was jealous. That part wanted to tell her to back the fuck off. I decided to face it head on with a kind of truth. It wasn't like I planned it, Jackson. It just happened. And frankly, it's helping me get through some pretty heavy shit. Tiffany, he and I have a mutual friend, and that's how we met. Monica, I didn't tell you because it's really new, and I haven't had a chance to figure it all out. And Tiffany, it's not serious, but trust me, you don't want him. He is not right for you. She looked offended by the last part, but I didn't have the time or energy to console her. I didn't want to sound like I was lecturing, but I also wanted to move on. None of that was a lie except for the not serious part. That kind of felt like a lie. The bite on my breast told me it was more than casual. Monica was the only one to respond. I get it, Kate. You've had a lot happen recently and your whole life has changed. If he's making you happy even a little, then I say go for it. I have to be honest, though. I'm freaking jealous of you right now. I might hate you a tiny bit. Damn, he brought you a rose? Jackson said. That man is smooth. I could see the wheels turning in his head. I would have bet $100 that he was trying to think of a girl he knew that he could give a rose to so he could have some secret sex in a closet. If he'd had a pen and paper on him, I think he would have been taking notes. Listen, gang, I said, I don't have much time before I need to go home and beat the sun. So let me do some of your extra work to make up for you having to take my slack. Monica smiled. You just want to buy our silence. I don't care, Hispanic Tiffany said. I'll keep the secret of JFK's assassination if it means you do some cleaning for me. Me too, the other Tiffany agreed. Your dirty liaison is for us only. In all honesty, no one would even believe us anyway, Kate. Tiffany, I started and made a point to calm myself down and soften my voice. I'm going to let that one go because I know it's coming from a bruised ego and not because you want to hurt my feelings. Her mouth dropped open and Monica snickered. I continued. I'm going to get to work on everything. Thank you, everyone. It's been a very weird night, but I'm glad it was with you guys. As I walked away, I heard Jackson talking to someone. Hey, Tiffany, you want to go in the closet? I didn't turn around, so I'll never know which Tiffany it was or which one slapped him. Chapter 56. My best course of action was to stay very busy. I asked Monica to check on 501 and make sure the hanging blood was running, promising to get the second unit before I left so she wouldn't have to see Reese. I was happy to run that errand for her if she kept me away from the blood transfusion, making a mental note to ask Alex how to overcome the bloodlust when I worked. A life where I wasn't a nurse was not an option, but I also couldn't vamp out every time I saw some blood. Every nurse will tell you, we're around blood a lot. I've never gone a whole week without seeing, drawing, hanging, or talking about the red stuff. Not in 10 years. I once had a patient who rang the call bell and asked me to come to the bathroom. When I walked in, it looked like a horror movie. There was blood filling the toilet and pools on the floor splashed on the walls. Turned out she had a massive GI bleed and had to be rushed up to the unit. If I can't control myself around blood, I might as well turn in my scrubs and badge. I had an hour before I had to hit the road. I'd finished up counting the narcs, interpreting the rhythm strips of anyone who was on the monitor, filing some paperwork for the morning shift, checked on every patient, and updated the whiteboard for the morning assignments. I was picking up my phone to text Reese when a sound hit my ear. It was faint, but it was out of place. I tilted my head to the side, pointing my right ear in that direction that I thought it was coming from. The sound became clearer. It was a rhythmic sound, something close to a puff of air. When patients suck in on an inhaler, it kind of sounds like that, but there was no hiss of the inhaler being shot out before the inhale. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was wrong. Even though I couldn't identify it, I knew where it was coming from, the back corner. The back corner rooms are saved for our least sick patients. They're usually not on heart monitors and don't need to be on our unit, but might because beds on the regular floors aren't available or they're an overnight observation. Most chest pains turn out to be reflux or panic attacks. A patient with chest pain who's at low risk, like young people with normal blood work and no history of cardiac issues, get put in the back corner. It's quiet back there, so most just get a good night's sleep and go home with a prescription for Prilosec or Xanax. I followed the sound into the darkened corner and away from the beeps of the various monitors. As I neared the sound, a smell joined it. It was a smell of copper, nail polish remover, and fruit cocktail. I knew what was happening. "Code!" I screamed and ran to 512. Flipping on the lights revealed a young man barely old enough to drink. His back arched off the bed and his eyes were rolled into the back of his head. His body slammed down into the mattress and he stopped moving, agonal breathing. That was the last part of him fighting for life. If you don't know what agonal breathing is, think of a fish out of water. The mouth opens and shuts, a gasping attempt to get oxygen, and the last stage before death. His skin was gray. Blood crusted the corners of his mouth. I pressed my fingers to his jugular, finding nothing. I slammed my hand into the CPR button on the side of the bed. The mattress deflated in a matter of seconds, and the bed became a hard table so I could do CPR. The room became a flurry of motion. Jackson ran in backwards with the crash cart. A respiratory therapist followed him, unlocking the brake on the bed and pulling the head of it away from the wall. I moved with the bed, continuing chest compressions. He locked the bed and caught the ambu bag that Jackson had tossed him. He laid the mask over the patient's nose and mouth. When I stopped, he squeezed the bag and I started back up. Alex came into the room, no white coat, but all the authority and confidence of the best physician. He asked for a report. I came in to check on the patient and saw him agonal breathing, no pulse. I began compressions 2 minutes ago. Jackson picked it up. 20-year-old male who came in last night with chest pain, lethargy, and intermittent dizziness. His blood work was unremarkable, save a glucose of 200. He was brought here for observation. He's due to be discharged this morning and has to follow up with endocrine. Hold compressions, Alex demanded. I stopped and he checked for a femoral pulse. Continue, and I did. For 23 minutes, we compressed, intubated, and pumped meds into his IV. At 24 minutes, Alex found a pulse. I stopped my CPR, and the boy was rushed to ICU. After the dust cleared, Alex and I stood alone in the disaster. A code is not like what you see on TV. There are too many people in the room, one for compressions with one to trade off, one to type everything into the chart as it happens, one who knows the patient to give a report and answer questions about the last 24 to 48 hours, one to bag them, one to hand the docs things from the crash carts, one to run and grab things from other rooms, one to start any lines or intubate the patient. One is in charge of the whole thing. If you're lucky, there's no loved ones wailing in the hallway begging you to save them. When it's done, you're cleaning up a mess. Wrappers, syringes, blood, urine, tubes, supplies, bags of plasma or saline will litter the floor. And if the patient doesn't survive, then there's a body to clean and prepare for the family. This time, thankfully, there was no body, just a hematologist and a vampire RN. Totally normal. Want to tell me what you left out? He looked into my eyes, knowing. I could hear him gasping from the nurse's station, Alex. When I walked up, I smelled ketoacidosis. I waited for him to call me a freak, but he just stared at me without completely looking at me. If it weren't for you, he would have died alone and been found in morning rounds. I let that sink in. Alex closed the distance and touched my shoulder. Your abilities, mixed with what you know as a nurse and all your experiences, it could save patients. You could smell disease, hear cardiac irregularities, sense minuscule changes, things we can't. I couldn't stand the admiration in his gaze, the praise that I heard in his voice. I wanted to eat your patient. He took a step back. Excuse me? I held up my hands. Okay, it's a tad dramatic, but hanging the unit in 501, I had to run out. I wanted to pour it into my mouth, Alex. What if I can't be a nurse anymore? I made the gap closer between us. What if I can't stand to be around patients? A hot tear rolled down my cheek. Saying it out loud made it so much more real. What if I can't be trusted? He moved past me to the cart, pulled open the top drawer. For a moment, I thought he was looking for a tranquilizer. I was sure that he planned to save the patients by putting me down. But instead, he pulled out a large alcohol swab from the drawer, returned to face me, ripped it open, and gently rubbed it over my cheek, cleaning off my red tears. When he was done, he tossed the square to the floor and it mixed in with the other leftovers from the code blue. He laid his hand on the freshly cleaned cheek. There are so many things you won't be able to do, which is the same for any condition. If you tore your meniscus, I would tell you to stop playing tennis or be careful on the stairs. But Kate, you're a good nurse, always have been. This doesn't change that, just means you need to be careful. If you were a starved human and someone waved a pizza under your nose, you'd have the same reaction. So learn how much you need to feed to be full when you come in. I wanted him to be right, but I was too afraid to believe it. I reached up and held the wrist of the hand on my cheek. Do you believe that? You know this condition better than anybody. Tell me that you believe that I can do this honestly. He paused for longer than I had liked, but he did answer. I would trust you with my patients. I let out a breath. If he trusted me with his patients, then I knew he meant what he said. I thought of something else. What about the other things? I was too embarrassed to say it out loud. The other things, the other needs that I have. They're stronger since I turned. He looked confused, and I was going to have to elaborate. My needs. Like what happened in the conference room? Realization hit his face with a blush and his hand dropped away. Alex was actually blushing. He cleared his throat. It's like any other need. Make sure that it's fed until you have control over it. Got it. I couldn't think of anything else to say. So do you want me tomorrow? He looked shocked. I don't think that's wise. No, I laughed. I mean, do you want my samples tomorrow? Relief and understanding flowed over his face. Oh, yes, sorry, yes, if that's okay with you. Well, it's the least I can do, I said, and honestly, it's selfish on my part. I want a cure. I want to be cured. And I want to cure you, he said, taking another step towards me, standing close enough that I had to look up to see his eyes that looked down on me. Kate, I know I seemed excited earlier that you'd been made into a vampire, but I want to be clear. I am so sorry this happened to you. You are not a lab rat, and I'd rather you still be human than have your blood to test. Thank you, I said. It was the best thing he could have said. He leaned down and rested his lips on my forehead. We froze like that for a moment. Him lost in the promise of a cure, me lost in the empathy from the only human who knew what I was going through and what I had lost. I wrapped my arms around him. He took his lips from my skin and mimicked the gesture, hugging me. I felt him rest his head on the top of mine, and we each took comfort in having someone who knew our personal pain. I'm sorry. It came from the doorway, and I looked up. Monica stood there. She had a cold bottle of water in each hand. The look on her face was a combination of sadness, shock, and betrayal. I wanted to tell you both good job and bring you waters. Monica! She dropped the waters to the floor, turned soundlessly, and ran. Chapter 57. Monica was locked in her office and refusing to speak to me or open the door. I knocked, begged through the wood, and texted, but she was stubborn and probably very pissed. She wasn't going to talk to me, and I was running out of nighttime before I had to leave, or I became a freaking fireball. It would have to wait until the next night, and that was for the best until I knew what to say. She had just seen her best friend snuggled up with the man of her dreams. How would I ever explain it or get her to forgive me without spilling my big secret, which would put her at risk when she was already on the monster's hit list? My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out and reviewed the text. From Reese. You have 10 minutes before you need to be on the road. I'm bringing up to-go meals. Are you coming back to my place? Are you okay? Shit, I thought. I have to go. I texted back. To Reese. Long night. We'll tell you tomorrow. Bring second unit for 501 with dinner, please. I'm going home. Rain check. I faced the locked door. Monica, I have to go. I'll get sick if I'm here when the sun goes up, but please, please text me. I held up my cell phone and hit the spot for the already extensive text conversation with Monica. I typed quickly. Please don't hate me. Let me explain. Love you. I saw the 3 dancing dots that indicated she was texting back. I waited, but they disappeared. She changed her mind and continued the silent treatment. I pressed the palm of one hand against the cold wood. The next was a whisper. Please, Mon, I can't go through this without you. I heard steps behind me and turned. Reese was there with the requested unit in one hand and a cooler in the other. He held it up high and I took it. Dinner for a few days, he said. Call if you need more or something happens. Are you sure you're okay? It wasn't the time or the place to go into it. Yeah, I just want to go home. I will drop the blood with one of the nurses and then I'm done for the night. Are you leaving? I looked at my watch, gave the office door one more look, and sighed. Yeah, I guess I better. Will you be okay? Yeah, he laughed. Text me before bed. Sure. Kate? Yeah? Are you mad at me or unhappy? Did I do something? I don't know, Reese, I thought. Did you? No, I'm just done with a long night. I had a code. I know, he said. They've got a few units on standby in case he needs a transfusion. Did he make it? He did. My chest swelled a little as I remembered that I had saved a life. No matter how often it happens, it still makes me proud. And I held on to that thought. Please go home. You're cutting it close and I'm getting nervous. He tensed like he was going to take a step towards me or reach for a hug, but he didn't. He just turned towards the nurse's station and walked away. I felt like I should have said something, but I didn't know what to say. So I mirrored his movements and walked away in the opposite direction. The break room still had the pungent smell of sugary icing. I swung open my locker and picked up my purse. Opening the locker reminded me of the card in my pocket. I pulled it out to look at the big heart that Monica had drawn on the card for me. I stuffed it into my purse, hoping that she would forgive me someday. The rose from Soren lay in the back of the locker where I had placed it after he left. I thought about leaving it there, but I scooped it up. The scent hit my nose, covering the cake smell, and I flashed back to the night we met. The bench, the first sight of him walking over to me, the smile. We had started on a lie. I threw the rose into the garbage. Silently thanking the hospital for building the parking garage, I walked out of the building and to my van. I hit the button on my key fob to open the sliding door, swung my lunchbox into the middle seat, hit the button again to close the door on my future meals. I was in the driver's seat and on my way home in only a minute. The house was a 15-minute drive from the hospital during the day. At 5:30 a.m. with no traffic, it was a 10-minute drive. Every red light flipped to green as I approached. The city was humming with the energy that hits first thing in the morning. Newspapers were being dropped at gas stations, bakers were throwing morning goodies into ovens and brewing coffee that would complement them. People everywhere were lurching out of bed to slam their hands onto alarms and start their days. Nurses are used to this time of morning. It was either the time you get your scrubs on and head in or the time to wrap up your shift and head home. Working night shift meant steaks and wine at 8 a.m. and praying that your neighbors would not mow the grass today so you could sleep. I didn't feel out of place driving home at this time. What felt odd was the repeating thought, "You're on night shift for eternity." I wondered if I could ever stop mourning the sun, ever forget a day on the beach. In 100 years, maybe 200 years, I thought, you'll forget. My street was quiet when I turned onto it. I glanced at Tom's house and had the all-encompassing desire to turn into his driveway, pound on the door, and climb into bed with the girls. So they could see you burn in the sunlight, I thought. I pulled into the driveway instead. It was trash day, so I pulled out all 3 cans to the end of the driveway and realized I hadn't checked my mail in days, so I pulled the stacks of sales ads and envelopes from the mailbox. The lunchbox was retrieved from the van with the hand that was not full of mail, and I used my foot to hit the button on the inside of the door and started sliding shut again. The twisting in my stomach told me just how hungry I was. I was thankful that Reese, in my head, had given me dinner and breakfast. That's when I remembered I had nothing to keep them cool. The girls were with Tom, so I could throw them into the fridge, but if they decided to visit, I'd have to explain why they were there. I was pretty sure I had a bunch of ice packs in the freezer. I had collected them from first aid kits and cold shipments. I was sure there was enough to throw into the cooler with the blood until I could get out tonight. My thoughts were halted by an unexpected sight on my deck. Blocking my front door with a big red bow on it was a small black fridge, about 3 feet tall and 2 feet deep. A white card stood out drastically against that onyx top. The one word scrawled across it told me exactly who it was from. The envelope read, Catherine. Only one person called me Catherine and had the kind of pull that it would take to get an appliance delivered in the middle of the night. I dropped my armful to the side so I could read the card. If you would allow me, I would take care of all your needs. I look forward to our night together. S. I couldn't choose a specific response to that present. On the one hand, he had violated my private home, but I was learning that vampires were not very good with personal boundaries. On the other hand, he had given me something that I desperately needed. I tested the weight of the fridge and found I could pick it up easily. That's one point in the pro-vamp column. The fridge was carried into my room and plugged in at the end of my bed, and it hummed to life. The cooler was next, and I opened it to reveal 3 bags, which made my mouth water. Following Will's prep from the previous night, I filled a wine glass with half a bag, plopped it into the microwave, and let it warm while I got ready for bed. It beeped after my face was washed. Retrieving the glass, I stuck my finger into the liquid to feel it was room temp. I liked it warmer, but I was too ravenous to wait. It hit my stomach and the hunger pangs started to subside. I rifled through the mail, gulping down on my dinner and tossing things to the nearby garbage. Nothing looked important. I saw one envelope had a return address from the dentist, and I set it aside, wondering if my dentist cleaned fangs. The glass was empty by the time the last sales ad hit the bin. I thought about finishing off the bag, but I figured I should ration it. Back in my room, I glanced at my new fridge and figured it was cool enough to load up my stock. I reminded myself to get a padlock for the thing so the curious girls couldn't go in there and see what their mom was hiding. I poured the other half of the open bag into the mason jar that Will had left. Mentally, I added more jars to my shopping list. With the mason jar in one hand and the 2 unopened bags in the other, I went to the tiny fridge. The black handle had to be lifted up to open the door of the fridge. I used my elbow to open the fridge and almost dropped everything in my hands. Inside the fridge was half a dozen bags labeled A negative, B positive, O negative, and O positive. He'd supplied me with blood for a month. A last gift shone atop the red bags, a combination lock. The old Kate would have carried the fridge back out to the deck and texted Soren to take it back. But that Kate had been able to go to a nearby store and buy her meals. She had also dreamed of finding a man who would have done something just like this for her. So why was I resisting him? Why was I so sure he didn't mean what he said or really wanted me? Why wouldn't I let people be kind to me? I knew that I was in no position to refuse this kindness. At the same time, I did not want to be further in debt to Soren, Reese, or Alex. I felt like I owed so many people so much, and I wanted to balance the scales. I laid my bags on top of the ones already in the mini fridge, picked up the cold lock, and clicked it shut. It took a few minutes, but I realized there was a hole on the bottom of the black handle, and if I slid the lock through the hole, it stopped the handle from being lifted, so no one could peek into the contents within. I had to admit to myself he'd done well. I clicked it into place, checking the back of the lock for the preset combination. The tiny numbers read 11, 22, 33. I peeled it off and threw it into a small wastebasket. Sometime later, I bent over a sink of water, spitting toothpaste into the bowl when my stomach began to churn. Similar to the feeling you have after a roller coaster and the ride has proven too much for your gut. I wondered if the blood had been bad. Looking into the bathroom mirror, I stared at a woman who looked sick. My eyes were dulled and my cheeks sunken. My skin had a hint of gray. When the chills started, I knew it wasn't the blood. I shivered, wrapped my arms around my cramping stomach, and felt the recent meal threatening to make a comeback. I swallowed over and over, trying to hold it down, and my vision wavered. I opened the door to get some fresh air from the hallway and saw the sunlight. I had left Olivia's bedroom door open and the curtains pulled back, so I could see that I had lost track of time, and it was full morning. The sunrise had been making me feel icky since my turning, but that was nothing compared to full-on morning. Dizziness was making it impossible to walk, so I got down on all fours and crawled, avoiding the sunbeams in the hallway. My room really wasn't that far, but it felt like an hour to get there. Once I crossed the doorway, I kicked back and heard the door slam. The darkness of the room made some of the symptoms diminish, but not disappear. They sort of hovered in the background. I knew they'd get worse the longer I was up. I had to be more careful. I couldn't just leave curtains open or lose track of time anymore. Humans could do those things, but I was not human anymore. Pulling back the covers, I fell into bed and brought them up over my body. I wanted to snap to sleep and not dream or think about the events of the last 12 hours. Sadly, I laid there. I didn't know how to bring on the unconsciousness, so I just waited for it to hit. How could I have fucked my life up so bad? Monica was never going to speak to me again. I could tell her 100 times that nothing happened, but I knew that something had happened. It might not have been what she walked in on, but it had happened in the conference room. I had betrayed my best friend and thrown myself at the man she loved. And the worst part was I couldn't be sure it wouldn't be the last time. I had to work with Alex, but didn't know if I could face him. He had come to me for mutual assistance. He found hope in my blood. He believed in me and thought that I was a good nurse, and I had sexually assaulted him at work, complete with fangs. I'd stopped myself before it went too far and hoped I still had Alex's respect, but I had definitely blown it with Soren. I had stepped into the closet with a man, and 4 of my coworkers had witnessed it. A decade of proving myself as an esteemed member of the nursing community had been demolished in one night. They may never tell anyone, but they would never look at me the same. I ran my hand over the place that Soren had marked me, remembering that I had promised to give him a full day and night together. Knowing what we could do in just minutes, the thought of 24 hours did what? Did it scare me? Did it excite me? My desire for Soren was no longer undeniable. I couldn't tell myself that he had sway over me or that I despised him. I wanted him. But what I didn't know was what I wanted from him exactly. The hum of the tiny fridge reminded me that he was offering more than his bed. He offered gifts and comfort and whatever else I wanted. I'd seen how many women reacted to him. Why wasn't I thrilled by the thought of being his? But that was it. That was the part that scared me, being his. I hadn't belonged to someone in a long time, and I was afraid that being in a relationship would mean losing myself to that person. I'd come to terms with being alone and never thought someone would want me again. I had found comfort in not having to share any part of me with another. But Soren wanted me, and I wanted him to want me. Could I give myself to him and not get lost? Before I could answer my own question, I snapped into sleep. Chapter 58. I came to with a gasp. The vision had been vivid but broken. It was just images like a movie cutting from scene to scene, but there's no backstory or explanation. There had been a barn. It was hard to see in the nighttime because it was in shadows, and the empty land around it had no lights. There was thick trees on the edge of the land, blocking out most of the full moon. When I was inside the forest and running, Twigs cracked under my feet. I was barefoot, so I felt the dry ground as I ran. Then suddenly I was in total darkness and I heard a cell phone ring. A voice that I recognized but couldn't place said, "Where are you?" A flash of an iPhone shattered on the ground. I was back outside the barn, walking towards it at an agonizingly slow pace. A woman's scream pierced the silence, long and guttural. She was inside the barn and she was in pain. I could smell blood and feel her fear. I glanced over to a car parked next to the barn. It was Reese's silver Civic. I snapped awake, sucking in air. No, it can't be real. He may have lied to me, but he can't be a killer. I rolled to my side, pulling my legs up to my chest, and cried that kind of sob that shakes your body. My mind fought the vision, not wanting to believe that it was real. The girl's screams echoed in my head. She'd been dying in a horrible way. I had to stop it from happening, but didn't know where the barn was, or who had been screaming, or when it would happen. I felt so helpless. The crying died down. I laid there with my thoughts racing, but my spirit exhausted. I have to stop this. I'm the only one who knows, just me and the killer. He is going to kill someone's daughter, someone's friend. That was the thought that won out and filled me with strength. Whoever was behind those screams was going to need someone to save her, and I was the only hope she had. Crying was not going to fix anything. I rolled over and glanced at the clock, 5:30 p.m. It was close enough to sundown to start my night. I jumped from my bed, looking down at my blood-soaked pillow. It never would wash out. I made the mental note to buy extra pillows in case of tearful nights and hid that one under my bed. I pulled a bag from the fridge, my phone, and headed for the kitchen with a plan. Once the blood was in the crock pot, the phone came out with me to the bathroom. I dialed the nursing supervisor's number and got the voicemail. "It's Kate Murphy. I'm calling off. I don't know if I'll be there for my shift tomorrow, but I'll let you know by the end of tonight if I'm not going to make it. I came back too soon. Please talk to Dr. Kitchener for verification of my condition." Then I started sending a series of texts. To Reese, "Called off. Need an extra day to get my head right. Be back tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm fine." To Alex, "Not coming in tonight. If the charge nurse calls, cover for me. Sample tomorrow night? Sorry, need a night alone." To Monica, "Please talk to me. I need you." To Olivia and Ellie, "Love you guys so much. Heading to work. Can't wait till you're back." I showered, dressed, ladled blood into a thermos, and checked for responses from my texts. From Reese, "You're worrying me. Whatever you're going through, tell me." From Alex, "Take your time. I'll cover for you. FYI, Monica called off too." Nothing from Monica, and I wasn't surprised. I responded to Reese. To Reese, "It's nothing. Just getting ready for the girls to come home. Catch up tomorrow night. Stay at work. We can't both call off." I sipped my breakfast and waited for the response that I needed. From Reese, "Okay." I bought myself some time, and I was going to need it for the next part of my plan. I was searching Reese's house. Chapter 59. Once the sun was down and I knew Reese was at work, I jumped into my van. I had a small backpack in the passenger's seat containing a thermos full of the leftover slow-cooked warm blood, a notebook, pen, and digital camera. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I knew I had to get to the bottom of everything tonight before I went insane with suspicion and fear. I was halfway to the little cottage when my phone rang. I quickly glanced at the screen and saw Dr. Kitchener flash across it. "Kate?" The Bluetooth had connected to the van speakers, and his voice filled the interior. I stayed silent, so he repeated the question. "Kate." "Hello, Dr. Kitchener." "Oh, thank God. Are you okay?" I was taken aback by the question and the caring in his voice. "Yeah, I'm fine. Why?" "Did I do something to upset you?" Now I was really unsure why he had called. "What do you mean?" "You called off. Is it because of me? I crossed professional boundaries with you. I'm your doctor, and I should not have allowed my feelings to become anything else. Poor Alex. Now he was a part of my mess. Once I figured out what was killing the girls, I needed to do some kind of damage control with anyone who had been in my path. Alex, I said, I promise my call-off has nothing to do with you. I just came back too fast, that's all. Silence. I heard him breathing, so I waited. Are you sure? Listen, I'm not coming in because my life is a steaming pile of shit. I'm dealing with problems much bigger than our little makeout session at work. When I figure everything out, I'll be back. Just worry about finding a cure. Even to me, it sounded supremely bitchy, but I didn't have time or energy to stroke any egos. You're right, he answered. Good evening, Kate. And then he hung up. Shit, I said to an empty car. I was trying to protect people, but just alienating them one by one. I should have been nicer to him, especially because he was the only one that could help me get back to my old life. Honestly, at that point, I didn't care. I needed to worry about bigger things. I could fix the small stuff after. I flipped off the headlights and then turned into Reese's long driveway. I was worried someone would see me, even though I knew his closest neighbor was too far away. For a second, I worried about cameras, but I'd seen his whole house. There was no monitors displaying a video feed. Despite knowing I was not going to be seen, I felt this overwhelming guilt for sneaking onto Reese's property. He'd saved my life and kept me here on Earth to raise my kids. He'd been nothing but generous and welcoming, and I was thanking him by wondering if he was a killer and then breaking into his house. I looked at the cottage, the flowers, the rocking chair, the hooting owl. They all gave me a feeling of peace and refuge. It was my sanctuary, and I didn't want to believe that it was anything else. I was going to search his home and find nothing. Then I'd feel guilty and apologize, and then we could just focus on finding the real killer. I lifted the mailbox lid, not expecting to find anything, but pulled out a handful of envelopes. He hadn't taken it in for a few days, and the first envelope revealed what I needed, his full name, Reese Selkirk. Under the rock, I found the house key, just like he said it would be. When all this was over, I needed to talk to him about how stupid it was to hide a key in an obviously plastic rock. Even living in the middle of nowhere, he should have been a little bit smarter than that. It slid into place with a click, and as soon as I was in, I quietly shut the door behind me. I felt ridiculous trying to be sneaky when I knew no one was home. The living room and kitchen looked exactly the way I'd left it. I mean, what was I expecting? A notebook on the table that says girls I want to kill? Shaking my head, I cleared away the thought. I hadn't expected something that simple, but looking for a journal wasn't a bad idea. I made my way down the hallway and into his upstairs bedroom. Every drawer was filled with the clothes you'd imagined a young man wearing. He had been to more than enough concerts to have more than enough concert tees, and he had plenty of jeans. I felt through the items, careful to not mess anything up, searching for a hidden diary, but no luck. He'd probably keep anything like that in his real bedroom, I thought. I stepped into his closet and opened the wall panel to expose the stairs. Pausing at the top, I listened for any sound and heard nothing. Walking down the stairs felt surreal. It was the first time I'd been in Reese's home without him. Even though he told me I was welcome any time, it just felt wrong. The jungle room was my favorite part of the house. I thought of him sitting in the recliner, listening to records for hours. Really, there was no area in this house that felt bad. In each room, I felt his presence, his love of music, and his adoration of me. As I walked across the space, I prayed to Tamila's vampire spirit, please don't let me find anything here that would change what I know about Reese. His bedroom door was open, so it felt a little less wrong to go in. His bed was unmade, and a paperback sat open and upside down on his nightstand. I peeked at the title. He was reading Carrie. I noted that he really did like to read a lot of horror and couldn't stop the thought that a lot of killing happened in King's books. Opening the tiny drawer to the nightstand revealed nothing interesting. A chapstick, some foam earplugs, a small pack of tissues, a phone charger, breath mints, and condoms. I had a hard time picturing Reese with a one-night stand in his bed. He didn't seem like the type. I was willing to bet that he always went to their house. Maybe the nightstand was just where he kept them. I mean, can a vampire get a human pregnant or catch an STD? Probably not, but he can't tell the girl he didn't need a condom. It would lead to a lot of questions and the risk of not getting laid. There weren't many clothes down here. Most of them were upstairs. This dresser only held pajamas and socks, and none of them had a diary or anything else useful. The bottom 2 drawers were full of well-worn paperbacks. I didn't have time to read all the titles, but amidst the thrillers were a couple covers that intrigued me. One presented a large, muscular, shirtless man holding a small-waisted blonde girl. Both of them had impossibly long, thick hair that was blowing in the wind. He wore a kilt. She wore a white nightgown with one side halfway down her arm, threatening to expose her breast. Black scrolling letters read, "Lillian's Desire." Reese reads smutty romance novels. Focus on your goal, Kate, I thought to myself. I shut the drawers and dropped to my knees. Looking under the bed only revealed that he had not vacuumed under there in a while. This room was not teaching me anything useful about the case or about my question of whether or not I could trust my maker. While I was there, I went into my room. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I looked anyways. Soren's shirt still lay on my bed. I wanted to see if it still smelled like him, but brushed the thought away. My drawers only had the clothes I put in there. My bed, underneath, absolutely nothing. I was starting to feel ridiculous. I double-checked both rooms to make sure nothing looked moved or different from when I arrived. I crossed the room and ran back up the stairs. Once I was through his room, I knew where to go next. The office was messier than before. Everything we had hung on the wall was still there. All that was left of those poor girls was just a macabre wallpaper. New drinking glasses sat by the computer, so I knew he had been in there since I'd left. I sat down to the desk, turning on the computer, and hoped that it was not password protected. It wasn't. He kept a key under the mat and didn't have a password on his computer. If he was a serial killer, he wasn't a very smart one. I clicked the icon for the internet, and the Google page greeted me. In the search bar, I typed 2 words, Reese Selkirk. None of the results were the man I was looking for. I tried adding the word Pittsburgh and hit the search button. The results were just useless. Turns out there are not many Reese Selkirks in the U.S. I replaced the location with Scotland and clicked again. Nothing. It's probably not even his real name, I thought, so I moved on to the next task. In the top right corner was the Favorites tab. I clicked it and then the word History. Last, I chose Yesterday and was given the list of every site he had been to in the most recent 24 hours. I started to read each line. He had gone to his email, paid the electric bill and cable bill. He'd gone to Amazon and purchased a small smart TV. He checked the weather, stocks, and news. So far, I couldn't see any evidence that Reese was not exactly who he told me he was. I moved the cursor to last week and got a list of every site he'd visited in the last 7 days. The words murder, dismemberment, and corpse jumped off the list. Don't assume the worst, I thought. I started working my way down the list and clicked on each link. A news story about each victim, instructions on hiding a body, weather on the dates of the murders, the dates of the full moons for the entire year, judging the time of death based on decomp, sunset times for the next and previous months, the average response times for the local police departments, and an aerial shot of our hospital completed the variety of websites that he had visited. I glanced up at the pages covering the walls. I was shaking, but tried to ignore it. It was very possible that he was just trying to solve the murders. He was doing what we promised Soren we would do. I pulled out the phone and took a picture of the history. Looking back at the aerial shot of the hospital, I was suddenly aware of how many exits and entrances were there. The patch of trees to the left of it wasn't large, but it was thicker than I'd ever noticed. I moved my gaze to the other side and found the graveyard. I put my finger on the screen, between the building and the tombstones over a single tree, and knew that was the spot where I had been attacked. From this view, I could see how dumb it was to sit there alone. It was a great spot to kill someone, and I had chosen it for my lunch, which was so stupid. I was filled with the wish that I could just go back in time. I dropped my finger from the monitor and used it to click the X closing the screen. I was running the white arrow over the desktop to hit the shutdown button when it slid over my name. A folder icon, nestled between the one that said bills and the one that said music, was one that said Kate. I blinked to refocus my eyes. The word didn't change. I contemplated shutting the computer down and not looking, but instead I clicked on the icon. There wasn't much in there. The first few things I clicked on were news articles about me. One was about an award that I'd won at work for going above and beyond. One was about a community theater play I had done several years ago. One was from the local paper, a notice of me buying my house. The last was an interview I had done when the news had featured the hand-washing education that I had given to the local schools every year around flu season. The next thing I clicked on was a link to my Facebook page. He also had links to my Instagram and Twitter. The rest of the folder contained pictures taken from my social media. There were pictures of the girls, me and the girls, me alone. So many of me alone. He had my graduation from nursing school. He had my wedding photo, me on a cruise ship, me in the ocean, me at work in scrubs, and a candid shot of me laughing. I didn't recognize the last one, but that was furthest from my mind. The shock was setting in. I wasn't registering what I was looking at. Suddenly I felt cold. I stared at the screen and kept clicking through the photos. It was my whole life jammed together in a folder on a computer of a man that I hardly knew until a week ago. What could he need all of this for? And he told me he didn't use social media. Had that been a lie too? I clicked the button to shut down the desktop. I couldn't keep looking at that file. It wasn't helping anything or anyone if I freaked out. "Finish what you came here for and get out," I said aloud. I stood up and pushed the chair back in, hoping it was exactly the way he had left it. Choosing to use the camera on my phone, I took pictures of the pictures on the wall and on the screen. I still needed to solve this and get him or it taken care of. I couldn't work side by side with Reese until I figured all of it out. I didn't have much of a plan, but I did know my next step. I was going to take everything that I found to Soren. Chapter 60. For those of you reading this story and thinking I just wanted an excuse to go see Soren, you're wrong. He's actually the last person I wanted to see, but I didn't know who else to go to. Ultimately, I was going to have to bring him a killer, and I had promised to spend a night with him, so I wasn't getting rid of Soren anytime soon. I might as well use him for what I could. On the drive over, I thought of how I was going to tell him everything without divulging what Will had told me. The whole time I contemplated how much Soren already knew. He'd admitted that he was good at keeping secrets and that he knew everything that happened in his city. He told Reese to stop or he would be stopped. So, if Reese was involved, would Soren already know? But then why send us out to look for what was killing the girls? He had said that the murders put all vampires at risk. If he knew something, why didn't he stop it? My thoughts ended when I pulled the van up to the house. Like the first night, people were everywhere. A good number filled the solarium, walking around the yard, and 2 sat on the front steps. But unlike before, a large bonfire sat in the center of the yard. The 2 on the steps looked at me curiously. I regretted my choice of black leggings, an ivory sweater, and boots. All I needed was the Starbucks latte to complete the basic autumn mom look, and the minivan really sold it. I just needed to walk through the crowd of sexy, beautiful vampires to go see the hottest one of all so that my humiliation could be complete. "Priorities, Kate," I said aloud. Before I stepped out, I made a vow to myself. If I survived this, I would get myself new clothes and a new car. Both vampires gave me a head nod as I walked between them. I felt their stares at my back when I walked into the house, but didn't turn around. I was getting very good at not caring. Mercifully, the entryway was empty. A silver tray on the small table to the right offered several glasses of blood. Figuring I would need the energy for what was about to come, I picked one up and tossed it back like a shot. I would not give in to him. Before I could leave the room, a voice called out my name. My eyes followed the sound and saw Will at the top of the staircase. He was smiling and walking down to me. "What are you doing here?" He reached the bottom and gave me a hug. His cologne was familiar. I couldn't really remember my father well, but I did know his smell, and it was the same one that Will wore. "I need to see Soren," I answered. "Oh, really?" He winked and bobbed his eyebrows up and down. "Not like that," I said. "I just need to tell him some things and then ask him some questions." He grabbed my right bicep and led me back to the kitchen. "You can't tell him what I told you." Fear rippled across his features. I patted the hand on my arm. "I won't, I promise." "He knew I came to see you," he said, taking his hand off my arm. "Thank you for telling him what you did. He actually praised me for taking you blood. I thought my heart was going to jump out of my throat. I can't believe he didn't sense how scared I was." "Don't worry," I smiled. "I won't tell. You put yourself at risk to share that with me." It was time to change the subject. "Where is he?" "In the solarium last time I saw him. I gotta work, but maybe I can see you before you go?" "Maybe," I answered. "It depends on how quickly I want to get out of here after talking to him, but you can always text me." "Ha!" He shook his head. "Sometimes I forget what year it is and I think I have to write a letter." "Well," I said, "someday you're gonna have to tell me your story." "You got a date. Now, go find Prince Charming so you can go." That one got a laugh from me. Soren was a lot of things, but Prince Charming wasn't one of them. I retraced the path that Tamila had taken me on the first night and found the solarium. Dozens of vampires stood around the windowed room. Music played softly underneath the drone of multiple conversations. Scanning the crowd, I registered that everyone was dressed like they were attending a gala or headed to a dance club. He was in the back of the room talking to 3 women. Each one wore a black dress that appeared to be painted on. They were all looking at him like they were starving and he was a piece of cake. I was willing to bet he was pretty used to that. I ran my fingers through my hair in an attempt to make it fuller, but knew it was absurd even as I was doing it. They all began to laugh. The sound was rich, flowing through the room like a piece of music. One of the women put her hand on his shoulder and slid it down his arm. Something like jealousy filled my chest and ate at my throat. I heard my brain scream, "He's mine." He looked up and locked eyes with me. He heard me, I thought, and at the same time I knew that was impossible. He just happened to look up at the same time. He didn't hear you. But the look on his face said differently, and that smile was too mischievous. When he broke from the crowd and headed my way, the women looked confused. They scanned the room to see what had pulled him away. 6 eyes landed on me, and the confusion increased. Soren didn't say a word or look around. The crowd just seemed to part as he walked across the room. I reminded myself to breathe, but was having trouble remembering how. The way he moved was hypnotizing. His black slacks showed off his hips as they swayed with his stride. The black shirt was open, exposing the muscles that worked underneath. His skin was so white against that dark fabric. His eyes didn't leave mine the entire time he stalked through the bodies of his guests. I wondered if those gray eyes would ever stop affecting me, if any of him would ever stop affecting me. "Catherine," the word rolled down my body, and the tiny hairs that covered my skin rose in response. Can all vampires use their voice like that? I thought. He reached out, lightly raising my hand and laying his lips on it. 2 nights in a row. What did I do to earn this? I pulled my hand away from his mouth and out of his grasp. "Can we go somewhere alone?" "Always," he responded. That one word held so much promise. "Follow me." He walked towards the way I'd come from and up the massive staircase. I followed him, trying to not watch his backside as he took each step. I worried we were going to the office and prepared myself. "Keep the door open, don't sit on the couch, and control yourself." We reached the office door and kept walking. Down that long hallway that I had never bothered to look down was a row of doors. Each one was closed as we passed, and in front of us, ending the hallway, was a large white door. It didn't appear to be anything special, and I was grateful to not be going into the office. He turned to me. "This is the only room that no one will bother me in. We should be uninterrupted and free to speak openly." He swung open the door and gestured for me to walk in first, which I did. The room was the size of a ballroom. The wallpaper that covered the walls was an Asian design, swirls of black and gold with pink cherry blossoms accenting the darker colors. The room was windowless as a soft lamp in the far corner was the only light. Facing us and filling most of the opposite wall was the largest bed I'd ever seen. It was the size of 2 kings side by side, so the black satin comforter must have been specially made. Sheets and pillows in the same gold and pink from the wallpaper lined the top. Suddenly, the office didn't seem so dangerous. I looked away from the bed and scanned the room. To the right of the door was a couch. Despite our history with couches, that seemed the safest choice. I was not going anywhere near that bed. Sitting down, I dropped my elbows to my thighs and ran my hands through my hair. It was my nervous gesture. I stopped and looked at him. He sat on the end of the bed, leaned back with his hands holding his weight like an offering. "You have already agreed to a night in my bed. Why not come feel how comfortable it is? I promise to behave." Any other time, I might have been tempted. He looked too good to say no to. Everyone has their limits, a time when that resolve disappears, and he pushed me to my limit just by smiling. But that night I was too upset. He looked at me in a way that lost all of the teasing, and he became serious. With that look, I could see why people feared him. "Why are you scared?" "I don't know where to start," I said. "Start at the beginning." I took a deep breath. I'm worried that Reese is the one who attacked me." Chapter 61. If he was surprised, he didn't show it in his face. He sat and listened. I continued, knowing that if I paused, I would lose my nerve. "First, I don't have any real proof, and I might be wrong. It's just all thoughts and feelings. I could just be going crazy." "But," he prompted. I gazed at the floor for the next part. I don't know how he could have been there in time to save me and not seen what attacked me. His story doesn't make sense. And there's this file on his computer, and it's full of these pictures and articles about me. I used to talk to him at work. Just quick conversations, but we weren't like best friends. Why would he risk everything to save me? Why would he turn me when he's gone hundreds of years without doing it? Companionship? Maybe, but it just doesn't feel right. He's too nice. He's too giving. Those who become makers do it for different reasons. Have you asked him his reason? I took my eyes off the stone floor and met his. He says it's because I was kind to him, and he didn't want my daughters to lose their mother. He gave me the choice to turn or die for real. So he did not force you. No, I thought about it, but he must have known I would choose to stay with my children. What mother wouldn't? That brought a flash of emotion across Soren's face. It was gone as suddenly as it has come, too quick for me to really know what he felt. I do not know Reese well enough to tell you what his motive may be. Then what were you fighting about? I wanted to ask, but I had to be careful with my thoughts. I didn't want him to sense that I was holding back information. I continued so he would focus on my words and not my feelings. His search history shows what he's been searching, and let me show you. It occurred to me my phone was tucked to the left side of my bra, and I probably should have gotten it out before coming in, but it was a little late for that, so I retrieved it and tried to not look embarrassed. Soren's eyebrow raised in response. Wisely, he didn't say anything. I pulled up the photo of Reese's search history and handed it over. He read it with that same blank expression that's still in place on his face. I couldn't read him, but before I could stop him, he swiped his finger over my screen. Are these your daughters? He had no right to look at those. I bit my lip to stop my anger from coming out verbally. Yes. They are beautiful. He handed me the phone back and I dropped it face down into my lap. I shouldn't have looked. I apologize. I thought there was more to read. The anger washed away. It's fine. The list? He paused. Could have been him investigating the murders. However, that folder that holds your name is interesting. I laughed sarcastically. That's one way to put it. He leaned forward, resting a forearm on each thigh. I need to think about this. We cannot accuse him without stronger evidence. He may flee or harm you in retaliation. I swallowed down the fear in my throat. I wanted to ask Soren about the conversation that Will had overheard, but I couldn't. There was just no way to explain how I could have known that without betraying Will. I didn't know if I should tell him the story that Reese had told me. The killings overseas, Colin. If I was wrong, that knowledge alone may get him executed. Soren stood. Don't stay with him. I can stay at my house for now and buy a few more days. Give me 2. We sat there staring at each other, his face blank, my body vibrating with fear and uncertainty. What if I was wrong? But what if I was right? We cannot change the plan. It will raise too many suspicions. Whomever is killing, he knows you survived by now. He'll be very aware of where you are. We have to proceed like you have no idea who it may be. So the plan was no plan. And that was from the most powerful vampire in Pittsburgh. I stayed silent. When I asked you to, he stopped, and I saw him thinking about what to say. I would not knowingly put you in harm's way. No matter who or what was killing the girls, it had tried to kill me, and he had happily offered me up as bait. I vowed to not be so into his body that I lost sight of the man inside. The best way to respond to Soren was the truth. I want to believe that. He stood, walking to me, and I prepared for what may be coming. He reached out to me, and I laid my hand in his. He lifted my arm lightly, and I rose. Wrapping his free arm around my waist, he pulled me into him. There was no force to him this time as we began to sway. He was dancing with me. There was no music, but he moved like there was, and I followed. I met those gray diamond eyes. When this is done, I will not stop until it is. When this is done, I hope we can start again. For the second time in a matter of minutes, I was speechless. And what would you have done differently? I asked. He thought about it for a minute as we rocked to silent music. Nothing. I would not give up seeing you on that bench alone, in clothes that did not fit you, and a sense of wonder in your eyes. I would not give up the power and heat we created in my office. I would not give up the taste of your blood on my lips, and I would not give up a slow dance in a quiet room. I was falling into his words, losing myself to the idea of him and me, of us. Perhaps, he continued, I do not want to start again. What I want is to show you more, teach you more. He leaned in, stopping his lips above mine. Taste you more. My defense slammed into place. I stepped out of his embrace and dropped his hand. Pretty words. But how long until you get bored with me? Once this is over and you don't need me anymore, when all the excitement wears off, you'll move on. He was still, that kind of stillness that I'd only seen him do. He seemed afraid to move, like he may scare me off. I was so afraid to move. I was afraid I would step into him instead of away from him. You think so little of yourself. I hadn't expected that. I thought he would laugh or say something suave or tell me I was right. I hadn't expected him to match my fury with truth. Why? He asked. Why what? Why do you believe you cannot be desired? Who has made you believe that you have such little value? I would not get into this with him. I had enough problems without being psychoanalyzed by the undead king of sex. How dare he ask such a personal question? Sex didn't mean he could reach into the deepest part of me. He hadn't earned that. I shoved all my anger down, afraid to start a conversation that I didn't want to have, or say something I couldn't take back. I need to go. Let me know what you find out. I turned and moved for the door as quickly as I could, without using any power. I didn't want to start explaining what I could do and couldn't do yet, nor did I want to look like I was running away. He couldn't know that he had hit a nerve so raw that I protected it from everyone. I expected him to call out to me or run to stop me, but he didn't. He let me leave. It might have been because I was right and he was already getting bored with me. I mean, how many times could you sleep with a guy and also reject him before he's had enough? How much baggage would he see before he realized I wasn't worth it? Maybe he, like me, wanted to find the woman-slaughtering monster so this could all be over. Maybe it was because he was sick of blue balls. All I knew is that he let me walk out of his bedroom and shut the door behind me. I didn't turn around, and he didn't go after me. I thought about going back. I pictured myself flinging the door open and running into his arms. I felt his lips on mine, his arms around me. I could have had one last time with him before I got myself murdered or he moved on to one of the very willing supermodels downstairs. But I didn't run back to him, and he didn't run after me. Chapter 62. The noise on the first floor was like a punch to the senses after the quiet of Soren's bedroom. I reached the bottom of the stairs, making a beeline for the front door before anyone could stop me. I didn't want to see Will or Tamila or anyone else. The night air felt fantastic against my skin. I took a deep breath and tried to not let everything overwhelm me. A small white piece of paper sat under my wiper, so bright against the dark glass. My name in block letters covered the front. Dread filled my guts. No one knew I was there. I unfolded the note and read, Kay, whatever you're going through, I'm here for you. Will. Relief washed over me. At least I got one friend out of this. If it turned out Reese was innocent, then I had two. If Monica ever spoke to me again, then I had three. I figured it would be okay, even if I just had one. At that moment, though, I just wanted to be home and alone. I wanted to lock my doors and flip off all the lights. An hour later, I was in my bed with enough time for a movie. The tiny TV on my dresser came to life when I hit power on the remote. My Netflix account had plenty of choices that I had saved to my list for when I had the time. I started to scroll through the options and landed on one that Olivia must have added. The Vampire Diaries. No, thank you, I yelled out into the night. I landed on Limitless and hit start. The honest truth was I didn't care what I watched. I just wanted to feel normal. The movie narrator spoke a single sentence. I won't let them touch me. The words hit something inside of me. It was like a part of me that was cowering, curled up in the background, too scared to function. It had been like that since I woke up on the carpet of Reese's hallway. It had run and locked itself away. It was trying to stay safe, but had forgotten why it should ever come out. It was the part of me that kept telling me not to do things, not to put myself in danger of being attacked or hurt in any way. Those words slipped into the dark place that my little self was hiding, and it sat up. I won't let them touch me. I hit pause on the remote and all the action stopped. I thought about those words, and that little scared part stood up and listened. Someone was going to come after me, but I was stronger than they realized. They didn't know I wasn't human anymore. I have powers that only Reese knows. If it's him, it doesn't matter because they're still my powers. My scared part stopped being scared. She was out of her hiding spot and fixing her posture. I might get hurt. I might even die, but I won't go down without fighting. The rush of self-confidence was great. I wrote it and continued my inspiring self-talk. I was smart and tough before all of this, and I had only gotten better. I can figure this out and bring that son of a bitch to Soren for punishment. He tried to take me from my girls. He snuck up on me like a coward. But I am not a helpless thing anymore, and this time I knew he was coming. I was fast, and I am strong. I'm a fucking vampire. I reached for my cell phone and punched in the number for the charge nurse phone. Again, it went to voicemail. This is Kate. I'll be in tomorrow night. I'm ready. I texted Reese that I was feeling better and would be there tomorrow night. I pulled up Monica's number and hovered my finger over the talk button. With a deep breath, I hit it and put the phone to my ear. It also went to voicemail. It's Kate. I'll be in tomorrow night. We need to talk. When I hung up, I saw that Reese had responded. Good to hear, he texted. I'm off tomorrow. Can say hi while you're there. To Reese. Suspicious if you visit me at work. We'll catch up soon. I'm off the next night. I hoped Soren had an answer by then, so I knew if I was going to see Reese at his home and pick up where we left off, or if I was taking him to Soren for execution. He answered my text with an emoji, blowing a kiss. I answered with a smiley face and moved to Alex. To Alex, I texted, see you tomorrow night at the hospital. I can come give you a sample during break. I waited a few minutes and didn't get anything back. It occurred to me he might be off and sleeping. He was human after all. It seemed silly to lay there and watch a movie, so I shut off the TV. Laying in the darkness, I stared at the ceiling above me. I just wanted this over so I could bring the girls home. I wanted to hear them laughing and hear about their days and who said what at lunch. I missed all the mom stuff. I wondered if they would eventually notice the differences in me, if they'd get sick of me being restricted to the dark and wanted to live with their dad. I pushed that thought away and forced myself to think of other things. I wanted to fall asleep with good thoughts in my head, and so I closed my eyes. It wasn't my fault that my brain chose a certain tall, dark, foreign vampire to focus on. Now that I knew what his bedroom looked like, I couldn't help but put myself in that giant bed. I could see him lying against pillows with only his upper body visible. He was bare against the sheets. Against pink sheets, any other man would look feminine, but Soren looked more masculine than ever. He was reading a book and looked real enough to touch in my mind's eye as I watched him turn the page. In my bed, I could feel sensations. I could feel those silk sheets on my skin, the press of his body on top of mine, the heat of his power rolling over and into me. The scent of him filled my nostrils. Again, I focused on the image of him in his bed. It was like I was standing in the spot where we danced and watching him. Seeing him do something so mundane made him look even more beautiful to me. Things in my actual body clenched and ached for a man who was miles away. His muscles went rigid and his eyes stopped following the words in the book. He cocked his head to one side, listening to something I couldn't hear. Then he looked up at the place where I was standing and smiled. I sat up in my bed in the dark and alone. The vision was so vivid I was confused. All of my visions had been of things in the future, things that were important. This had just been a man reading. Why did I see him? Was he in danger? My phone rang and I grabbed it without thinking. Hello? Soren's voice came over the speaker. Will you just in my room? Cold washed over me. Goosebumps rose on my skin. What? You came to me. I could sense you, smell you. You were just here, weren't you? That's impossible, I whispered. I was having trouble getting enough air to breathe, forgetting to speak. It was my imagination. Were you thinking of me? I didn't answer. Were you thinking of me and imagining my room? Am I correct? How could you know? He let out a sigh. You continue to surprise me, Catherine. Far-seeing is a very old and rare power. I didn't think anyone under the age of 500 had it. Why didn't you or Reese report this to me? Slow down, I said. My air was back. What is far-seeing, and what am I supposed to tell you? Far-seeing is the ability to send part of yourself, your mind, to somewhere else, essentially spying on anyone you focus on. And to answer your question, your maker is to tell me of any powers you manifest. Well, this is the first time I did it, so you knew before I did. I was getting nervous and trying very hard to not freak out. It's normal to get your first power within a few weeks, but this is a rare power. As you keep saying. Even I knew it sounded sarcastic and told myself to tone it down. I assume, he continued, with how young you are, this is your only power? I didn't respond. He can tell when you lie, and I didn't know what to say. Catherine, I strongly suggest you tell me. I have a right to know what my people can do and may need to be the one to train you if Reese... He let it die away, but I knew what he was going to say. Will you be angry? I asked. He sighed, and I knew I was pushing it. If you tell me now, there will be no repercussions for holding it back from me. You and your sire have been dealing with a great deal. However, if you lie now, there will be consequences. So, do you have another power? What if it's more than one? I asked. It was his turn to be silent, so I waited. How many? I decided the best course of action was to just say it as fast as I could, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Well, I'm really fast. I levitated off the ground. I know things I shouldn't. Reese says I'm psychic. I see visions of the future, I think, and I can leave my body or whatever it was that you just said. The other end was so quiet that I was worried he hung up or had gotten cut off. Soren? I'm here, he answered. Well, say something then. I'm not certain of what to say. I have never heard of any vampire having so many abilities so quickly. The speed is something we all can do, but the rest... He stopped and I waited. Catherine, you mustn't tell anyone else about this. If they ask, tell them that you have not manifested a power yet. Until I know what this means, anyone else finding out could put you at risk. My heart fell into my stomach, and that coldness was back. I was already at risk before this. You will need someone to teach you to control these. With your youth, you may do something without knowing and be seen by others. Whatever the outcome, Reese will not be able to help you with this. He is not powerful enough. You're scaring me, I said. Frankly, he responded, I'm scared for you. I don't know why you have so much inside you. I've felt your power, not the abilities you have, but the power inside you. It's wild, like something old and strong. It calls to my own power. I have never believed in fate. Mysticism has always struck me as foolish, but Catherine, you make me question all of it. My head was spinning too fast to think or speak. Please consider coming to me for more than a day. I can offer you a room and will teach you what I know. I wanted to yell, no way, but knew that he was my best hope. I'd already agreed to a day. Why not a few more? When this is over, and I know that no more women will die, I'll come to you. I wasn't an empath, but I could feel his relief over the phone. His tension was making me tense. Thank you, Catherine. Now rest. Will you call me tonight when you arise? All right. And Catherine? Yes. You will tell me of any new abilities? It was not a question, but a demand. I was lucky he wasn't pissed about the ones I'd kept from him, so I just answered, yes. The line went dead when he hung up. I hoped he wasn't mad, but stopped caring when the wave of nausea hit my body and told me that the sun was up. I plugged my phone in and laid it on the nightstand. I felt relief knowing that Soren knew about my powers and could teach me. That was the comforting thought that was clicked off when I lost consciousness. Chapter 63. Coming out of my sleep was getting less jarring every time I did it. I rolled over and checked the clock. I had enough time for a hot shower and some blood before work. 2 hours later, I walked onto the unit. My belly was full, a thermos waited for me in my car, and my attitude was positive. While applying my makeup, which I was getting better at, I had decided it was a new day and I was going to turn my life around. The little part of me that had woken up the night before was no longer scared. She was standing tall and ready to fight. For the first time ever, I found myself without any feelings of regret, shame, or fear. The whiteboard told me that I had the same rooms as before. The other names on the board were Tiffany, Lisa, and Renee. I didn't know which Tiffany it was, but was relieved to not have to face the same group from before. I noticed Monica was nowhere on the board, and my heart sank. A nurse named Tara was the charge nurse. I didn't know her, so she may have been from a different unit. After receiving a report on all my patients and seeing it was Irish Tiffany that evening, I started to prepare my computer on wheels for the night. A voice behind me made me turn. I assumed it was Tara, since I didn't know the woman standing in front of me. "Are you Kate?" "I am," I answered, matching her matter-of-fact tone. "I'm Tara. I got to come down here from 3 because Monica didn't show tonight. I heard you guys were best friends. Any idea where she is?" "She's sick," I lied. It was better than telling her more of the truth. I mean, what would I even say? Oh, she hates me because she's in love with Dr. Kitchener and she saw me hugging him, but I wasn't even doing anything. It was actually in the conference room earlier that I jumped on him. Well, this is the second night in a row that she didn't show up, so tell her that one more no-call, no-show is a write-up. And with that, she turned, disappeared into the office, and slammed the door. Guess she doesn't like coming here, I thought. I picked up my phone and texted Monica. "I know you're mad. Can we please talk?" I needed to fix this with her. Maybe I could just go to her house and I could tell her about Soren and how I don't have feelings for Alex. Oh shit, Soren, I forgot to call. I stepped into the break room and hit his name on the recent call list. He answered on the second line. "Did you just wake up?" "No," I laughed. "I'm at work. I forgot to call you. Sorry." "As long as you're safe. Have you seen Reese?" "He's off tonight." "Then who's looking out for you to the hospital?" I shook my head. "I can take care of myself, Soren. Don't worry. Just worry about finding out if Reese is a good guy or a bad guy." "What a way with words you have," he laughed. His laughter rolled down my spine, making me want to slide to the floor. "It's not the turn of the century. Women aren't dainty flowers anymore." Soren laughed again. "I don't know what history books you're reading, but I've always known women who are soft and those who are quite capable. Even in the 1500s, some women were able to bear children, work the land, and fight off attackers." 1500s, I thought. He wasn't kidding when he said he was old. "How old are you?" I asked. "That, Catherine, is a discussion for a different time. Go care for your patients. I will call you before dawn to let you know what I've uncovered." The line went silent. He had hung up on me again. I'd have to teach him phone etiquette. I slipped out of the break room and started to make a list in my head of all the tasks that would need to be completed before I left. A med pass, head-to-toe assessment, interpret cardiac strips, count narcs, refill saline drawers, refill gloves, see Alex. Oh, Alex! I pulled out my phone and sent another text, this time to Alex. "I'm here. Let me know when you're free and I'll come down." I checked my messages and saw no responses from anyone. This was not Monica and I's first fight, so I can tell you that she can give a silent treatment like no one else. Unfortunately, this was the first one where everything was 100% my fault, so I hated it. I dropped the phone into my pocket and started my shift. Chapter 64. None of my patients were very complicated. I had 2 with chest pain that were overnight observation, 1 who had gotten a pacemaker that day and would go home in the morning, one with newly diagnosed atrial fibrillation and one with an exacerbation of congestive heart failure. The last one was being given diuretics twice a day and rang the call bell for help to the bathroom about every half hour. We were taking turns walking her to the restroom to pee. Tiffany helped me count the narcotics, and there were no issues. At one point, Tara came out and slammed a piece of paper onto the nurse's station, then walked away without a word. They were the assignments for the next shift. I picked up the paper, went to the whiteboard, erased the old list, and wrote the morning assignments for the new shift. It was very quiet, but nurses will tell you to never, ever say that out loud. It would jinx you. Around 2:30 a.m., I checked my phone and still had no messages. I figured it was a good time for a break. I reported off to everyone and walked downstairs to Alex's office. Even before I reached the door, I saw it was shut. Knocking on it, I turned the knob with the other hand and pushed. The room was cluttered as it had been before, but no doctor sat inside. He wasn't there. He wasn't working, or I had missed him. I hoped he wasn't sick or avoiding me. It'd be hard to find a cure if he didn't want me around. I shut the door and walked back the way I came. Crossing the glass corridor, I watched the moon follow me. Until the night I was attacked, the full moon had always felt like magic. I tried to not blame the moon for my problems, but didn't care for it much anymore. It felt so surreal to be at my usual hospital in my same scrubs, but having blood for dinner. How could I ever get used to it? The door at the end of the crosswalk opened to a silent parking garage. My van was one of only 3 cars, mine, a Camry, and a Jeep. Since I had decided I wanted to buy a new car, I started noticing all the other cars. It was like window shopping, I guess, but nothing there that night excited me. I hit the button on my key fob to open the side door of the van. It slid open, so I grabbed my thermos and was pleased to find that the contents were still warm. Kate! I jumped and just managed to gulp down the last of my blood instead of spitting it out. Looking around, I saw Will getting out of the Camry. He jogged over to me and gave me a hug. I was still coming to terms with him being there when he pulled away and grabbed each of my upper arms. Don't be mad. What are you doing here? This was becoming a real issue. Vampires could not just show up at the hospital every time I worked. It was going to raise some suspicion, and eventually I was going to have to change jobs. But I didn't know any hospital that would like their nurses getting personal visitors every night, whether vampire or not. Soren made me calm. What? I said. He let go of my arms and shrugged. He said you'd be mad, but he said someone should be here with you, and he made quotations for the next 2 words. In case. I snorted and shook my head. That man was unbelievable. The whole speech about strong women had been BS. In case of what? I asked. I'm not sure, Will said. He said that I would know if it happened. He wanted someone faster and stronger nearby. I think he thinks that I look the least like a bodyguard, and I mean, he's right. Honestly, I could use the night away. I was so angry that I couldn't see straight. Faster and stronger, huh? Who the hell did Soren think he was? Thank you for coming all this way, but I don't need anyone. Will pouted. Okay, listen. He touched each finger on his left hand as he counted. 1, Soren will be furious if I don't stay. 2, it's better to need me or to not need me and have me here than the alternative. 3, no one will even notice me. They never do. So what could I say? I mean, did I want Soren to be mad at Will because I was stubborn? I mean, I could let him hang out in the waiting room until I was done and deal with Soren tomorrow night when I was off and would have plenty of time to tell him what I thought of his plan. Thank God for Will. If I thought a vampire visitor would raise eyebrows, I mean, Tamila or Edwin or Nassim standing and watching me work was definitely not an option. Fine, I relented, and he smiled. He sighed in relief. I will show you to the 5th floor waiting room. There's a couple copies of women's magazines from a decade ago to look at, and then you leave when I leave. He put his right hand on his heart. Yes, my lady. I couldn't help but laugh. He was by far the least vampire-looking thing in this city. No one would even think twice about him in the waiting room. He just looked like so many patient spouses wandering the halls because they couldn't sleep. He pointed to my van. You might want to close your sliding door. The last thing you need is a dead battery when it's time to go, and then have to explain why you need to sleep in a closet during the day. Good point, I said. I turned to the van, screwed the top back on the thermos, laid it on the floor, and hit the button to close the sliding door. A sharp pain ripped down my spine. I saw a flash of white, and the world went black. Chapter 65. I opened my eyes to darkness. I reached out and slammed my hands into a solid surface. It was in front of my face, only inches from my nose, and to either side I felt another close wall. I'm in a coffin. But I wasn't in a coffin. I was gently rocking, and my knees were tucked up. My torso twisted to the side. Beneath me the air hummed, and my back vibrated. Car. Trunk. I'm in a goddamn trunk. I frantically tried to remember what had happened. My mind raced, and I couldn't focus on a single thought. Calm down. Slow down. Breathe. I took a shaking breath, then another one, until I could inhale and exhale without feeling any restriction. Reese is not at work. Alex is not at work. Soren sent Will. Parking garage. Blood. Pain. Someone had knocked me out. Get your phone, I thought. I worked my hand down the metal above me to my waist and felt in my pocket. It was empty. I rocked my hip against the bottom of the trunk to see if I could feel my phone in my other pocket. Nothing. Shit. My breathing was speeding up again, getting shallow, and I felt like I couldn't get air. I had to calm down or I was going to pass out. I needed to get help but didn't have a phone, didn't know where I was or where I was going, and didn't know who was driving. The only thing I was sure of was this. I was about to be killed. This time, for real, and I wasn't coming back. I heard a man groan behind my head. It was coming from the back seat on the other side of the trunk. The groan was obviously not one of pleasure but of pain. He has Will. Below me, the sound stopped being a hum and became a crunching sound. We were on gravel. I guessed we were driving slowly down a gravel road. Slow meant that we were stopping soon and I needed a plan. What were my options? I didn't have a weapon, but I was strong and fast. Unless it was another vamp or a fucking werewolf, and then none of that mattered. I could run. Fly? But can I fly? Even if I could, I didn't know how to start it without Stevie Nicks, so that was out. Being psychic or having visions wouldn't help. It would have been nice if I had seen this coming. What's the use of seeing the future if the universe doesn't warn you that you're about to be in the trunk of a psycho's car? Leaving my body. I went to Soren's bedroom last night. I couldn't talk to him, but it was better than nothing. I tried to quiet all the noise in my head, tried to focus all of my thoughts down to Soren. I tried to picture him in my mind. It was noisy and chaotic in my brain. I couldn't calm myself enough to concentrate on one thing. I tried screaming his name in my head. Soren, Soren, please hear me. Soren. Silence. I didn't know what I expected. For him to answer my thoughts? Talk to me in my head? I was out of ideas and out of options. From the sounds outside, I knew I was out of time, too. The crunching had stopped. The rocking had stopped. Wherever I was being taken, we were there. It's interesting what you think of when you know you're going to die. Before, I had been attacked without warning, but this time, I knew a killer was coming for me. I knew he would be very sure that I died. I thought of Olivia and Ellie. I thought of them being accepted to college or planning their weddings. I thought of them holding their newborn baby in a hospital bed and wishing that I was there to see it. I thought of Tom telling those grandbabies about their grandma, the one who had gone missing from the hospital one night, my framed picture on the mantels of my grown children's homes. I thought of Soren and I wished I hadn't fought him. I wished I'd enjoyed every touch, every sensation. I wished I'd relished his wanting me and stared into those eyes for longer. I wished I hadn't run away from our quiet, slow dance and I'd gotten my night with him. I thought of Alex and how I would never help him save his sister. He would never get to use my special blood to cure vampires because it would all be wasted. I heard a car door open and close. I heard the crunching of feet on gravel move closer to me. Another door opened just behind my head and someone grunted. Will was alive. There was rustling and the door slammed shut. Crunching again, moving from my head to my side, I was joined by another sound, a dragging. Will was being pulled over rocks. A click above me was followed by the metal swinging away from me and a shadow above me. It was irregular. A person with two heads? No, it was bigger than a man, too broad. It stepped back and out of my vision. I sat up slowly. Vampire eyes met more than just seeing in the dark. You also don't need extra time to focus when you go from one extreme to the other. I saw exactly what stood in front of me. Hello, Kate. Hello, Will. Chapter 66. It wasn't a broad, two-headed beast. It was Will, clutching Alex's upper arm to hold him up. The amount of blood that came from the gash on Alex's forehead told me that Will's grip was the only thing stopping Alex from sliding to the ground. The smell of it hit my nose. The blood was old and there was a lot of it. That injury had been hours ago. There must have been more blood hidden up in his hair for the air to be full of that scent. Alex's head rolled back, his neck unable to support it, and he groaned. He was in bad shape. I hoped it wasn't as traumatic as it looked. Head wounds can be like that. There's so much blood from a head wound, it can be hard to gauge just how bad it was. I'll tell you this once, Will said with an accent that I hadn't heard until now. Obviously, he'd been deliberately hiding it. What else had he been hiding? He continued, I am stronger and faster than you are, whether you like it or not. If you try to run or fight, I'll snap his neck and have your throat ripped out before his body hits the ground. Do you believe me? Yes, I whispered through gritted teeth. Good. We're going for a walk, so get out of the trunk. I pressed up onto my knees, grabbed the edge of the trunk, and swung each leg over to hit the ground. I was afraid to look away, afraid that if I didn't watch him, Will would kill Alex. But I needed to see where we were. I slowly broke my gaze away from the men and to the right. My vision pulled back to take in the whole scene. A silver Honda sat quietly next to a large, dark barn. The barn from my vision. You have got to be fucking kidding me. What? Will said angrily. Nothing, I answered, matching his level of anger. Just disappointed. I thought that my end would be a little less cliché. That mouth of yours will get you into trouble, woman. Sorn and Reese may tolerate it, but I will not. Can't wait. The hand not holding Alex moved in a blur. I heard the slap before I felt it. My right cheek burned with the strike. I put my hand to it and felt the heat of my skin reacting to the blow. Will pointed his finger at me, his face contorted. The sweet friend that I knew had been replaced with a walking, breathing rage. Women like you make me sick. If you listen and stop talking, you might survive the night. Now, head for the barn. I had no desire to be hit again, but I did not want to go into that barn either. So I weighed my options. The look in his eyes told me that I should listen. I took the first step, using every ounce of my strength that I had to stop the shaking in my body, and I headed for the barn door. The closer I got, the bigger it became. I looked around me. A field spread out to each side. To the left, the field appeared unending. To the right, it ended in a dense forest from my vision. That's the moment that I understood that the woman screaming in the barn in my vision would be me. My legs gave way and I steadied myself before I fell to the ground. Behind me, I heard Will dragging Alex. I wondered how long Alex had before there was no saving him. I wondered if anyone would find us out there and know what had happened to the doctor and nurse from the local hospital. Would we just be a headline for a few days? Would they think that we had run off together? I'd rather the girls know that I had been murdered than for them to think that I ran off and left them willingly. The barn entrance was nearly 8 feet tall and at least 15 feet wide. A large metal handle on the left side of the door sat at shoulder height. "Open it," Will demanded. I wrapped my hands around the cold steel and walked backwards, sliding the door open, and revealed what lay inside. The smell of hay was overpowering with the stench of mold just underneath, like the hay had gotten wet and dried several times, collecting fungi along the way. Dust and feces could be smelled in the mix, so this barn had not been used in a long time. No one was going to come here and stumble on what was occurring. The scent of Alex's blood hit my nose again. No, not Alex's, it was different. It smelled old and fresh at the same time, like there was an undercurrent of something unrecognizable, not human, maybe animal blood. "Walk inside." I did and heard him follow. Then the thump of Alex being dropped to the wooden floor. The light of the moon was cut off when he shut the door behind me. It didn't matter. I didn't need it, and neither did he. The barn was so much bigger than it looked from the outside. The ceiling was 30 feet from the top of my head. Hay was everywhere. It was in stacks around the massive barn. It was loose on the floor. In the center was a semicircle, like someone had made a dance floor and surrounded it with more hay bales. Only this space wasn't for dancing. 2 large crates sat in the middle of the space. Loose rope coiled to the right of one of those crates. Definitely not a dance floor. "Tie him up," Will barked. I turned to face him. Alex lay in a heap on the floor, his white t-shirt filthy with mud, dust, and blood. His jeans were torn at one knee. His feet were bare. I didn't know what Will had done to him, but I hoped if he survived this, he wouldn't remember. "He needs a doctor." "Tie him up." I walked to Alex and dropped to my knees on the floor beside him. He was breathing, and I watched the throbbing of his jugular vein and counted 54 beats a minute. His skin was pale, but not pale enough for me to worry about shock yet. I touched his forehead and didn't feel a fever, but I did think he was colder than he should have been. I gently slid an arm under his shoulders and knees, standing and lifting him like a baby. I should have been marveling at my being able to carry a man that big, but I was just too scared for him. I was so aware of the coldness of his body and how limp he was. "Please don't die, Alex." His height and size made it awkward to carry him, but I didn't have to walk far. I laid him onto the floor next to the crate and whispered, "I will get you out of this." "Just tie him up. You don't need to talk." Fuck you, I thought. I tied his hands together in front of him and looped the extra around his knees, pulling his knees up to his chest. I hoped that keeping him curled up like that would help his body hold on to heat. Being a vampire made it hard to know if it was cold in the barn, but it was late September in Pittsburgh, so I assumed it was too cold for an injured, shoeless human to be laying on the floor for too long. If he's gonna be here for a while, he's going to need heat. I stood and looked at Will, trying to put on my toughest nurse face. He won't survive long in the cold with a head wound. "I don't care if he lives, but I do need him to make it longer than a few hours. Find something in here to keep him warm." "What?" I asked. "I don't care if you cover him with fucking hay. Just find something in here because you're not leaving this barn." I bit my tongue and began the search of the space. I swept hay on the floor from side to side with my foot. I ran my gaze up stacks of bales and over to what I could see on the walls. Something in the back corner caught my eye. I hoped it was what I thought it was. Pulling at it, I discovered it was an old horse blanket. It smelled horrific, but it was a blessing in that moment. I brought it to Alex, shook it out, and spread it over him. It was big enough to cover all of him, and I said a silent thank you to the universe. I stood, turned to Will, and tried to prepare myself for whatever he had planned for me. Get in the kite. Hadn't seen that one coming. Why? I asked. Because, my dear Kate. He slowly walked towards me. I have plans. They need more time, and since there is not enough time before sunrise, I need to stash you until tonight. You will get in the kite and stay there until I come back, or you will die now. It's your choice. My plans work either way. He ended in front of me, his nose touching mine. I stood rock solid, refusing to back down. He moved his head to the right and licked up my cheek, chin to hairline. You decide. I lifted the lid off the crate next to Alex. I could fit in it if I laid in the fetal position. I stepped in, still standing, and looked at the second crate. You let me worry about that. He laughed, and it sounded like what I imagine an evil laugh sounds like. You have enough on your plate. I turned to look down at Alex, which Will noticed. Him Isa. He's had enough morphine to last the day. Again, I tell you, you worry about what will happen to you. Now I faced him. And what will happen to me? He closed the space between us. He ran his hand down the cheek that he had licked, down my chest, and cupped my breast. He was the same height as me, making the eye contact more intimate. I have told some lies, Kate. The first one being my impotence. That's not even close to the truth. I shuddered, and blood threatened to rise out of my stomach and on to him. To them, I am a sweet old man. Nothing compared to the handsome Soren or any other of the 100 of vampires in the city. They don't even think of me, let alone look at me. That's why you're doing this? I asked. Because you can't get a date? I held his gaze, refusing to look away or show him my fear. I would not give him that. He answered my questions with another slap across the face, then kept talking. The slap had hurt, but I was happy to have his hand off my breast. Secondly, I despise working for Soren, being at his beck and call, running his errands, paying his bills, catering to his guests, cleaning up after his one-night stands. The last part was said slowly and directly at me. Disgust plastered his face, and he spit to the floor. Men and women fall at his feet, beg him, worship him. And why? I am twice as smart, twice the man. If only they knew. He paused expectantly. I gave him what he wanted by saying, knew what? That I hold the power of life and death in my hands. I choose who lives and who dies. Even the humans do not notice me. They see an old man and decide I am not worth their time. They are weak, inferior species, and they look down on me. It's not until I crush their throats that they realize my power. You're sick. Am I? He asked. Or am I what I am meant to be? A god among men. Why me? I had to know before I died. Why did you come after me? I've never even seen you before. Never ignored you. That story is for tomorrow, when we have the time. Whatever the reason I chose you before means little now. Now you are the thing that won't die so quickly. You can withstand more than the mortal ones can. I can take my time and be inventive. Zen says the added bonus of breaking Soren's smug heart when he hears he couldn't protect you. Oh, I have such plans for you, my dear. He leaned and kissed the cheek that he had licked, and I fought my impulse to pull away. So enjoy your thoughts while you lay here today. He placed a hand on top of my head, forcing me down into the crate. I folded myself into a ball and consciously worked to keep my breathing even. Above me, the lid fell into place. I heard shuffling and footsteps. They retreated from the crate and returned to be followed by hammering above me, his nailing the lid on. I wrapped my hand over my mouth so he wouldn't hear my gasps. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of hearing me cry. The hammering went on for an eternity, and when it stopped, the hammer hit the ground, the steps died away, and I heard the door slide open. See you tonight, everyone. The door slammed into place. The engine started up, and the tires crunched down the driveway. I pictured his car rolling away and then remembered the second one. Reese was in the second crate. Chapter 67. I tried several times to speak, but my lungs just wouldn't fill with air. I struggled with the sensation of not being able to breathe, thankful that I didn't have to also deal with a racing heart. When my respiration started to slow and even out, I tried again. Reese? It sounded like a squeak, and I knew it was too quiet for anything natural to hear. I held out hope that he was alive. For minutes, the silence weighed on me, and I was sure he was dead. Maybe he wasn't even here. Maybe Will had stolen his car. Maybe he was asleep or unconscious. Katie? It was so faint it might have been my imagination or a trick of the wind. Katie! Tears sprang from my eyes and ran down my cheeks. Reese, I'm so sorry. Please be okay. I'm okay. He was slurring his words slightly, and I knew he was hurt. I wanted to jump out of the crate and go to him and see that he was okay. I thought it was you. I winced when I heard myself say it and realized just how wrong I was. I couldn't stop the words from pouring out of me. Will, he told me about this argument you had with Soren, and I looked at your computer and saw my file, and I didn't think you could have saved me but not seen who did it. And you told me that story, and then Soren looked so scared. I should have been with you. We should have been protecting each other, but instead, I was about to turn you in for murder. Oh, Reese, I'm so sorry. By the end, I was shivering. How could I have been so stupid? Silence hung between us. I imagined the pain he must have been feeling, knowing that the one he had saved thought he was a killer. That bastard! His accent was thick with anger. The shaking died down as I processed what he'd said. What? I'll fucking kill him! He wasn't mad at me, but he was furious with someone. Reese? I heard him slam against the side of his crate and then groan in pain. Will came to me a few nights ago. He told me he thought Soren was killing the women and that he'd go after you again. He overheard a phone call where Soren said he needed to deal with the mess and take care of the new girl. Will said he found a file on you and knew he had to come to me. He swore me to secrecy, said he'd be punished if anyone knew he'd come to me. God damn it! I believed him. It was my turn to stay silent. I was letting it all sink in and knew he had more to say. Last night he came to me at the hospital, told me that Soren had you locked in a barn and had ordered one of his guards to kill you. He told me he would save you, but he had to move fast. I followed him here. When I stepped out of my car, I blacked out and woke up in this fucking box. The roar that came out of him was a mix of fury and frustration, like a trapped animal. I still hadn't figured it all out. He came after I woke up, said he was bringing someone to the party. Told me that if I made a sound, he would be cutting off your head and leave me to starve. I didn't know it would be you until I heard your voice, I swear. Shit, Katie. I should have screamed and told you to run. I heard what he's planning. You have to get out of here. I lifted up my head to press against the lid and tested the weight. It was solid. I tried to move around the crate, but it was too small. I couldn't get enough leverage to kick at the wood. Vampire strength is useless if you can't move. I can't, I said. Even if I could, the sun is coming up and there's no way out. I'd be barbecue before I made it to the road. I don't even know where we are. And what about Alex? Is that who he drug in? Yeah. Why? I don't know. Maybe because he's our friend, or maybe Will is just a psycho. Whatever the reason is, it can't be good. I tried to make myself into a tighter ball so I could roll to my back and kick up, but it was useless. Will knew what he was doing, and the space was just too tight. He has a plan that ends with all of us dead. I am sure of that. Do you have a phone? No. Me neither. And Alex is hurt pretty bad, Reese. I don't know if he's going to make it through the day. We can worry about him when we get you out. Well, he's in this mess because of us, and he's human. He can't survive the wound and the morphine and the cold. There's no way he's waking up, and he's definitely not busting us out of these boxes. I laid there helpless with no idea what to do or say. I couldn't believe that this is how it was going to end after everything I had made it through. I couldn't just lay here thinking about my kids and what would happen if Will came back. I had to fill the silence. So, I started. There was never an argument between you and Soren, I'm guessing. No, he sighed. And the file on your computer? What file? He sounded confused. It's a folder that says Kate with pictures of me and all my social media. It has my kids, Reese. I have no idea what you're talking about. How could he get that onto my computer? I sighed. Well, you have a spare key that's not well hidden, and your desktop is not locked. I was actually going to talk to you about that, but it's a little late now. He had no response. I'm sorry I snooped through your house. I should have trusted you. The tears were back and rolling down my face. It's okay. Honestly, I get it. If I could have broken into Soren's and snooped, I would have. He sounded so resigned. I was afraid he had given up. God damn it. I was relieved to hear anger was back. I liked it better than the resignation. Then he groaned. I can't believe that you've been here since last night, I said. How badly are you hurt? Well, he had fun while I was unconscious. Dread washed over me. What does that mean? I'll heal. He was dodging the question. If I survive. What did he do to you? I was seriously not in the mood to beg him to answer. Reese paused and I waited. I used something sharp on my body. I don't know how many, but there are slices all over. Some of them feel quite deep. He bled me so I'd be weak. I felt sick. The old blood that I had smelled, what I thought was an animal's blood, that had been my maker silently lying in his own seeping wounds. I hate him. The barn creaked around us, and I could feel that the sun was close. We didn't have long before we would sleep. We could fight it, but eventually the sickness and exhaustion would take it. There was no way to stop it from coming. Reese? Yeah? I didn't know how to ask, but I knew I had to. It was the one thing I couldn't let go of. How did you save me and not see him? I asked. He's fast, Katie. Faster than any other vampire I've seen. He moves so fast and quietly, it's like he's vanishing. Shit, I said. We can't beat him, can we? I don't know. That wasn't what I wanted to hear. Reese was so much older and better than me. If he couldn't see us winning, then it was probably hopeless. If only Soren... Soren! I can move my mind, I yelled. A burst of energy had come with realization that I could try and talk to Soren. What? Far-seeing. I can do it. I thought of Soren last night, and then I was in his room. I could see him, and I knew he was there, and he knew I was there. I tried in the car, but I was just too scared. He knew you were in his room. Yeah, but it's okay. I told him everything. He knows about my powers. I can try to get to him, tell him somehow. I thought he'd fight me. tell me not to use the power until we knew what it meant, or he would tell me it was futile, but he did neither. Try, but Katie. Yeah? If we get out of this, I'm gonna need the whole story. Deal, I said. I closed my eyes and slowed my breathing, focused on filling my lungs and letting the air out. I tried to picture his office in my head, the massive desk, the fireplace, the green couch and burgundy chairs. The room was empty. No one was in it. I thought of his bedroom. He'd be getting ready to sleep and be in that big bed. The same book would be in his hand, but he'd be further along in the story, getting to the good part and hoping to finish the chapter. The sheets just covered his lower half, and I wondered if he had anything on under that sheet. I wanted to brush his hair away from his face to see his eyes. I loved those gray eyes. I felt the overwhelming urge to climb into that bed and ask him to read to me. He looked up at the end of the bed where I stood. His eyes were in the spot where I was, but he couldn't see me. I feel you, he whispered. I feel you, he whispered. Should I expect this nightly? Perhaps I should be more careful what I do in here now. In my head, I screamed, help me, please. He continued to smile. He couldn't hear me or see me, just sense me. It's Will! You can join me here in the flesh, Catherine. You do not need to spy. Help! I screamed out loud. But I was in the box. There was no Soren, and I was not in his bedroom. I was in a barn in the middle of nowhere and going to die. I wanted to cry, but had no tears left. What happened? Reese yelled. Nothing. I saw him and knew that he was there, and he knew that I was there, but he can't see me or hear me. It's useless. No one knows we're here. That's okay. He said it was okay, but I could hear how disappointed he was. He'd hoped that I could save us, and I had let him down. What are we going to do? I don't know. I'll think of something. You need to rest. Being fatigued will not help you fight. I'll stay awake as long as possible and work on a plan. I'm scared, I said before I even realized I was thinking it. I'll protect you with my last breath, Katie, I promise. My eyes were burning. I was so tired, but didn't want to sleep. I knew I would snap awake and it would be the end. Before the daylight took me, I wanted to say something comforting. If these were our last words, they should count. I love you, Reese. I'll love you too, Katie. As darkness slipped into my mind, I heard him crying. Chapter 68. Where am I? It was dark and tight. I couldn't move and I started to panic until it came back to me in flashes. The parking garage, the trunk, the barn, Alex, the crate. Will. I didn't know what time it was, but being awake meant it was almost sundown. If he woke at the same time, how long did we have? Alex? I spoke softly, afraid to scare him. After a few minutes of silence, I yelled, Alex! But there was no answer, and no sounds of him even moving. I focused my hearing on his shallow breathing and heartbeat. It was so slow, but he was still alive. Reese? No answer, and I tried again. Reese! I'm awake. Are you okay? Yeah, for now. If we're awake, then so is he. Any idea how long it will take him to get from there to here? I don't know. I passed out when he brought me in here. Without seeing outside, I don't know where the sun is. He could still be asleep or he could be on his way. Do all of us wake up at the same time? No. The older ones will sometimes not sleep at all. So he could have woken up before us. Yes, but he's still limited by the sun. No matter when he wakes, he can't leave his home until sundown. I sighed. And if we have no clue where it is or was, exactly. The defeat was back in his voice. Then we need a plan and fast. I've lost a lot of blood, but I'll fight for you. I have to fight too, as hard as you can. He may come to you first. I hadn't thought about that. If he keeps Alex tied and Reese in the box, then there may be no one to help me. I'm too new, Reese. What can I do? You may be young, but you've already developed more powers than any have in their whole lifetimes. That must mean something. Can you try to reach Soren again? What's the point? I can't speak to him. I can just see him. But it's worth a try. Fine. I closed my eyes and started to count the seconds I drew in breath and let it out. I slowed it down and deepened the breaths. I tried to conjure up the image of him, the smell of him, the taste of him, anything that would focus my mind on Soren. I pictured the staircase as I walked through the front door. There would be none of the usual music and crowd chatter, just the ticking of the clock hit my ears. I started to walk up the familiar stairs, feeling the hard wood under my feet and hearing the creak at the top of the step before turning to the corner to face the long hallway. I know that the first door on my right is Soren's office, but he'd still be in his bedroom. I start to step towards his room, but it feels wrong, faint and dreamlike. The scene before me starts to waver like the floorless pavement on a summer's day. The wavy air in front of me looks like heat rolling up and away. I can't hold it. I try screaming in my head, Soren, please come to me. But the lights in the hallway are gone, and the hallway is replaced by a crate in a barn. I'm sorry, Reese. I can't hold it. I don't know. I can't focus long enough. I shouldn't have asked. That's too much. And there it is again. He was giving up. I waited in silence, thousands of questions flying through my brain. There was one that played on repeat, and I had to ask it. Reese. I knew I didn't want to hear the answer, but I asked it anyways. Do you regret turning me? You had a quiet life, and now you're in a mess, and you're probably dying tonight because of me. Kate, of all the things I've done on this earth, the thing I am most proud of is you. The pain in my chest was an ache. I was expecting him to say something like, don't worry, or you're being crazy. I never expected him to say the one thing that I always wished my parents had. It wasn't fair. I finally found my family, and now we were all going to die. Kate, are you okay? Yeah, but even to me it sounded weak. I don't regret turning you. I haven't even for a second. If this is it, I want you to know that. I wasn't good at sharing my feelings, but I felt like something needed to be said. I don't regret choosing to stay, just so you know. The sound of the barn door opening brought a wave of nausea over my body. I fought to inhale past the fear. You may change your mind when I'm through with you, Kate. I heard Will walking towards me, and his gait sounded off. I thought he was limping, but then I realized he was dragging something. I heard a rapid heartbeat and whimpering. The muffled noises told me that someone was gagged or had something over their mouth, and that smell was familiar, and I prayed to whatever God was listening that I was wrong about the origin of that smell. The sound of a slap made me jump. Sit there and stop that fucking mewling. A loud crack erupted above me. The lid was pulled from its place. He hadn't needed a crowbar to pry it off. He just ripped it off. His face hovered above me with the look of a boy who had gotten away with something particularly bad and wanted to tell someone. I have a surprise for you. I didn't like how pleased he sounded. Well, I hope you kept the receipt, I said. Maybe if I pissed him off, he would kill me quickly. His face told me that I was not going to get what I wanted, that I was not going along with his plan. Stand up, Schwein! So that was the accent he was hiding. German. I knew enough to understand that he had just called me a pig. I didn't think a smart-ass retort was appropriate and decided to keep my mouth shut. I stood facing the other crate, knowing that Reese was in there. I heard a sob behind me, but I already knew who it was before I turned to look. Only one person that I knew tried to cover the smell of cigarettes with Calvin Klein perfume. I grabbed each side of the crate to stop me from dropping to the ground when I saw her. Oh, Monica. Chapter 69. She cowered on the floor, trembling, mascara streaking down her face. A large bruise was blooming on one side of her face. Her hands were in front of her and zip ties held them together at the wrists. The ties were striped like candy canes. I had used similar ones to hang Christmas lights the year before. The cheery pattern seemed so macabre in the horror that was unfolding. Her eyes were wide when she saw me. A fresh round of sobs and wails began. Monica, it's okay. I jumped from the crate in one graceful movement, like a cat leaping to the floor. I wrapped my arms around her, trying to stop the shivering. I'm here. Please don't cry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I looked up at Will, still holding my quivering best friend. Why is she here? She has nothing to do with this. I hardly recognized him. The man standing in front of me looked like the villain that he was. His white hair was out of the ponytail, falling just below his ears. His eyes had lost the whimsy that I had become used to and held contempt. I couldn't figure out what I had done to show that hatred in his eyes. Your house is closer than Soren's. Seemed like a good idea to just sleep there since I knew you wouldn't be there. Thought about grabbing one of those little girls of yours, but they never came by. I had never felt that level of fury that started to fill me up. As a matter of fact, your ex texted your phone and asked who parked in your driveway. I told him it was a friend. Good thing he didn't come to check so I wouldn't have to kill him. It would be terrible for those kids to lose both parents. But guess who did show up? In a flash, he was holding Monica. The sensation of him ripping her from my arms came after the sight of him back in place with his hostage. Reese was right. He was too fast. Monica began to shake again, trying to pull away from him. He just ran that filthy tongue up her cheek. Apparently, he liked licking scared women. You taste salty, and you smell like prey. She sank towards the floor, and he yanked her up back again, only needing one hand on her arm. It squeezed hard enough that I was worried that he would snap her humerus. He turned his attentions back to me. I would have just left her, but the bitch had a key and let herself in. My, was she shocked to see me in your bed. It was nice to have breakfast in bed. He swept her hair aside to reveal the punctures on her neck, and I realized that was the source of his pleased expression. You bastard. Reese hit the side of his crate and stopped whatever response Will was about to give me. It was a weak sound. Reese didn't have much longer. Let me out, Reese demanded. Will chuckled. I forgot about you. Will threw the sobbing Monica at me. Her weight hit me in the chest, feeling too much like a rag doll. When I pulled her into me, I realized that she was unconscious. Fear can do that. It's like your brain knows that you can't handle what's happening and it just shuts off. While I counted Monica's fluttering heartbeats, Will ripped the top of Reese's crate off. I wondered how much blood he had taken from her before finding the zip ties in my garage. I looked up just in time to see Will pull Reese out of the box like a broken toy. The sight of my maker sent electric through my system. There was a gray hue to his skin, and his eyes were sunken. The thought of him bleeding out in that box for 2 days made me sick. I didn't know... I had known that he was weak from his voice, but wasn't prepared for the corpse that Will was dangling in the air. I couldn't rely on Reese's age or strength any longer. It was up to me. But what could I do? Ignoring Will's speed, he still had Monica and Alex to torture until we relented. We were outsmarted and unprepared. Reese was trying to stand tall and show Will that he was an adversary, but I saw him waver. He swayed slightly, but held his gaze to Will's. Open areas in his pants and shirt showcased the places that Will had slashed him open. "Why are you doing this?" Will asked. "I need a reason?" Will chuckled. He waved his hand in the air like he was addressing a crowd. "Why does anyone do anything? They say there's two motives for every crime, sex and greed. In my case, it is neither." He gently laid his hands on Reese's chest and pushed. The man fell backwards, striking the crate and falling to the ground, too weak to fight. "For me," Will continued as he stalked towards Monica and I, "it's about power." I strengthened my grip on the unconscious Monica while he circled us. "For years I was revered. What Soren has is nothing to the power I had over those beneath me." Every time he came close to us, I pulled Monica in. "During the war, I worked day and night to unlock the secrets of science. My intelligence was legendary." He stopped his pacing in front of us and looked down. He waited for a response, but I gave him none. He bent towards us, and I moved Monica to my side, away from him, pulling myself between us. He laughed. "You think you can protect her from me?" With a speed that only he could display, he lifted Monica and threw her into the back of the barn. A pile of hay broke her fall, and she lay there like a child's discarded plaything. With the same hand, he snatched a handful of my hair and lifted me to my feet. "Where does your family come from?" "Ireland," I answered, and took the opportunity to spit in his face. Fury contorted his features. He drove his knee into my groin, and I doubled over in pain. The world had gone black. He jerked me back up to face him again. "You will respect me by the end of this night, woman. You will learn that my aged appearance does not mean I am not a man." He smelled my hair, and I flashed back to the hospital on the night of the attack. I felt him ripping out my throat, tearing at my body. I swallowed and tried to form words through the pain. "Do me a favor, Will. Just kill me. I'd rather be tortured to death than have you on top of me." I prepared for another blow to the vagina, but he just wrapped his hand around my throat instead, starting to crush my trachea. Will brought his mouth to my ear and whispered, "If you think what I did to you the first time was bad, just wait. Vampires can survive so much torture, and we have all night. There are things I can do to you that no human can survive. If you fight, I turn my attentions to Monica. If she dies from you and you continue to resist, I lock you in that box and go get one of your daughters. I can do this for days, Catherine." The last one was said exactly the way Soren said it, and I flinched, and I knew that he meant every word. "I won't fight," I said, and he dropped me to the ground. There was now a wheeze from my mouth as I tried to use my damaged windpipe. "No, you won't," he crowed. He knew he had the upper hand, and I got the feeling that that was how he liked it. He dropped to his knees, facing me on the ground. "You know, I used to be a doctor. I knew nurses just like you. They thought they were so much smarter. But I hate to break it to you. You aren't. Not because you are a nurse, but because you are a woman. You cannot be smarter." He laid his hand on my thigh, and I fought the urge to smack it away like a spider. He slid that hand slowly up as he spoke. "I was a brilliant doctor. It was I who designed the procedures that had the ideas. Everyone else just used what I already thought of." His hand hit my hip, sliding under my scrub top, and continued its trail up my torso. "If we'd been given more time, I would have unlocked the secrets of genetics and humanity. I'd be worshipped as a great mind, not a servant to an imbecile. I felt like an idiot when I understood what he was referring to. He'd been bragging and wanted me to figure it out. You are a Nazi, I said. He smiled, and I was the first officer to bring them a vampire to test. Chapter 70. He waited a beat, standing there and staring at me. He expected me to react. I didn't know what he wanted. A gasp? A scream? For me to bow down? He clearly expected something, and I refused to give it to him. He turned sharply, a blur of a movement. Then he had Reese in the air by his throat. The green eyes that I loved so much were dull and heavy-lidded. I saw him try to put on a brave face, staring down Will, but his energy was clearly gone. Reese's hands reached up to grab the one that was choking him. That's when I saw the blue in each fingertip. He was oxygen deprived. Without blood supply, his body was starving for oxygen, and he was dying right in front of me. I scanned for Alex on the floor. He was still unconscious and covered by the blanket, and I was sure he had not moved in all the long hours of daylight. That was not a good sign. I focused my hearing, straining for any proof of life. Too faintly, I caught the sound of his heartbeat. It was slower and weaker than I would have liked to hear, but I said a silent thank you that it was still beating. Monica started up with a fresh round of gagged screaming and sobbing. I couldn't imagine what she was thinking. I wanted to run to her, but was too scared to move. Will had all the cards. I knew work was bound to notice us all missing. Running through my memories, I struggled to recall the work schedule. Monica and I were both due off. Reese and Alex were here. Tom thought I was taking time to recover, so no one was looking for us. A familiar ding filled the barn. Will dropped Reese to the ground like a bag of groceries. He landed in a heap, groaning. Out of Will's pocket came a phone. My phone. He glanced at the screen and sighed. The look in his eyes when he met mine was not friendly. Soren is very insistent that you tell him where you are. What is it about you? The man has not given anyone a second thought after he's had them but you. Soren would look for me if I didn't answer. Will continued. A mighty warrior, lord of the city, and he's been seduced by you. The last word was said with such disdain, like he was uttering the name of a vile thing that no one wanted to think of. Too many great men have fallen because of some woman that comes into their lives, but this won't be one of them. He bowed his head and his thumbs worked over the screen to text something. I had seconds to plan. I scanned the barn. There was no windows, probably why he had chosen the place. I didn't see anything useful, any escape. The door he came in was the only door, and he was too fast. I couldn't make it past him and into the woods, and even if I did, I'd be leaving Monica, Alex, and Reese. Not to mention he'd find my girls, and I would not risk that. I looked back to him, and he was watching me. Whatever you are thinking, I advise you to stop. I wasn't thinking anything. I just didn't want to look at you typing whatever you just typed. He took a step towards me, holding my phone out. Would you like to read it? I am hoping it will crush him. I have to admit, it was especially cruel. He took another step towards me in a move like dancing. His back leg slid up to meet his first. His hand offered the phone to me. I was afraid to reach out, but the chance of having it in my hand was too enticing, and it was so close. Go ahead. You cannot hurt me. Take it. I raised my arm, fingers out. I felt like I was reaching to pet an animal that I knew was going to bite me. I felt the cool glass of the screen on the tips of my fingers, and it fell away. He let it slide off his hand, and his boot heel hit the screen with a series of cracks like ice breaking when someone steps onto a frozen pond. My hand froze where it was. I looked down to see the broken iPhone from my vision. The hand that had just dropped the phone wrapped around my waist and pulled me into him. I felt his breath in my ear. Reese pushed up onto one arm and reached out for Will's leg. Let her go, Will. Will didn't even look down. He kicked backwards and his boot caught Reese in the face. The crack of Reese's neck snapping back echoed off the walls, and then he was silent. I was out in the woods just before sundown, looking for prisoners that had escaped us. Without warning, Will had started telling a story. Imagine my shock when I saw a beautiful gypsy woman in the back of a cave. She had no pulse, but she was so perfect. Long black hair, bright blue eyes. He sounded wistful, like he was remembering the day he'd met his true love. She could not have been dead for long. I contemplated experimenting on parts of her when she opened her eyes. He kept his mouth to my ear, but began sliding his hand that was not holding me over my chest. It felt too much like the caress of a lover, and revulsion brought the taste of bile into my mouth. We stood there, waiting for one of us to move. She told me to go back the way I came and promised to not hurt me if I promised to never return. I didn't know what she was, but I knew she was not human. I agreed and left the beautiful woman in the cave. His hand was on my breast again, rubbing in circles. I knew he wasn't really touching me. He was rubbing the girl from his memories. I did go back the next morning. How could I not? This time I took a sack and a rope. As I expected, she was asleep in the cave. Getting her into the sack and back to the camp was easy. She was light and did not awake. His hand clamped down and I cried out. When the sun went down, she was already in my cell. The other doctors praised me for this discovery, this breathtaking creature. She refused to tell us what she was, how she died during the day and rose at night. After 2 days of not feeding, she looked very much like your sire down there. She begged for blood. Only then did she tell me. He released my breast and turned to face me. His eyes had changed. What I saw was not the bright gems of another vampire's or the storm clouds and thorns. When Will became excited, his humanity was erased and replaced with something beast-like. His pupils were a vibrant yellow with large black pupils that exploded into the amber like a starburst or a firework. They were the eyes of a caged beast, pacing and looking for a way out. They were the eyes of a predator. He crushed his mouth against mine, his tongue plunging into me, his teeth just on the edge of biting. I froze, refusing to respond to the onslaught. I registered him hard against my stomach, and that snapped me out of my shock. I tried to pull away, and his grip only tightened, threatening to snap my arm. Will stopped, breaking the kiss and returning his mouth to my ear. She was a young vampire, only a handful of years turned. She pleaded with me to let her go. She insisted she had never killed a human to live, and I told her I would free her when she told me what I wanted to know, and that she could be the cure for illness. She was desperate to believe me and agreed to tell me everything in exchange for blood and her eventual freedom. He turned me to face him, sliding the hand down my arm to my other hand. With this, he held my back. He took large steps to the side, pulling me into him, and spun around the crate. He was dancing with me. I flashed back to the slow dance with Soren, our bodies swaying in the silence, and I would have given anything to go back to that dance. What was happening now was a vile mockery of that wonderful moment. We had plenty of camps to take from. Every few hours while she was awake, a doctor brought her a glass of fresh blood. She never asked where it came from. I don't think she wanted to know. For many nights we talked and she drank while I took notes. Her name was Serene. She revealed all the secrets of the vampires, their powers, their strengths, their weaknesses, their ways of remaining undiscovered, and all that she knew of where they came from. In the day, I tried to figure out why God had brought me this creature. Surely she must be the key to the race that we were meant to create. We waltzed by Monica, and I saw that she had crawled to Alex. She was lying on the floor behind him, holding him and crying. She had removed his ropes. Good girl, I thought. How could I use her to cure disease and breed out the unwanted genes? He stopped, jerking me to a halt, and then I realized what God wanted. What? I asked. For me to live forever. Carry out the science for decades to come, never growing old or weak or feeble or senile. Lucky you. He started up the waltz again, around Reese's crumpled body, the crates, Alex and Monica, and back again. So that night, I asked her how one like her is made, and she told me. He stopped again, this time in the back of the barn. I smelled the hay bales behind me. I told her to make me a vampire. She refused. She tried to fight me then. I hadn't known that the blood is what makes us so strong. If she had been older, better trained, or had stronger powers, she would have killed me. But God had given me an offering, and she was too unskilled to best me. He pushed me backwards. I felt the hay bales hit the backs of my legs as I dropped to sit on the dry straw. She said she would change me, but I would have to let her go after, which I agreed to. After locking the door, I laid on the bed so she could sink fangs into me and drink. It was ecstasy, the draining to the point of death, to the edge of a cliff, only to have her wrist in my mouth, filling me up with her life. He laid his hands on his lips, lost in a memory and tasting blood from 80 years ago. I had a different experience, I said, laying the sarcasm on nice and thick. The look on his face told me I had ripped him from his lovely thoughts and he wasn't happy, but it changed to something more pleased. You did, didn't you? An awful death. He dropped to his knees in front of me, running his fingers over my cheek. The pain you must have felt, the fear. But your maker was there with you for the change, wasn't he? He pulled his hand back. I was alone. After she'd given me her blood, I thought I no longer needed her. I slit her throat and removed her head. There's no coming back from that, she told me. What she hadn't told me was what would happen after the turning. I felt myself die, watched the horrors of my past come back to me. Everything we'd done in the camps was done to me. No one warned me of that. No one comforted me when I arose. Did he actually want me to pity him? I was met with contempt. They told me I was no longer pure and tainted. They drove me from the camps with nothing but my clothes. They kept my notes, all my work. I was forced to hide in the same cave I found her, forced to feed on animals. I had no one to teach me, guide me. I was alone and had to fend for myself. I bit my tongue, fighting myself to not say any of the sarcastic comments that filled my mouth. When I look back, do you know what I regret most? He stood, towering over me and looking down. I didn't want to answer. I raised my head to meet his eyes, trying to show him I was not afraid. What? When I think back, I do not regret becoming a vampire or killing Soine. What I regret, he leaned down until his nose touched mine, is not being with her before I cut off her head. I held my face as still as I could, refusing to show him the effect those words had on me. He laughed and his breath hit my face with a blast of heat. But you are my second chance, Kate. Oh, yeah? I asked, sounding much braver than I actually was. Why is that? His eyes glowed, only inches from mine. Because you look just like her. Chapter 71. He stood, and I was grateful for the space between us. He continued his speech, pacing around the room. I watched him carefully, knowing that this may be my last chance to run. I think about Soreen. Her face comes to me when I close my eyes for sleep. For decades, she's been just inside my eyelids, teasing me. I see her in a crowd and look back, but it's never her. Lately, I see her everywhere. She led me to your hospital, you know. And what gives you that idea? As the words left my mouth, I knew I should have stayed quiet. He paused his pacing with his back to me, and I saw his muscles tense. For seconds, I prepared for him to run at me and hoped that my death would be quick. Instead, he relaxed and continued his circle around the barn. I thought that Soreen was trying to get me to kill those women and be caught. It's instant death sentence, and she'd have her revenge. When I saw you, Kate, under that tree, I thought it was really Soreen, that this was my chance to finally rid myself of her ghost. I tore at her, ripped at her throat, destroyed her. Will stopped his circling in front of Reese. He seemed confused. He's nothing. A hermit, a nomad, the weakest of us, but he saved you. He got in my way, this nobody. He laughed more to himself than for us. He drove his boot into Reese's back. Reese didn't make a sound, and that was not a good sign. The man who was once my friend moved to face me. I heard Soren talking about the girl that was saved at the hospital, the new vampire. I knew you were coming to the manor when I saw you. His head tilted to the side. He was smiling. She wasn't trying to show me these women to take her revenge. She was bringing me to you. She is reincarnated in you. I was not understanding his line of thinking at all, and still didn't like where it was going. You're my chance, he said, too much like someone in worship. I can be with her in the way I never got to, and then I can be rid of her for good. I wished I'd paid closer attention in my psych class. How do you talk down an old German lunatic? Was I supposed to agree, play along, or challenge the delusion? Only one problem, Kate. Only one, I answered, choosing to treat him like the psychotic asshole that he was. Well, more than one. He was starting to walk towards me again, and I didn't want him to. First, if it's discovered that I am the killer, well, I'll be executed. But worse than that, there's worse than execution, I asked. Maybe if I kept him talking, I could buy some time. If Soren finds out that I killed you, he'll do things to me that will make me beg for death. He'd be furious that I fooled him all these years, and unfortunately, he has a soft spot for you. I need a way out. I was right. I didn't like where this was going. If he thinks it's, say, Reese, and I'm the one that catched him and killed him, then I'd be a hero. And I can't be around to tell the truth, I assume? That's how I retorted. He smiled. You catch on quickly. No, you cannot. Nor can the good doctor. He knows too much, of course. So why Monica? He looked back at her like she had been forgotten. She was not part of the plan. She became a problem when she saw me at your house. Will's path towards me suddenly turned. He stomped towards the weeping girl. The sounds of his boots on the wooden floor made her jump. She held on to Alex's limp body. As scared as Monica was, she was trying to protect the comatose doctor. Will grabbed a handful of hair and drug her away from Alex and towards me. She kicked out and screamed. It was the kind of scream that makes your blood cold in your veins. It was the scream from my vision. I jumped up and ran to them, slamming my body into Will's. He reached out and pushed me away with no effort on his part. I dropped to the floor and grabbed for Monica. He let go of her hair and kicked her in the stomach. She wrapped up into a ball, retching from the pain. I knew that blow had to have caused internal damage. I didn't have much time to save her or Alex. They were human and they couldn't endure much more. I wrapped my body around hers, shielding her from any more blows that may come, whispering sorry over and over. Minutes went by without a further attack, and I started to relax. I sat up looking for Will. He was sitting on a hay bale watching us. He shook his head. "You still act like them, like a mortal. You're so young, what a shame. You never had a chance." I didn't want him to stop telling me his plan. I needed to know what he was going to do if I had any hope of stopping it. "So Monica showed up and ruined everything. You didn't think of everything." "I know what you are doing, Kate. I don't care how angry you make me. I will not kill you faster." Crap. He laughed again, and I was really starting to hate that sound. "She won't ruin my plan, don't you worry." He leaned forward, resting his forearms on his thighs. "You see, it's simple. Reese was obsessed with you. He began killing women, working up to going after you. He attacked you, knowing he would turn you and keep you with him forever. The evidence is on his computer, and that will show everyone he was stalking you, and the things from the murders that I will leave in his bedroom will make it even more clear. I'm assuming you already talked to Soren about your concerns?" He knew I'd run to Soren, and I did. I did exactly what he needed me to. "I will take your silence as admission. So, Reese's obsession leads you to him, turning you, and all is well, the murders stop, he has his prize. Unfortunately, he finds out that you and the good doctor are involved." Will points to the man under the blanket, and I follow his gaze. Alex lay there, motionless and dying because of me. "When he realized you love another, he follows you to your secret rendezvous. He takes you after seeing you making love and becomes enraged. He is older than you, Kate, and your sire. Alex is human. He overpowers you both very easily. Thankfully, I was suspicious of Reese and figured it out. I tracked him to the barn, but it was too late to save you two. I did, however, slay him and avenge your death. Should get me some brownie points with your boyfriend. He will be heartbroken, but so indebted to me for executing your killer." "And how do you explain her?" I rocked Monica and prayed she couldn't hear me. "She won't need explained. When I am done, I am taking her into the woods. She won't be found, just another missing nobody." I listened, cradling Monica in my arms like a child. She had stopped whimpering and just lay in my embrace. At best, she was in shock. At worst, she was dying. I knew I would die tonight, but why did her and Alex have to die too? "Take me, take Reese, but let the humans go." "No," that was all he said. He was not going to negotiate. "It doesn't line up. If I can negotiate, I'll throw a wrench in his plans. Reese is clearly starved. Alex's autopsy will show injuries a day before death, signs of being tied up, morphine in his blood." I had him. He just laughed that arrogant laugh. "Stop thinking like a human. We don't do autopsies. Vampires cover up their crimes. I'll behead Reese, which makes the vampire wither. Dr. Kitchener will be turned over to authorities? No. He will be buried and hidden. No one will come poking their noses in our business. It will be obvious when I am done with you that you were having sex not long before your death, then tortured by your insane stalker. Soren will not want to see anymore. He'll order you and Reese incinerated. In his journals, he'll say that the murderer has seen justice. You will be a fond memory to him. He will mourn for a while, but then we'll find another." Monica rolled onto her back and looked up at me. "What's happening, Kate? I want to go." She was in shock. "I know," I answered, trying to sound calming. I wiped the hair away from her eyes and saw her tear-streaked, bruised cheeks. "Soon," I said. His awful laughter filled the barn again. "Tell her the truth, Kate. Tell her why she is here. Tell her what you are. I want to see her face." I spat in his direction, which only sent him into more laughter. "Fuck you," I said, and was proud that my voice didn't shake. "What does he mean?" I met her gaze. "I don't know." "Liar! Will's voice was booming and he stood. Tell her or I will show her. Fuck you. Monica was pulled out of my arms and up off the ground. In a second, he stood across the room behind her, his arms wrapped around her stomach. She started to shake again. When he struck her neck, it looked eerily like a cobra striking a helpless animal. Her eyes widened and she squirmed. The expression in her eyes was desperate, pleading for help. She wanted me to help her, but I was so focused on the smell of the blood. The sweet aroma hit my nostrils and rolled into my stomach. I was ravenous. No, I screamed in my head as I felt the fangs erupt from my gums. The message in Monica's eyes evolved from pleading to horror. Her screaming only died when she fell unconscious. His awful laughter filled the barn again. Tell her the truth, Kate. Tell her why she is here. Tell her what you are. I want to see her face. I spat in his direction, which only sent him into more laughter. Fuck you, I said, and was proud that my voice didn't shake. What does he mean? I met her gaze. I don't know. Liar! Will's voice was booming and he stood. Tell her or I will show her. Fuck you. Monica was pulled out of my arms and up off the ground. In a second, he stood across the room behind her, his arms wrapped around her stomach. She started to shake again. When he struck her neck, it looked eerily like a cobra striking a helpless animal. Her eyes widened and she squirmed. The expression in her eyes was desperate, pleading for help. She wanted me to help her, but I was so focused on the smell of the blood. The sweet aroma hit my nostrils and rolled into my stomach. I was ravenous. No, I screamed in my head as I felt the fangs erupt from my gums. The message in Monica's eyes evolved from pleading to horror. Her screaming only died when she fell unconscious. Chapter 72. When he was full, Will let Monica fall to the ground. 3 heaps were scattered throughout the rotting wooden building. 3 people who had made the mistake of caring for me awaited their death. I swallowed the lump in my throat and tried to get air into my lungs. The smell of blood swirled through the air around the only 2 people left. I stood as gracefully as I could manage and faced my killer. Just finish this. I was done. My daughters were never going to be safe with me. My friends would be dead by morning. I should have died last week, and I knew it. I had cheated death, and death had come for me. It was time to face my fate. He arched his eyebrows. You're so eager to be mine? I want this over with, you sick bastard. I won't fight. I won't give you the satisfaction. His expression changed, revealing rage. I will make you fight me, Kate. I will not have this ruined. I slowly began to close the distance between us, never breaking eye contact. Grabbing the bottom of my scrub top, I lifted it up over my head and tossed it to the side. He shook his head. No, he said, like he was chastising a child for coloring outside the lines. This is not right. I continued my unhurried, deliberate walk towards him, pausing to kick off each shoe, and returned to the task of reaching him. He looked stricken, confused. Stop this! Why? I asked. Isn't this what you want? I added a sway to my hips and shook out my hair to make it fan around me. He stumbled backwards, knocking into the hay and falling to his butt. He sat in front of me. The air around him swirled, and the barn faded. A stone wall filled the space behind him. Candles were spaced out along the rock, and their flames danced, giving off the only light in the room. His hair was shorter, combed back, and his uniform jacket lay on the bed next to him. His journal was face down in his lap. A woman's voice begged me behind me while echoing in my head at the same time. She spoke in a rich French accent. "I beg you, Wilhelm, let me go. I will give you what you want. You will be as you are forever." It was a vision, but this time I was in the past. I called to the woman in the past and allowed our spirits to meld. I felt her inside my head, sharing my body. I reached to him. She thought if she showed him kindness, gave him the gift of her blood, that he would set her free. She'd thought that she could go back to the cave by sunrise, and then the next night she would leave Germany to return to her village and look for her maker. But I knew she would not. I had heard the story of what Will had done to Serene, but she had believed he would keep his promise. I reached to touch his face, and he didn't move. His skin was rough. He turned his face into my hand and let me hold its weight. Inside of him was evil. Serene had smelled it 80 years ago, and I smelled it now. She'd known that making this evil man into a vampire would have been wrong, but she didn't see any other way out. "Serene," he whispered. I could see that night. She'd shared her blood with him, and when he'd regained his strength, his smell had changed. Anything good that had been in him was lost, and only wickedness remained. She had known that she had created a monster. When I saw him slice the knife across her throat, I heard her thoughts. She thought of a little girl left with her grandmother, hoping her mother would come back, but her mother would not. Her mother was killed by a man in Germany who had promised to let her go and lied. I froze in the barn, reaching for my throat, and watched the stone walls melt to the ground. I smelled the candles. Then it was replaced with the stench of hay and wet wood. He stared up at me, his face slack. "You promised me, Wilhelm." It was my voice, but thick with the sound of someone from a small village in France. "You said you would let me free if I made you like me. You loved me, I know you did. Why did you kill me?" Will's face contorted. "No, you are not her." "You wished for this, no? Wished for another chance, and I am here. What would you have me do?" I undid the tie at the top of my scrub pants and let them slide to the floor, stepping out of them and into him. My shins hit his. He looked up, not moving, torn between rage, lust, and confusion. I slid a hand on each side of his face and up into his hair. I saw the battle in his eyes. He couldn't decide between letting me proceed and punishing me. Death or sex? What did he want more? I straddled him, my naked knees on the roughness of the dried hay. It scratched at my skin as I lowered myself onto his lap. He was hard, but not fully erect. Something in him was holding back, not believing me. I leaned into his ears, lips just about to touch him. I needed him to believe. "The knife was behind you, on the bed the whole time. You always knew you would open my throat, just not when. I wanted you inside of me first. Why, Wilhelm? Why kill me before you had me?" And that was it. That's what he needed to hear. He was instantly rock solid beneath me and panting. His hand grabbed a handful of my hair and pulled my head back, exposing my neck to his mouth. I felt too vulnerable, too exposed. I prayed I wasn't wrong about this. "Serene," he cried, kissing feverishly down my throat, over the places that used to pulse, and down to my breast. I grabbed the hair around my hands and moaned. He responded with his own moaning. I pulled harder at his scalp. He stood and flipped me onto the hay bale. The weight of him drove my back into the damp straw. My hands had fallen away in the unexpected movement, and he had grabbed each wrist, pressing them above me, pinning my head between my arms. He slammed his mouth into mine. I forced myself to return the kiss, matching the movements of his tongue, and I felt his fangs against mine. He was too strong, and his weight was trapping me. I couldn't pull my head back and break the kiss. I had to meet his passion with my own and wait for him to end the assault. I slid my knee up the inside of his thigh and pressed into the underside of his erection. It made him come up for air, sucking in and shuddering. He looked down at me, his eyes an amber glow. I have come back to you. You have waited long enough. Have me, Wilhelm. He pushed me up and away from him, reaching for the bottom on his pants, wanting to free himself. He was lost in the moment, preparing for the event that he had been trying to recreate with countless women but never had, and it was my only chance. In one swift movement, I bit down into his throat, using my fangs to tear at the muscle underneath. A chunk of sinew filled my mouth as I pulled back with every ounce of strength I had. Blood rained down onto my face and chest from above me. He fell backwards, grabbing at the place that I had torn a chunk from. Before he could react, I pounced on him, biting at the front of his neck, finding the trachea and tearing at it with my teeth. He kicked out and caught me in the chest, sending me across the barn and into a wall. The wheeze of him breathing through his ruined windpipe was my only solace. He was on his feet and preparing for another attack. He was hunched, every muscle tensed, his feet apart. I jumped to my feet, matching his posture and locking eyes with him. With disbelief, I watched the red mess of torn muscle on the side of his throat starting to re-knit. He was already healing. He snarled, and his words came out like something wet and whistling. I will make your death very long and very painful, you bitch! Anything is better than your filthy little prick inside of me, Willie. I had one shot, and it had failed. He was not going to give me another chance. He tensed, and I knew I had half a second before he was on me. A blast of heat filled the room and knocked us backwards. Will! The one word was deafening. I slammed my hands over my ears to protect my eardrums from rupture. A black blur collided with Will, and his body crashed to the ground. Soren had found me. Chapter 73. The sounds of struggle filled the room. Two blurs swirled around each other faster than eyes could focus on or brains could understand. I crawled to Monica and pulled her to Alex, grabbed Alex with the other hand and pulled both bodies to the doorway, getting them away from the battle that was raging around us. I scrambled for Reese, unsure of where the men were. Shaking him, I cried his name. Oh, God, Reese, please, wake up, please, please. He was limp, but he couldn't be dead. We had to be decapitated or in the sunlight to die, right? So he couldn't be dead. Reese! I yelled, and heat flew from my scream out of my mouth and at the weakened man. I saw it like a swirl of colors. It slammed into his chest and disappeared into his rib cage. His eyes flew open, and he pushed me away, not seeing me. Kate? He grabbed at me, looking around wildly, trying to figure out where he was. Reese, get to the door. Protect Alex and Monica. Look for a phone or keys or something. We have to get them to the hospital. His confusion cleared. His expression was one of utter fear. What happened? Is that your blood? I looked down. I was dressed in nothing but black bra and panties, and my body was smeared with blood and chunks of flesh. I knew there was probably more around my mouth. I'm fine. Please just go protect them, Reese. They're helpless. He nodded, trying to stand, but his legs gave way. He came back to the floor. He didn't argue. He just began to crawl towards the two in the doorway. I faced the back of the barn, trying to find the men and hoping that Soren was winning. A flash of colors slowed to the clear image of Soren and Will locked in the effort to overpower one another. Both were leaning into each other and pushing, but the resistance from each equaled the attempt to drive back their opponent. Will vanished, making Soren fall forward and onto the floor. A laugh came from behind me, and there was no time to turn before Will had his arms around me, locking my arms to my side and crushing my ribs. Soren stood and froze. He spit a mouthful of blood to the side. He was in all black, so I couldn't see if he was bleeding. There were no tears in the clothes, so I prayed he was unharmed. I will kill you, Will. You will not leave here alive. He laughed again, and it was an evil sound. That is quite fine. But The whore dies first, my lord. The last two words were dripping with disdain. Soren raised his hands in a gesture of truce. She isn't part of this. This is between you and me. No, it's not, you egotistical mongrel. That's your problem, Soren. You think everything is about you. It makes you blind. It has never been anything but her. Her and those like her. Like what? I asked, and he squeezed harder. Women who throw themselves at inferior men, who try to take the power. Bullshit, I retorted. Tell him the truth. All of this is because you couldn't get it up with Serene. He whirled me around and drove his fist into my jaw. Blackness filled my vision. I heard Soren run towards us. Will spun me back around, and a knife was now at my throat. He had pulled it from somewhere, and I knew he'd use it before Soren could reach me. I wondered if it was the same knife that had killed Serene. Soren stopped and raised his hands again. Soren's gray eyes looked into mine and could hear everything he was trying to say without him uttering a word. He was sorry. Sorry that he didn't see Will for what he was. Sorry he didn't protect me. Sorry he came too late. I will make you this offer only once, Will. Soren dropped his hands to either side. Leave here, and I will not follow you or have you found. Let her live, and go start over somewhere far away. Pass, he said without hesitation. I will counter your offer. I cut off her head and leave you to replay this moment for eternity. You may be older, and you think you're more powerful than me, but you don't know everything. The floor started to sink, pulling away from my bare feet. I wanted to look down, but the knife was too close to my throat to risk the movement. I felt air on the soles of my feet, around the bare skin of my arms and my legs. Soren fell away from my vision. He wasn't sinking. I was rising. We were floating, levitating away from my only chance of rescue. Will relaxed the knife hand and allowed some room between us so I could look down. I'm sure that's what he wanted. Soren watched us from below. I saw the 12-foot drop and wondered what the plan was. Why bring us up here? There was no way out. He turned us, and I saw what his terrible purpose was. A loft came into view, hidden away in the back corner, too high to see from the ground. The ladder to reach it must have been long gone. Nothing remained in that little space. We floated towards the opening, and I saw rats scatter to the beams above the storage area and scurry away. Will spoke to me, but loud enough for anyone to hear. They can't fly, can they? He called down, but didn't really want an answer because he kept going. They will be able to hear what I do to you, but won't be able to stop me. Let go of her! It was Reese. He was screaming up at us, pounding the wall below us with his fists. We reached the inside of the loft, and he lowered us to the flooring. He moved in, facing me, keeping his tight grip on my arm with one hand and the knife in the other. My back was to the entrance, to the men below. Will was safely inside, with me as a barrier between him and them. Unless they have bows and arrows, I was screwed. Will released my arm and slapped me hard. You will do what I say. No tricks, or I will kill you, and then find your girls. I looked into his eyes, and I knew he meant it. The mention of my daughters awakened something in me. It was a darker thing that I hadn't met yet. It stirred in my gut and was hot, like my stomach was filling with lava. At my back, I felt the familiar crackle of electricity tickle up and down my back. My skin responded and my power flowed. My aura reached for that lightning and danced around it. The heat in my belly flowed backwards, through my back and out to join the dancing energies. Soren's power whispered in my head, I am here. Use me. Will slid the knife under the center of my bra between the cups and pulled out. The knife sliced through the fabric, exposing me to him. He ran the tip of the knife down my sternum, and it bit into my flesh, creating a long red line. The powers churned at my back, and the fire in my stomach turned up the flames. Soren's power caressed mine, giving my heat his strength and fullness. It shared its wisdom. His power and mine married, becoming one. The rage I felt at the thought of him watching my daughters, waiting for the moment he could grab them, boiled up in my throat. The spiraling, twisting of the electric heat behind me grew faster. It was just waiting for me to tell it what to do. He cocked his head like he was listening. "What is that?" "What is what?" I asked. "I feel something. You are doing something. Your eyes." "It's fear," I lied. "You have the knife. You're clothed. You have all the power. I have nothing. I can't hide anything." "Get on your knees." I did as he told me, silently dropping to the floor. He kept the knife in his right hand and used his left to undo the button on his pants, sliding the zipper down. "Don't, you bastard!" Reese screamed from below me. A growl rolled up to the loft. It was Soren, and I heard Monica crying again. She was alive. "Get her out of here, Reese! Go!" Will stopped working on his pants and backhanded me. It was the same spot he had slapped earlier, and it screamed in pain. I refused to raise my hand to my mouth and turned back to him without a sound. He went back to fumbling with his jockey shorts and then freed himself. "If you bite me, I cut off an ear. Got it?" I looked up at him. He was so proud of what he was showing me. He felt like he was giving me a great gift. The look in his eyes was ravenous. I imagined every woman he had killed, saw their faces on the office wall side by side. I thought about them seeing that look in his eyes above them as they begged for him to stop. I thought of Monica in my vision and what he would have done to her if I hadn't convinced her to not go out alone that night. I thought of Serene, believing him and giving him her secret only to be slaughtered. I thought of her little girl growing up without her, never knowing why her mom had left. I imagined all of those women standing behind me, and I suddenly knew what to tell my growing power to do. I relaxed my arms on each side of me, slowing the rhythm of my breathing. I felt the power behind me prepare itself. The ghost women at my back reached out as one, and the electric heat flew through me, merging with that boiling lava in my gut, and that mixture tore itself out of my body. I arched back, screaming at the ceiling. The heat hit Will in the chest, and he cried out. I dropped my gaze to him as the flames burst out of his body. The power danced over him, fanning the flames and spreading the fire. He stumbled backwards, slapping at his torso, trying to put the fire out, but he couldn't. It was not an ordinary fire. It burned because I told it to, and it would not stop until he was ash. He shuffled forward, reaching for me. I jumped up and backwards, letting the wood fall away. I floated just far enough back to be free of him, but was close enough to watch the ghost women approach him. His screams turned to howls, and I let myself slowly drift to the ground. As my bare feet touched the floor, his howling died away. I felt the spirits leave and knew they were at peace. 74. Soren ran to me and I collapsed into his arms. Reese was at my back. We stood like that until I could hold myself up. Reese backed away and Soren placed his finger under my chin to tilt my head up. He knew what I had done. He had seen it with his power and with my eyes. "You did what you had to do," he whispered, only for me. I nodded, still not able to speak. He pulled off his shirt and swept it over my head, letting it fall into place. I was thankful for the cover. "Alex!" I remembered the others and ran for the doorway. Monica sat on the ground with Alex in her arms. He was too still, too broken. I saw dark bruises around each wrist where I had tied the ropes. Monica gazed up at me, and what I saw in her eyes stabbed me in the heart. She was horrified. I dropped to my knees on either side. On the other side of him, Reese stood behind me. We could make him. No, I stopped him. He would never forgive us. He's dying, Katie. He can live and find a cure and then cure himself. I can't, Reese. It's not an option. I felt Reese's anger with me. I'll look for the keys, but we're miles from the hospital and his heartbeat is so weak. Then he walked out into the darkness. Soren was behind me. Heal him. I can't, I said. Try. He knelt down and pressed his cheek into my back. Merge your powers. I saw you send energy to Reese. I believe you can heal him, but you must believe it too. I felt that electricity again, but what answered from my body wasn't heat this time. What reached out for Soren's lightning was a cold rush of wind. It climbed up my back, into his chest, and then melted together at the top of my head. I felt ice water, filling with a crackling current, pour over my head, down my face, my shoulders, my arms, and reach my hands. I laid those icy palms on Alex's chest. Are you hurting him? Monica's voice was just above a whisper. No, I answered. Trust me. The ice water rolled off my fingertips and into Alex. The electricity followed. Pump, I thought. Pump. I pictured my fingers passing through his skin and into his body, holding his heart. I gently squeezed and released, squeezed and released. I pictured his heart and then pictured it slowly increasing its beats. I told his body to fix what was broken, to repair the damage. I pulled forth memories from nursing school, learning how cells form. And in my mind, I repeated that cycle, telling Alex's cells to heal and grow. I leaned my face to his, calling the cold current to my mouth. I hovered above his and blew that cold into his parted lips. I breathed the crackling power into my lungs and blew it out into his mouth again. Then I gently laid my lips onto his. Soren pressed his lips into the back of my neck and his power rolled through my throat, into my mouth and out into Alex. Alex gasped and Monica screamed. She scooted back away from us in scrambling movements that ended when she hit the wall. Soren pulled me back to give the shuddering man some space. He jerked, sitting up and drawing in shaking, ragged breaths. He looked around wildly. He saw me, Soren, and Monica, then repeated his glancing around the room. As I watched, a pinkish hue was replacing that gray skin. His eyes brightened and pulled out from his sockets. He had just been brought back to life, but when I looked over, the terror in Monica's eyes far surpassed what was in Alex's. I could only handle one problem at a time. Exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I let myself fall back into Soren's chest. He held me, protected me, and I never wanted to leave those arms. Where am I? Alex's voice was ragged and rasping. It sounded painful. He needed water. Monica tentatively crawled towards him. She reached out like she was afraid he was a mirage and might disappear when touched. Her hand landed on his cheek and didn't pass through. She looked relieved and shocked. You were dying. What? He asked. You were hurt, Alex. I healed you, I said to his back, like I was telling him what I had eaten for lunch. Alex turned slowly, looking more curious than surprised. You can do that? Since when? Since now, I answered. How did we get here? Why are we here? That is a story for later, I answered. We need to get you two to the hospital before the sun comes up. We must move quickly. You and Reese stay with me, Soren demanded, and I didn't have the energy to fight. If I was being honest with myself, I wanted the safety of him, even if it was just for a night. And who are you? Alex asked, obviously feeling fine. Soren. Alex stood. I couldn't believe how quickly he was recovering. I've heard about you. I'd like to talk to you someday. Soren lifted me gingerly, and I was able to stand with him. He responded to Alex, someday. Is someone gonna tell me what the fuck is going on? Monica screamed, still on the ground. With Alex not dying, I suddenly saw her injuries. One side of her face was bruised and the eye was swelling shut. Blood was drying on the side of her temple. Fang marks stood out prominently against her pale skin. When Alex helped her to her feet, she winced and clutched her stomach. She was shaking, and I knew she wasn't doing well. I took a step towards her, and she stepped into Alex, clutching him and burying her face into his chest. He stood still for a second, not sure what to do, and then wrapped his arms around her. "Does she know?" he asked. "She does now, but I don't think she understands. She's in shock," I said. Reese ran into view and slid to a stop when he saw Alex standing, clearly alive. "What did I miss?" "Can we talk in the car, please?" I knew I didn't have much time and we had a lot to discuss. Monica took her face from Alex's chest and I saw smears of blood and mascara across his shirt. She registered Reese and looked back at me with more questions in her eyes. "I won't ride with her." Sorrow washed over me, and I fought the urge to run to her. She had every right to hate me. I had been the reason she'd gone through the worst night of her life. Reese took a small step towards the two humans. "I can take you to the hospital. Alex will be with you, all right?" Alex met Reese's eyes and understood. "Yes, I will be in the car with you, and I will stay with you at the hospital. I won't let anyone hurt you." I was glad that she was allowing Reese to go. She didn't know about him, and that was a good thing. At least one vampire would be with them to get them safely to the hospital. Alex led Monica away from us towards Reese's Honda. He looked back at me, and I mouthed, "Thank you." Monica risked one more glance back, and what I saw was worse than hate. It was fear of me. They disappeared into the shadows. I heard car doors open and closed. Reese was left staring at me. "I'll meet you at Soren's after I make sure she's okay. I'll sleep in the ER broom closet if I have to." He started to walk away and then stopped, turning back. "She'll forgive you, Katie. She just needs time." And then he was gone. I was alone with Soren. I waited until I heard the car turn off the gravel before I sagged into him and let myself cry. It felt like the bravest thing that I had done all night. Chapter 75. I don't know how long it had taken us to get to Soren's estate. He'd carried me to the car and laid me in the back seat. I curled up in a ball, staring at that black leather in front of me the whole time. The rocking of the car, mixed with exhaustion, put me into a little trance. It was either that or shock. My brain was treating me to a playback of the last few days. My attack, Will in my home, sneaking into Reese's home, my vision of Monica, the parking garage, the trunk, the crate. I saw Alex in a heap, Monica being bitten, Reese being kicked. My merging with a French ghost, ripping a man's throat out with my teeth, and the near assault, then killing a man by burning him alive with my mind. We came to a stop. Soren opened the door and lifted me from the prison of my mind. He was so hard and cold, but I wanted nothing more than to be against that chest and in those arms until the end of time. I never wanted to be alone and exposed again. I knew I wasn't exactly helpless anymore. I also knew that I was done being alone and hiding from the possibility of being hurt. He carried me up the stairs like I weighed nothing. There's something wonderful about being cradled and taken to a place safe. I wanted to tell him that, but I was too tired to even speak. Tamila was at the top of the stairs. I hadn't heard her. When she spoke, I jumped and curled into Soren. "The bath is ready," she said, with sadness in her voice. He started to walk, but she must have stopped him. He turned, and I felt her touch my head. "I'm so sorry, Kate," she whispered. "We will never fail you again." I wanted to tell her it was okay. I wanted to take that sadness away from her, but I couldn't move or speak. He continued down the hallway. I didn't know what door he went into, but felt the steam as soon as we stepped in. He sat me on the edge of a large tub. The tile was cold under my skin. It's weird how tile can stay chilly in a hot bathroom, but I was grateful for it. It felt solid and real. I lifted my arms without being told. The dried blood had stuck the shirt to my skin, so he had to give it a slight tug to get it off. I stood and he slid the panties down my legs, and I caught sight of myself in the mirror. Dark, dried blood painted my face from chin to nose. It covered my torso like a macabre garment. I was the thing of nightmares. Soren stood, lifting me up and lowering me into the water. I let him. Every muscle in me was used up, and my brain had shut down for the time being. I think it was trying to protect me from what I already knew. I would never be the same. He removed his pants and shoes. The bathtub was big enough for 6 adults to fit in and have leg room, but he slipped in behind me so I could lay back against his chest. He found a washcloth sitting nearby, and soaking it with the bath water, he rubbed it down my chest. We don't have much time. I wish I could do this right. All the times I imagined you in here with me, I never wanted it to be like this. I saw the dark red flakes fall into the bath and float away. Some of the parts that hadn't dried had created a swirl of color in the water around me. It was so familiar to my first bath after I turned, and I couldn't believe how much had happened since. I don't know what to say. I was happy to know that I wasn't too broken to speak. I felt his cheek on the top of my head. You don't have to say anything. I turned in the water, making ripples dance away from us, and he froze. I think he was afraid to hurt or scare me. I met his eyes. What am I? He seemed confused. What do you mean? I see things from the past and in the future. I can float. I know what's in someone's thoughts, and I can send my thoughts to you. I saw ghosts, and I burned a man alive. Soren, what am I? Those gray eyes were so serious, and I liked it better when he was teasing me. You are a vampire, Catherine. These are vampire powers. Well, I have never seen so many in a vampire so young. Never so many, and never in someone so new. You are still just a vampire. I do not know what that means, and I know that you are good. I believe these powers were given to you because you will do the right thing with them. I took the cloth from his hands, swishing it in the water and squeezing it out. I had to rub hard to get the blood off my cheeks. I felt like I would never be clean. He continued, I know that vampire mates can share their powers, but it is rare, and I have never mingled with anyone but you. Before our first night together, my power had never touched another, let alone become one with another. We were the ones that killed Will. We were one. That is not on you alone, Catherine. He reached out and pulled me into him. I rested against him, thinking about what he had said. Mates. He had said mates. I wonder what that meant. I looked up at him. Will you wash my hair? It was such a stupid thing to ask. I'd loved when my mother had washed and brushed my hair. She had stopped when I was 5 and she became really sick, right around the time she started hitting me and reading the Bible all day. I always felt too silly to ask Tom. The girls had brushed my hair when they were little, but now they thought it was dumb. And I had just asked an ancient vampire lord to wash my hair like he was a servant. He smiled. It would be my honor. I turned back, moving forward in the tub, and dipped back to saturate my hair. For a second, I was lost in the knowledge that he would do this for me, and forgot that I was washing chunks of meat and blood out of my black locks. He wrapped a hand under my neck and lifted me up. I smelled roses before I felt the hands on my scalp rubbing the shampoo in. Roses? I asked. I have to confess, he paused. I bought it after I asked you to stay with me. I wanted you to have this very tub together, you and I, and for you to have expensive shampoo. I don't think I'd ever been moved by such a small gesture. He guided my head back down into the water and massaged my scalp in the bath. The water dulled all the sound. It was like being in a bubble where nothing bad happens and I don't have to feel anything but his hands on my head. He let me stay like that for longer than he needed to, massaging my crown and running his hands down my hair. When I was lifted up, there was a slight feeling of loss, of missing that quiet, calm water. We should go to bed soon. I knew he was right. Can I sleep with you? I sounded weak and hated it, but my pride was not stronger than my need to not be alone. I didn't plan anything different. Reese will be in the room next to ours. I nodded. I don't feel clean. I promise you are, he responded. I stood and matched the motion. Looking down, I saw the rust-colored water and wanted it gone immediately. I bent down, shoving my hand through the water and slamming it into the silver plug. It popped with a thump, sending the water spiraling down the drain. Standing, I met his gaze, not being able to read what was on his face. Of all the abilities I seem to have, I wish empathy was one of them, so I knew what you were feeling. He half smiled. I am happy there are things that you have not yet conquered. I need some mystery. He lifted me and stepped out of the tub. You aren't carrying me down the hallway naked, are you? The half smile turned into a full one. Tempting, but no. There are towels and robes behind you. Are you okay to walk? He set me down. I tested my legs. I feel okay. I found a black satin robe that was too big for me, but I loved the feel of it against my wet skin. I wrapped a dark gray towel around my hair. He had a matching towel around his waist. Opening the door, he motioned for me to go first. I found the hallway dark and quiet. No one was around. Chapter 76. His room was just as I had remembered it. Tonight it felt big and quiet, and I couldn't believe that an hour before I'd been fighting for my life. I heard the door click behind us, and he spoke to my back. Would you like something to sleep in? Actually, I like this, I answered, clutching the robe at my waist. I approached the foot of the enormous bed. Is there a particular side that you like? I was so nervous I didn't know what to say or ask. I had slept next to Reese, but that was different. And before him, Tom was the only man that I'd shared a bed with. His beautiful laugh filled the room and bounced off the walls. No, you can have whatever side you want. I moved to the left side and he moved to the right. I looked at him over the bed and he was utterly perfect. In shadows with a single droplet of water still clinging to his white skin and rolling down to the towel. I unrolled the towel on my head, using it to rub my hair one last time, wanting to get it as dry as possible. I held it in my hand awkwardly. I couldn't just throw it on the floor in this gorgeous bedroom. Let me take this to the bathroom. No, he held up his hand. Toss it to me, and I will put it on the couch. In a perfectly normal gesture, I chucked it across the bed, and he caught it. While he crossed the room to lay it on the couch, I pulled back the heavy duvet and climbed in. It was as soft and wonderful as I'd imagined. I couldn't help but watch him come back towards the bed, reveling in the nature that this breathtaking creature was about to climb into the same bed as I. I was happy for the distraction. The bed sunk with his weight. I was aware enough to be surprised that I didn't feel more uneasy. It felt familiar, having him climb into bed next to me. I rolled to my side facing him, and he stared back. We laid like that for minutes, just enjoying the sight of each other. He looked sad, and I didn't like seeing the sorrow in his eyes. I'm sorry, Catherine. I was getting tired of hearing that. I should have seen it, Soren said. He was right under my nose for decades. How could I not have seen it? Felt it. He fooled me. He fooled us all, I said. You didn't feel it because he was a sociopath. He could hide his feelings and pretend to have others. I let him into my home. He knew where my daughters were. I watched the look in his eyes change from regret to anger, then back to sadness. The night started to replay in my head. I'm so grateful you came when you did. How did you find me? He lifted his hand and pushed a wet strand of hair off my face. You gave me your blood. It's in me. We are bonded. I felt your fear, heard your scream. I followed. He paused, thinking of the word he wanted to use. Your essence. Will you always be able to find me? Yes, he answered, and I didn't know if it scared me or comforted me to be bonded to a man that I'd only met last week. I'd been on this earth long enough to know that men will do and say whatever you want until you are completely theirs, and then they change. I brushed that thought away. The old Kate would have talked herself out of this, but I was done being scared and untrusting of men. This man, the man across from me, was worth anything that may or may not happen. I came to your room, I whispered. I could see you, but I couldn't talk to you. I tried. I screamed for you. Remembering that moment brought the fear back. I felt you, he said. With training, you will learn how to be seen and heard when you move like that. You can teach me? I wanted so badly to know how to control those things inside of me. I can teach you some, he responded. Far-seeing I cannot teach you because it is rare and delicate, but I know an excellent tutor. If I can teach you the other things, I will. We fell silent again. I could feel the stirrings of dawn and knew we would sleep soon. It wasn't your fault. I should have known Reese wasn't the killer. I fell for every part of Will's plan. Well, he had many years to perfect his lying and cons. Soren was right. Will had decades to learn how to trick and hurt people. He'd been doing it long before he was immortal. He had been born bad. I could only hope that Soren would see that and not blame himself for too long. He's dead now. He is, Soren nodded. Will I be this tired every time I use powers, I asked. Not when you are stronger and have better control, but Catherine? Yes, I asked. I can't imagine what a force you will be when you're able to focus those powers. You're already the most extraordinary woman I have ever met. When you are older and more skilled, I may have to step down and allow you to be lady of the city. I laughed, and it felt good to laugh. I do like the sound of that. I like the sound of your laugh, he said. A quiet rap at the door interrupted us, and through the wood I heard Reese. I'm here. Tamila showed me to my room. Monica is going to be okay. I'll see you tonight. Relief washed over me. She could hate me, but at least she was alive. Good night, I called out, then heard a door shut and knew he was in his room for the day. Reese, Alex, and Monica were all safe, and a bad man was dead, and it was all worth it. When I met the gray eyes in front of me, I no longer felt that heavy sadness. Along with the man that lay next to me, I had saved my friends. He lifted up onto his forearm to look down at me. I rolled to my back and gazed up. He pulled the heavy duvet down to my waist, exposing the tie that held the robe around me. I saw the question in his eyes and answered it by undoing the bow myself. I pulled at the edges of the robe, bringing them to each side and baring the breasts that he had just washed. The cool air hit my skin and the nipples reacted. He moved on to me, never breaking eye contact. It was different this time. There was no power between us. The lightning and heat lay dormant, leaving just the two of us. I reached up and lay a hand on each side of his face, drawing him down to me for a kiss. Soren was usually an intensity that was hard to breathe around, but in that bed, on that night, he was just a man, and I was just a woman. Somehow I knew that I was seeing a part of him that no one else saw. His kiss was soft and searching, as if it was our first time. We were careful and curious about each other. His hand was gentle with its exploration of me. It moved down my side, across my breast, down my sternum, across my belly and back. I arched up, wanting to feel his body on mine. He was a welcomed distraction and a comfort all wrapped in one. He was strength and power and wisdom. He felt so old and so new simultaneously. It felt like I'd always known him, but was really just meeting him for the first time. I ran my hand down the hardness of his chest and continued down his stomach, to find that he had come to bed without the towel. I felt him respond when my palm brushed over him. He moaned into my mouth, never breaking the slow dance of our lips. I lightly ran my fingers up and down that satin skin, feeling him impossibly hard. I wrapped my hand around him, making him pull back from my lips to suck in air. He looked down at me, the storm filling his gray irises and the pupil gone. His fangs flashed white. "Why do you have such an effect on me?" His voice was ragged. "Do you want me to stop?" "Never," he answered. He rose up and moved to poise above me in something close to a plank, with me between his arms. My hand fell away from him and I waited for him to move. I wanted him to be in control. He dropped a knee to rest on my legs, urging me to bring them apart and make room, which I did. He lowered himself inch by inch. Again he kissed me, and again it was a slow exploration with his tongue. The aching was becoming overwhelming. I fought the desire to take over and rush the sensation that I wanted. I felt the tip of him at the opening of me, and I knew I was wet and ready, and he stayed there. I ran my hands down his back over the curves, feeling each muscle strain. He was so patient, and when I thought I may scream, he slid as slowly as the kiss into me. I rose my hips to meet him, and he drew back out again. He was gentle as he repeated the motion in and out. I matched the gliding pace up and down. The feeling was exquisite. I felt a swelling in my chest and thought I may cry from the ecstasy. The kiss ended when he drew back to stare into my eyes. I could have fallen into that look. I knew I would never again look at storm clouds the same way. Never again would I look at them and not think of this man. I wrapped my legs around him, drawing him in deeper. He was straining, torn between the need and wanting to make this last forever. The new angle led him to find the area in a woman that men rarely touch, and as he drew out and slid back in, he caressed that spot over and over. My breathing turned to panting. "Please don't stop," I begged him. "Not for anything," he responded in that same breathless tone. He lowered himself so that every inch of him was pressed against every inch of me, and the wonderful stroking inside of me was now met with a rubbing of him outside. The combination of sensation was amazing. I brought in a shaking breath, my pain crying for release, while also pleading for it to never end. He was close, and I was too, and we held on to that graceful rhythm. "Dragoste mea, sorte mea," he sighed into my ear. I shuddered and a wave of pleasure slammed into me. He arched back, crying out. I echoed him as a second wave rocked me. He gasped and throbbed inside of me while he moved in and out one last time. He quivered. Before he could collapse on top of me, I locked my legs and rolled him to his back. He stayed inside of me as I lowered my body to lay on his chest. We bathed in after the after effects of our uniting. Will it always be like this?" I asked out loud before I could stop myself. "I hope so," he answered. "I've never been so tired." "I should have let you rest," he said, running his fingers through my damp hair. I could smell the roses of the shampoo in the air. I ran my hand down his side to find a comfortable position. "I'll tell you when I need my rest." "As you wish, my lady." It was an old saying. So odd to hear it now. I forgot sometimes how old he was. I couldn't imagine what he had seen. I tried to picture him 500 years ago in some faraway Romanian village. I wanted to know everything about him. How had he grown up? What was it like then? How did he become a vampire? What is Romania like? I couldn't even imagine it because I had never seen pictures. But the language was so beautiful, and I was sure that the land would match it. "Soren?" "Yes." "What were the words you said earlier?" My stomach told me that the sun was up and we didn't have long. I was too exhausted to fight it. I wanted to lay like this forever and talk to him all day, but I couldn't. For that second, I hated what we were. "When?" "Just now, right before." It sounded like Dragost me, sorta me. I knew I had butchered it. It sounded so much better from him. Dragostia mea, sorta mea, he said. I said that? You did? What does it mean? It means, he paused, deciding whether or not to tell me, my love, my fate. Chapter 77. We were in the same position when the sunset brought us back as we had been when the sun took us away. I lay on top of him with his arms wrapped around me. I never wanted so badly to not move. I had given my body to the man below me, but knew that he was still a mystery. Too many people had warned me of his wrath, that he ruled with an iron fist. He'd sent me to hunt a killer on the same night that I was born into moonlight, with banishment the cost of failure. I had not failed, and he'd been the one to come to me when I needed him, but I had to admit that Will's death served him as much as it did me. He had called me his fate, but it had been the embrace of an orgasm, and I couldn't believe what a man said in a moment of release. Would he still want me, or would he just go back to the way things were? Now that the murderer was dead, vampires could continue to exist with the humans around them unaware. It was better that people didn't know what walked around them at night. I would still come to terms with the fact that vampires and werewolves and witches were real. I was bound to find out that more things from stories were based on truth, but for now, this was enough. If humans found out, what would they do to us? Alex knew. He was working on a cure. For the first time since I saw him in the bar, I wondered, would I want to use that cure? While I figured that out, I would help him no matter what. He was my friend, and I wanted him to find the medicine that he dreamed of. I wanted him to be reunited with his sister, and I was grateful to have someone who knew my secret. Which brought me to Monica, the only other human who knew. I hated the way that she found out, hated that she had seen me covered in blood and using my powers. I shuddered to think of what else she may have seen. Did she see me rip his throat out with my teeth, conjure the spirit of a dead woman, my fangs, my bright blue pupilless eyes? I couldn't blame her for how she felt. I was the stuff of nightmares, but I grieved the loss of her and feared that she wouldn't keep my secret. I stood to lose my family, my friends, my job. They may lock me up in a lab for testing or tie me up in the park and let the sun destroy the monster. Would she tell? Should I tell Tom first before he heard another way? No, they could never know. I'd rather disappear than see the same look in their eyes that I had seen in Monica's. I knew I needed to go see her and talk to her. She may not let me in, but I had to try to see that she was okay. And more than that, I wanted to say goodbye to my friend so she and I could move on. And I had to talk to Reese. What had happened to him was my fault. I should have trusted him, told him what Will said. We would have known that he was the one who could not be trusted. It may have prevented everything that occurred. It may have saved Reese from 2 days in a box, saved Alex from all that pain, and Monica from the nightmares that she would inevitably visit. I needed to see my children, to bring them home and hold them tight. I needed time with them, and they needed their mother. I knew in the back of my mind that I may have to leave them to protect them, but for now, for a few days, I wanted to be their mother again. I knew I needed to do those things, yet I didn't move, because once I pulled away from him, it would break that moment for good. It'd be a sweet memory, and I just wasn't ready for it to be just a memory. For a few more seconds, I wanted to be naked in the arms of that powerful man below me. I wanted to live in a world where I was truly his fate and he was mine. I would get up and face reality soon, but for that moment, we were one. I breathed in the smell of him and tried to memorize the lines of him with my hands. I trailed them over his breathtaking body, every inch of him, trying to not disturb his sleep. He was cold and hard beneath me, but I didn't care. He was Soren, Lord of the Vampires, and I wanted him to be just as he was. His biceps twitched and swelled. He was awake and squeezing me. I didn't stop my hand from running over the cool flesh. I heard him breathe in, and I think he was smelling my hair. His hands slid down my back to cup my buttocks. I could get used to this, he said with that husky voice that men have when they first wake up. I lifted up, using my hands on his chest to push me up, and looked down at him. I didn't think I'd ever get used to the sight of him and how he made my body react. Get used to what? I asked, trying to sound oblivious. The feel of soft skin and the smell of roses when I wake up? Well, I wouldn't want you to get used to it. I want you to be as unprepared for me as I am for you. Even to me, it sounded way too sappy. I leaned down to lay my lips on his. They were as cold as the rest of him, and I knew I was probably just as cold. I will need to have blood at the bedside for future sleepovers. I sat up confused. Why? You have plenty downstairs. He smiled, and I knew he was about to say something that would make me blush, if I could. You see, for any man to have what he needs when a beautiful woman is in his bed, there must be plenty of blood flow. If I'm low on blood, my body doesn't have what it needs to react. While I can please you with other parts of me, I never want to miss the chance to feel you wet and tight around me. I guess I didn't think of that, I said. As a nurse, it makes perfect sense. No blood, no erection. He laughed at this. You are so direct. Sorry, I responded. Don't be. It's refreshing, even when you're arguing with me. I must admit I'm not used to people arguing with me. It may take some time. I sighed and chuckled. If you're going to try and be a little more patient, then I will try and be a little more agreeable. Agreed. And who said there would be more of this in the future? I asked. You did, Catherine. A day and full night with you. That was your promise. I assume you will not be spending the night with me tonight. I have to go to the hospital, I said, and talk to Monica. I need to apologize to Reese, and I definitely need to go see my children. I prepared for an argument, which is not what I got. I know you do, which is why I know we will have a future date with you back in this bed. And he was right. I rolled off of him to sit on the edge of the bed. I stood lifting the satin robe from the tangle of sheets and put it on. He laid there so perfect that it hurt. My body screamed for me to go get blood from the kitchen, bring it back, and stay in that bed with him all night. My brain, however, told me I needed to get moving before I ran out of night. I realized there was a problem. I have no clothes. He rolled from the bed to walk across the room. I was envious of how comfortable he was in his nakedness. I wished for that kind of confidence. He reached a large armoire and swung open the 2 doors. Out of it, he pulled a gift. This was for our night together, but I think you need it now more. I bought it when I bought the shampoo. He stood, extending the gift to me, and I crossed to the room to meet him. I couldn't remember the last time I was given a gift for no reason, and now he had gifted me a fridge and whatever this was. I tore off the silver wrapping paper. The action caused a thought to slam into my head. What day is it? I asked. September 28th, he answered. I gazed at him speechless, with a white robe box in one hand and torn wrapping paper in the other. It's my birthday. His left eyebrow raised. Is it? I wish I had known. I would have done more. I barely heard him. I walked in autopilot to the couch and sat. Last week I was upset about being 40, and now it seemed like the dumbest thing to be worked up over. Did my birthday even matter anymore? You okay? He asked, sitting down next to me. Yeah, I said, looking up at him. Just kind of surreal, you know? I'll be 1 week shy of 40 forever. Seems like I shouldn't even care about my birthday anymore. It marks the passing of time, but you will learn that time means very little to you. How old were you when you returned? I asked. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. I was 29. An involuntary gasp escaped my mouth. I'm practically robbing the cradle. You seem so much older. It made him laugh. I couldn't help but laugh with him. I am older, Catherine. That was just my human age, and I can assure you that 29 in my time was almost middle-aged. One day I will tell you my story, but for tonight it is your night, and I am honored to be the first one to wish you happy birthday. Now open your gift so you can go see your friend and family. I broke the seal on the side of the cardboard and opened the gift. White tissue paper was pulled aside to reveal something made of black fabric. I stood and lifted it out. It was a black sundress with spaghetti straps and onyx buttons trailing down from the V-neck to the bottom of the long flowing skirt. I loved it, and I didn't know what to say. I wasn't good at receiving kindness. I love it, I said. I wanted you to wear it for a candlelit dinner outside and a dance in the grove I met you in, but we will need to save that for another time. Now, it is your birthday dress. I removed the robe, letting it fall to the floor. I needed to unbutton a few top buttons to get it on, but once it was rebuttoned, it fit like it was made for me. Tamila has plenty of shoes. I'm sure we can find you something that will slide on and work. Meet me in the kitchen. You'll need to eat before you go. I nodded. The kindness, the gifts, the way he looked at me, it was too much. I was uncomfortable with the attention and I wanted to run. I'll see you downstairs. He pulled me into him, his arms around my low back, and laid his lips on my forehead. He met my eyes, and the closeness made it somehow more intimate than anything we had done before. I won't hurt you, Catherine. I hope that's true, I whispered. And with that, I went to the door and made my way to the kitchen. I didn't want him to see the tears in my eyes. Chapter 78. The feeling of walking downstairs was like walking through a dream. The girl that walked down those stairs after meeting Soren for the first time had gone through more than anyone should. The woman a week ago that had been naive and unable to accept her new condition, she'd thought that she could solve some murders and return to life as usual. The woman who had walked down the stairs now knew that those had been the dreams of a child. Life was never going to go back to the way it had been when I was human. The house was quiet. I stepped into the kitchen and faced Reese. He was sitting on a stool, glass of untouched blood in front of him and head in his hands. I froze. I didn't know what to say to him. I wanted to turn and run, take the coward's way out. I had the impulse to drop to my knees and beg him to forgive me. He had shown me more kindness than anyone ever had. In this short time, he had become my mother, my father, my best friend, and confidant. I loved him in a way that I think most children love their parents. But those children had never felt the fist of an abusive mother or the abandonment of a father. I didn't know what to do with this love, but I knew that I had risked losing it all when I let someone convince me that Reese was my attacker. I didn't deserve this man's affection. He had taken this gift, given it to me, and I had used it to betray him. I had to face the fact that I may have lost another parent. The thought occurred to me that maybe I'd been the problem all along. Maybe my parents hadn't loved me because I didn't deserve it, and maybe Tom had stopped loving me because I was unlovable. It was too much. I had to run. The look in Soren's eyes, the tenderness in the bathtub, the kindness Reese had shown me, it was just all too much. I turned to slip out of the kitchen. Katie. I froze. He'd seen me. I had to face him. He deserved whatever he wanted to say to me, and I needed to take it. It could prepare me for what Monica would say later, and if it was harsh enough, I could just shut myself down and stop feeling. I could build up a wall and stay safe inside. I turned and he was standing. I braced myself to see anger or hurt in his eyes, but instead I saw hope. He looked hopeful. Are you okay? You look very pretty. Yes, and thank you. Are you okay? The tears that had built up in the hallway couldn't be held back any longer, and they spilled down my cheeks. I am. He stared at me for a beat, and then pulled out the stool next to us. Please, come eat. I slowly walked to that stool, afraid of what he may say next. You need to eat, Reese. You lost so much blood. I did. When I got back this morning, I was just about to have some more. He walked to the warming unit and pulled open the large door. It made a whooshing noise when the door was pulled away from the seal, and then a slapping sound when it was shut. He set a pitcher in front of me and slid over an empty glass from the edge of the counter. I poured the blood, happy for a task. He sat and I took the first big gulp. I was hungry and the glass was finished before I knew it. I poured a second glass and stared at it, reticent to look over to my sire. I heard him drinking and figured he was trying to buy some time too. I don't know what to say. My voice broke the silence. Me either, he echoed. I took in a deep breath and let it out. I really fucked this up, Reese. What do you mean? Turning to face him finally, I saw that he really didn't understand what I was talking about. When I opened my mouth, I couldn't stop the stream of thoughts. You saved me. You gave me immortality and powers beyond my imagination. You gave me the chance to watch my daughters grow up. You opened your home to me, and I paid you back by believing you were a psycho and getting you locked in a box and tortured. He was going to pin you for all of this, and it would have been my fault. You don't need to forgive me. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I just wanted you to know that I am so, so sorry. You are the only family I've ever had that didn't leave me or hurt me, and I shit all over you, and just please don't hate me. The only reason I stopped my litany because I was starting to sob, and I couldn't talk anymore. I brought my hands up to my face and let out all the sorrow and pain that I'd been shoving down inside of me since that bastard shredded me outside of the hospital. And when my sobs slowed and I could catch my breath, I pulled my hands away. Reese's face was streaked with tears of blood. His eyes were wide and he looked startled. I don't hate you. His voice shook, but it rang with honesty. That took some weight off my shoulders. Why would I blame you? Why would you blame yourself for this? I should have protected you. I brought you over into this life and then sent you out into the world to be prey for monsters. I didn't teach you or guide you like I should have. My crying had calmed to silent tears. My throat hurt so bad. I sipped at the warm blood in between shuddering breaths. He continued, You were so vulnerable and I couldn't keep you safe. When I was in that crate and I heard him, I said nothing. When he pulled me out, I was too weak to save you. If Soren hadn't come, if you hadn't manifested the powers you have, he shook his head. I can't think of the things he would have done to you. I couldn't have stopped him. I was too weak, and I should not be your sire. If you want to break ties with me, I will release you. Stay with Soren. Let him be your master and your teacher. I reached for him and grabbed his hands with mine. You're my maker and my family. We can protect each other. I want my little bedroom in your basement and movies and music and blood in the slow cooker. You do? Are you sure? He looked so much younger in that moment. I answered him by moving to my feet and hugging him. I hugged him with every ounce of love I felt, and he hugged me back. This is family, I thought. Forgiveness and love and safety. You fight, but you never stop having each other's backs. It was everything that the child in me had always wished for. The door opened behind me, and I gave Reese a last squeeze, stepping back out of the hug. I turned to see Tamila and Soren. Her white shirt and white skirt were striking against her dark skin. Soren stood in a dark blue button-up shirt, dark blue jeans, and no shoes. The shirt was only half buttoned with the cuffs left open. The two vampires next to each other looked like a fashion show. Tamila came to me, extending her arm and showing black ballet flats. These should work. I will grab a wrap out of the hall closet. People may wonder why you're in a sundress on a cold autumn night. Smart, I said. She playfully slapped my right shoulder. I heard you kicked some ass last night. I still can't fathom how he tricked me. Personally, I would have ripped the little prick's dick off. But it sounds like your way was very effective. You would make a good bodyguard. And that brought a genuine laugh from me. I don't think so. Well, she responded, I want to teach you some self-defense someday if that's cool with you. Vampire or not, us women need to be scrappy. Scrappy was the last word I would use to describe the tall, strong woman in front of me. To me, she looked like a warrior. I'd like that very much, I said. Good. And she looked happy. I'll lay the wrap over the banister. You can grab it on the way out. Just keep it. I don't think I've ever worn it. I have a bad habit of buying shoes and accessories and never even taking the tag off. We all have our flaws, right? And with that, she was out the door. Reese was at my back, and Soren was in front of me, the two men in my life. It was weird to know that 2 weeks ago, I never said more than a few sentences to the man behind me, and I didn't know the one ahead of me even existed. Now I didn't ever want to live a day without them. Soren walked to the sink and wet a washcloth. He handed it to me. If you walk into the hospital like that, you'll have everyone in the ER trying to find out the source of the blood. I realized he was talking about me drying my tears on my face. I took the cloth and used the window behind the sink as a mirror. One part of being a vampire that I could do without. Crying blood is awfully inconvenient. I swear I have never acted like this, but the last few days I have done nothing but cry. You two must think I'm so weak. You've been through more than anyone should, and I don't think tears make you weak. I think it's a sign of strength that you're having to use. That was Reese, and it was the perfect thing to say. Once I was cleaned, I rinsed the rag, wringing it out and laying it on the edge of the sink. I faced the men in the room. Both had finished a glass of blood. I found myself being relieved to know that they were fed and safe. The thought of losing either of them was unimaginable. In their own ways, they were both mine. Will you be okay alone? Soren asked. I have to do this alone. She's already so scared. Reese, can I use your phone? He shrugged. Will destroyed mine. Mine too, I said. Use mine, Soren offered. He pulled it from his back pocket and laid it in my hands. I typed in Tom's number. It was actually the only one I knew by heart. He answered it on the second ring. Hello? It was nighttime, and he didn't know the number, so I was surprised he answered. Tom? Jesus, Kate. We were so worried. We've been calling and texting. There was a weird car in your driveway the other night. We called the hospital. They said you called off. Where are you? Are you hurt? I heard the girls in the background asking if it was me. I'm so sorry I scared you. It's a long story, and I'm still dealing with so much. I went back to work too quickly. I lost my phone. It's no excuse. I'm so sorry you were worried. I was going to put out an APB if I didn't hear from you by tonight. I'm just so relieved. I could hear it in his voice. I'd really scared them. I had to be better about talking to them, letting them know I was okay. And I had to get a new phone. I couldn't forget. I'm okay, I promise. Can I get the girls tomorrow at sunset? I'm going to take a little more time off, and I just really need to see them. Of course you can, Kate. They would love that. I can walk them down to your house as soon as it's dark. Sound good? I let out a breath that I'd been holding. That is perfect. Thank you, Tom. Olivia wants to talk to you. Okay, I said. Mom! The sound of her voice made me weak in my knees, and I lowered myself to the floor. Hi, baby. Mom, you missed my concert. I had a solo, and I wanted to surprise you, but you didn't come. My heart sank. I'd forgotten. I had been fighting off a German serial killer, but I couldn't tell her that. Oh, I'm so sorry I missed your concert, honey. I haven't been myself, but I'm gonna do better. Can you play your solo for me when you come home tomorrow? Sure. She had forgiven me so quickly. I love you, kiddo. Can you give your little sister a big hug for me? I can't wait to see you tomorrow. We're going to order pizza and stay up all night. That made her happy. She squealed. See you tomorrow, Mom. I love you. The silence let me know that she had hung up. I took a few seconds to gather myself and managed to get to my feet. I handed the phone back to Soren. Thank you for that. Whatever you need, only ask, he responded. Reese and I were okay, and the girls were okay. The girls and I were okay. Next was Monica, and that was the one that really scared me. Sorry, can I use that to call an Uber? Soren's face contorted. A what? An Uber, I clarified, like a taxi. No, he answered, and I was shocked. So much for whatever you need, only ask. I have several cars, Catherine. You just take one of those. I started to argue, and then he held up his hand. I thought you were going to attempt to be more agreeable. You'll borrow the car. It's the only reason. It may be a reason for you to come back to me. Use the car, Katie. That was Reese. You need to get to the hospital. You need to get home. You can meet here, or I can meet you here next time we're both working and take you in. You're not alone. Let us help. They were right, and I knew it. It was the new me being more agreeable. Thank you, I said. Reese patted my back. I'm going to leave you too. Let me know when you've gotten a new phone. 3 in 2 weeks must be some kind of record. He left to the sound of my sarcastic ha-ha. That left me with Soren. Give me a minute, he said, and followed the way Reese had just left. I was grateful for the time to collect myself. It's amazing that you can be naked with a man inside of you one instant, and then the next you have no idea what to do or say. I doubted that Soren spent much time unsure of himself, and that must be nice. I was slipping into the shoes when he returned with a black wrap in his right hand. He approached me and held out his other hand. I grabbed it. He dropped our hands to our sides, walking me to the door at the back of the kitchen. While we did, he swung our hands gently. It felt like middle school strolling down the hallway, holding hands together to show everyone that you were boyfriend and girlfriend. And there was such a simple innocence to it. Opening the door showed me it was just a garage. We descended the few steps so I could see the whole of it. Gray concrete floors with gray stone walls, a massive white garage door, and a row of cars. It was so ordinary in the grand scheme of the last week, and ordinary was very welcomed. Every car, of course, was black. I wasn't judging. I liked black, but it was also very cliche. The options ran from sports car to sedan. 3 out of the 5 were a complete mystery to me. I have no idea about cars. The other 2 were a BMW and a Corvette. Those I could name. The Corvette because Tom had always wanted one and had shown me thousands of pictures. The BMW I only recognized because I knew the emblem. If someone had offered me $1,000 to tell them the model, I would have been out $1,000. I was not comfortable with being responsible for any of those cars. I feel you about to fight me. Why waste the energy? Take the BMW. I have insurance, and I'm sure you'll be fine. It's only metal and glass. I was walking towards the shiny car without realizing it. The thought of driving that car for a day or 2 was definitely exciting. Why not? I relented, and he was pleased with the concession, and that made me happier than having the car. The chirp of the car being unlocked bounced off the walls. I peeked in through the windows. The inside was pristine. I had the sudden image of cherry slushy spilled across the black leather and French fries crushed into the carpet. I could not let the girls in there. I turned to face him when I felt him at my back. I'll bring it back. You better. He closed the space between us, close enough that I could feel he had drunk enough blood to have everything working. He reached behind me and cupped my buttocks. His massaging hands were not going to make it easier to leave. And I don't mean the car. Heat rushed up in my chest and things in my belly clenched. I laid my hand against the place on his chest that my head had been earlier. If I don't go now, I may not ever. But there will be plenty of time for us. See your friend, see your children. You know where to find me. And the kiss was far from the gentleness I had seen last night. This one was pure need. Ending that kiss was a sign of just how much I wanted to mend things with Monica and lay eyes on my daughters, because nothing short of that could have stopped me from insisting we return to the bedroom. When I spoke, my voice sounded throaty, something like a seductress from a movie. I'm sure you have important things to do. You can't rule a city from your bed. True, he rested his forehead on mine and laughed. You are smarter than you look, Regina Maya. What does that mean? That's the 3rd time you've called me that. He stopped massaging my bottom, using the hand to open the car door. It swung open, forcing me forward, so I had to step back to give me room. He laid the key in my hand, wrapped the shawl around my shoulders, and smiled. "If you really want to know, you will figure it out, I'm sure." I shook my head and conceded for the second time in only minutes. I was getting good at not arguing. "Catherine," I rolled the window down so I could see him without the glass between us. "Will you tell me how it goes?" I smiled at the idea that he cared about more than what was between my legs. "Sure." Shifting into drive, I rolled out of the garage and into the driveway. I could have just stayed and avoided what was about to come. If she hated me, there was no point in going. But I had to try, and I knew it. I would never forgive myself if I didn't. 100 years from now, I didn't want to look back and wonder what would have happened if I had just gone to talk to my best friend. 100 years. It was getting less crazy every time I said it. Chapter 79. The ER entrance was my best bet. Without my badge, I'd have to get a security guard on duty to let me up to the floor I needed. If I was lucky, it was someone I knew, and I was lucky. Stuart sat at his post just inside of the sliding glass door. He looked up and shock crossed his face. "Kate," his eyes wide, making a path down to my feet and back up. "You look good. He was stammering. I'd forgotten to put on makeup and I had no idea how to mask. I didn't even know if I could. I was feeling awfully stupid and very exposed. "I want to see Monica Russell. She was brought in last night." His face changed, and that was the distraction I needed. "I heard. She's in the unit. I would love to get a hold of the guy that did that to her. In my father's time, we would have tracked him down and taken care of it ourselves. I thank St. Christopher that Dr. Kitchener found her when he did." So, there was part of the story, I thought. She was attacked and Alex had found her. What else were they saying? Why was she in the ICU? Was she hurt that badly? "I need to see her, Stuart. Can you call up there and tell them to let me up?" "Yeah," he said. "Course." He picked up the phone, and I made my way to the elevators, head down, trying to be unnoticeable. Mercilessly, the chaos of the emergency room made everyone way too busy to give me a glance. When I was in the elevator, I raised my head. The door opened to the intensive care unit. It was a locked unit, and you had to be buzzed in. I hit the white button on the intercom. It crackled when a nurse said, "Yeah?" "Stuart called from the ED. It's Kate from 5. I'm here to see Monica Russell." There was a click when she unlocked the door. The ICU is the opposite of the ER. It's dead silent. Beeps from vents and IV pumps and heart monitors were the only sounds. The nurses whispered at the station. If I'd been a vampire, I would have never even known they were talking at all. I approached the station, and Jackson was the only one I knew. He was either visiting or he had been pulled up there for the evening. Looking at the two pretty nurses he was talking to, I was betting he was up there to use his charms. When he noticed me, his mouth dropped open. I was going to have a lot of explaining to do and did not have the time, so I decided to ignore the look. "Where is she?" 5. That was all I was going to get. He was having trouble talking. I didn't want to be there when he was starting to be able to ask questions, so I left him staring. The door to room 5 was shut. I gently rapped my knuckle against the wood and slowly swung the door open before anyone answered. Alex was sitting at her bedside, his head back against the chair and his eyes closed. He looked peaceful. I wondered if he had had nightmares the last 2 days. Monica was less picturesque. She lay in the bed looking too small. The swelling had gotten worse since last night. One side of her face was a tie-dye of black, blue, purple, and red. The eye was not going to be open for a while. Her lips were cracked and bits of dried blood rested in the corner of her mouth. One hand lay on her stomach. A pulse ox was taped to her first finger, and a BP cuff was wrapped around her upper arm. The machine next to her told me that her oxygen levels were fine, but her blood pressure was low. The O2 sat level was likely due to the oxygen being pumped into her nose by the nasal cannula that rested in her nostrils. The other arm lay at her side. An IV in her forearm was giving her fluids. The bag on the pole was lactated ringers, so she was low on fluids, blood, or both. A PCA pump was next to the IV pole. She must have been in a great deal of pain for them to use that. I was having trouble breathing and needed air. I felt like she shouldn't be there. Alex stirred, opening his eyes and finding me in the room. "Kate?" he whispered, looking over at Monica to make sure she was sleeping. He stood and came to me, and I braced myself. I didn't know how he would react or what he was feeling, but he hugged me tightly and I relaxed. "You're okay," he said. I took a step back. "I shouldn't be here," I said. "Why?" He looked puzzled. "She doesn't want me here. It's my fault she's in that bed. She's there because she saw me with you and came to my house to talk about it. She was kidnapped and beaten and almost killed because she knows me, and that's it." He opened his mouth to talk, but I continued, so he had to remain silent. "She saw me, Alex. Saw me covered in blood, fangs out, naked like a thing from a horror movie. She saw me heal you. She knows I'm not human, not anymore." He waited for me to stop before I began. "I know. She told me when she could talk, and we were here alone. She's scared and angry and confused. I mean, can you blame her?" I shook my head. It was hopeless. "But," he went on, "she didn't tell anyone about you. She kept your secret, told them that she'd been grabbed by a man, tortured and beaten. She said she didn't know who he was, but was able to get out to her phone and call me. I grabbed Reese, and that's how we found her. The story works because I was healed. They think she was found in an abandoned house up the hill. They won't find anything. I went back to the barn today and took anything that someone could stumble across. Your scrubs, your phone, the ropes, all of it. It's destroyed. If we all stick to the story, the vampires, all of you, are safe. No one knows that you and Soren were even there." I couldn't form a sentence. I didn't know what to say. He kept going while I tried to absorb what he was telling me. "She's pretty pissed at me, by the way. When she figured out that I knew, I think she's more upset that you didn't trust her enough to tell her." "I was protecting her." I rethought it. "No, that's a lie. I was protecting myself." "Talk to her, but listen too. Let her get it out." I nodded. "Okay. Come find me in my office before you leave." He left, and the sound of the door shutting made Monica groan. I went to the side of her bed. "Alex," she slurred. "It's Kate." Her eyes flew open. Despite all the narcotics in her, her eyes were sharp and clear and full of fear. I instinctually took a step away from her. "Please don't be afraid of me, Mon. Be angry, be pissed, call me a bitch, tell me you'll never talk to me again, but please don't be scared of me. I don't think I could take it." "What are you?" Her swollen, dry lips made it hard for her to talk. Each word had to be deliberate. I knew it hurt her to speak. I tried a few times to speak, but my own fear was making it hard to make a sound. It was the first time I would say this sentence to someone that I loved, who had known me before all of it. I held up my head, chin out, took a posture of someone preparing to be hit once they spoke. "I am a vampire." The terror in her eyes were starting to be replaced with anger. It made me feel a little bit better, because anger I could handle. Her voice cracked. "I don't believe you. Vampires aren't real, and I've seen you in the sun." I pulled the chair closer to the bed and sat. The sound of the chair being dragged made her jump, but she held her careful watch of me. I didn't want to tell her the truth, but I knew she had earned it. Whatever she chose to do with it, I would face. It was Saturday. When I went outside to have my lunch, you told me not to go, and I didn't listen. You found me on the bench by the cemetery, that man that took you. He murdered me, Monica. Reese found me and shared his blood with me, took me back to his home, and that's why I never came back. He gave me the choice because he told me I could be a vampire or die for real, and I chose this. I paused to give her time to hear what I was saying. I scanned her, trying to read her thoughts. I would have given anything to have Soren's empathy. "So Reese is a vampire?" I nodded. "And that man, the one that you..." She swallowed, and I saw pain in her eyes. "He was a vampire?" I nodded. "Why did he want to kill you?" I was surprised that she was being so calm, not calling me a liar or crazy. "Because he was sick, Monica. He was crazy, trying to kill the same woman over and over. When a psycho is turned, he's still a psycho. He's just one that lives forever." "So will you live forever?" I hesitated. The truth was that I didn't know. I could still be killed, but cancer, disease, age, out of all of those things, I mean, That couldn't kill me, so the odds were in my favor. I nodded again. Is that why you look like you do now? She asked. Again, I nodded. I felt a tear slide down my cheek. It was a marvel that I wasn't out of tears yet. Monica gasped. What the fuck, Kate? We cry blood, I said, reaching for the alcohol pads that I saw scattered on her bedside table. I used one to wipe the tear off my cheek. I kept a few handy in case of more tears. She had shielded her feelings. Her eyes that had the nurse look to them, the one that we use when we shut down and stop feeling anything so we can get through whatever's happening without falling apart. Do you drink blood? She asked. I had known that question was coming. Yes, I said, but not from a victim. We use donated blood. I don't need that much anymore. She sighed. I figured she was preparing herself for a harder question. Does Tom know? No, and I don't want him to. The girls either. Are they safe with you? I had worried about the same thing, so I couldn't fault her for asking. She cared about the girls like they were her family. The moment that they aren't, I walk away. I promise you that. And Soren, who's he? He's also a vampire. I can't tell you more than that until I talk to him and find out what I can say. Is he in charge? She asked. It was a simple way to put it, a human way. Something like that, I answered. And do you love him? Of all the questions that she may have asked me, I never thought that would be one of them. I should have, though. Monica knew me better than anyone else in this world. I should have known that she was going to see something that I hadn't seen myself. I don't know. And that was the truth. She fell silent. Her eyes told me that she was running everything through her brain, coming to conclusions and formulating questions. I let her have the time. I didn't want to throw anything at her that she wasn't ready for. So, her voice crackled. I think if her face hadn't been so swollen and her body so low on fluid, she would have been crying. You were being murdered outside and I didn't even know. You could have died like that, alone in the dark. You must have been so scared. A pressure rose in my eyes, threatening to send more of those red tears, but I fought it back. It was so fast. It was too painful. There was no time to even be scared. I just kept thinking of Olivia and Ellie. Her tears were flowing freely now. I was so mean to Reese. I was so awful to him, and he was the one to save you. He's a good man, Monica. I see that now. Alex said he brought me here and stayed until the last second. A realization flooded her face. Do you sleep in a coffin? I laughed, and she looked startled. I was happy to see that I could be laughing rather than crying. No, I answered. My bedroom window is boarded. Reese and Soren sleep in rooms with no windows. We all have beds. So you've been in Soren's bedroom, then? Leave it to Monica to find out that vampires are real right after having been kidnapped by a psycho, but focus on the fact that I had slept over at a man's house. The old Kate would have blushed. This new Kate smiled a knowing smile. I have. She squealed and then cringed from the pain of moving. It was the thing that I loved so much about Monica, the Monica who loved Lifetime movies and probably kept a scrapbook of her dream wedding. You have to tell me everything. Another time, I said, and prayed there would be another time. Why didn't you tell me? That was the question I'd been dreading. Tell the truth, Kate. I was scared, I answered. I was protecting myself. If you didn't believe me or you told anyone, I could lose everything. You didn't trust me, she asked, not keeping the hurt out of her voice. I had to face a lot all at one time. My whole life was turned upside down. I didn't know who to trust or what to do. If I could go back, I would tell you, and you would never come to my house. So, you and Alex, I could see what she wanted to know. We're just friends. He knows. He made up my diagnosis to protect me and keep me at work. I owe him a lot, but that's it. That's it. No more lies, Kate. I did kiss him. I won't lie to you anymore. It was in the conference room my first night back. He told me that he thinks he knows how to cure me, and I was confused. I had so many new feelings, so I kissed him and he kissed me back. Fresh tears filled her eyes, but we instantly knew it was a mistake, I said. We were caught up in the hope of a cure, and that's all, I swear. The tears spilled out, and she swallowed hard. Pain crossed her face. So you told him? Oh no, he knew about vampires long before me, I answered. How? I hesitated. You have to ask him. It's not my story to tell. Do you want him? She asked. I leaned into her, making eye contact. I wanted her to see the truth in my eyes. No. You know, she nodded and let out a huge sigh. She believed me. Well, I said, he was at your bedside when I showed up tonight. He stayed with you. I thought that would make her happy, but what I saw was sadness. I don't know how to handle all this, Kate. I'm going to need some time. My heart sank. I understand. I won't tell anyone, she whispered. Thank you, I responded, forcing a smile and hiding the sorrow. I couldn't ask any more of her. That wouldn't be fair. Before I hit this button on the PCA pump, can I just ask you one more thing? Anything, I said, and I meant it. What did you do with the man that took me? I struggled with how much to tell her. I hadn't really come to terms with it myself. There were some things she just didn't need to know. He's dead. I waited for her to respond. She clicked the button of the pump and let the medication slip into her system. When she closed her eyes, she said one thing as she drifted off. Good. Chapter 80. Alex was in his office. His door cracked open. I slowly pushed it open to see his back in his chair. He wasn't moving. I think he was just staring off. I hoped he was thinking about good things and not reliving what he'd been through. Alex? He turned in his chair to face me. Kate, how did it go? Well, I'm not sure yet. She didn't scream or anything, but she needs time. Understandable. Is she very angry with me? He seemed genuinely worried. Was there more there, or was I reading too much into it? She could never be angry with you, Alex, but she did ask how you knew about us. It was the first time I had referred to vampires as us. I mean, about vampires. I didn't tell her. I didn't think it was mine to tell, but she may ask. He nodded. Are you okay? I asked, realizing I hadn't asked him upstairs. I am, he answered. He didn't seem happy about it. I shouldn't be. I mean, why am I? I wasn't sure what he was asking. Was he asking why I had healed him, or how? Or was he asking something bigger, like why had God let him live? I didn't know. I'd never asked him about his beliefs. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean. How am I not dead? He said. I don't remember everything, but I know I was dying. I felt it, the fading away, the cold, and then a tugging on the inside, something pulling at me, and then I wasn't fading anymore, and I saw you. How? I healed you. I don't know how. I think it was Soren, or Soren and I together, or maybe it was just me. I don't know. And there it was, the truth again. He thought about it. So why me, not her? That's what he wanted to know. Why was he healthy and strong while Monica laid in the ICU? You were closer to death, I said. I had no choice. Once she saw it, she wouldn't have let me touch her. I think she would have rather died. I looked in his eyes and watched him understand just how bad it had been. I think he was trying to picture it in his head. A new question was forming in his gaze. Did you think of turning me? This appeared to be the night for hard questions. Like Monica, he deserved the truth. Reese did? And why didn't you? He pushed. You wouldn't have wanted that. I waited to see if I had been right. I would have let him die. When I chose, I hadn't known I could use my powers to save him. I had made the choice for him and wagered his life. Had I been right? I wouldn't have, Kate. I don't. I let out a breath, found the edge of the desk, and rested my back into it. So you're not mad at me? Why would I be? I don't know, I said. I feel like I've let a lot of people down. Well, I'm not one of them, and I can assure you of that. Well, I'm happy to hear that, I said. Do you still want some of my blood? He smiled shyly. Is it terrible of me to ask that from you after everything you've done for me? I shook my head, stood and dropped the wrap to the desk. Not at all. I want to help. I want to help anyone who wants this cure. We walked together to the back of the office and lab supplies. He sat up, just as he had before, and continued talking. I do think your blood holds a key to what I don't know, but to something. It's different. It acts differently. The new ability, the healing, that's interesting too. Well, how about setting someone on fire with my mind, I asked. And as soon as I said it, I wish I hadn't. He froze, just as he was about to slide the butterfly needle into my vein. What? He sounded less shocked or horrified and more curious than I expected. Will, the man that hurt you? I had started, and I might as well finish. I set him on fire with my power. I mean, it was also a mix of Soren's and mine, but it was my thought that started the blaze. When he was trying to put it out, it was my thought that kept it going. He went back to drawing my blood, and I let him focus and come to terms with what I'd told him. He filled tubes, and I didn't bother to count. When he was done, he put a Band-Aid over the site, and I smiled at that. It was a habit, I knew, and I was happy he was still treating me like a person. I returned to his desk to get my wrap. I was placing it around my shoulders when I heard him from the back. You said anyone who wanted the cure. Have you changed your mind? Nothing slips past him. I don't know, Alex. I really don't. But I guess we'll cross that bridge when we have to. Chapter 81. A few hours later, I pulled the BMW into my driveway. I was exhausted from the hour of fighting with the kid at Walmart about a new phone. He'd explained that he had phones available but couldn't link it to my account till 9 a.m. when his boss came in, and they would contact AT&T. I had to explain to him that I couldn't be in the store at 9 a.m. and tried to make him understand how important it was. Finally, I'd threatened to sue for discrimination and them not accommodating for a customer with disabilities. That had resulted in a call to his boss, who miraculously was able to activate the phone and link it to my account. Isn't it interesting how knowledge suddenly flies into people's brains when you push back and threaten litigation? So I was now home with a new phone and very done with this night. Walking up the stairs to the deck, I remembered the last time I had come up those stairs and seen a fridge in front of my door. I chuckled under my breath. It was definitely the weirdest gift I'd ever gotten, while also being the most thoughtful. When I had been married, I used to tell Tom that the best gifts were the ones that showed you that that person was paying attention, noticing your partner, noticing what they needed, and getting it. He'd never really gotten me, not even after 10 years of marriage. Soren had gotten me after a few days. I was still thinking of that silly fridge when I saw what sat in the same spot. Where the black fridge had sat, a long white box now did. I picked it up, unlocked the door, and stepped into my quiet little house to see what was inside. I laid the phone and the shawl and the car key on my kitchen table, and when I opened the box, there was only one person it could have been from. 3 red roses lay in the white tissue paper. 3 roses for our 3 times together. Would there be more? Did I want more? I picked up the phone, reminding myself that I needed to get a case before this one ended up shattered like its predecessors. He answered on the first ring. You were able to replace your phone so quickly. How long would it be until his voice didn't send shivers down my spine? I had to threaten a teenager, I said. He laughed, and I could have lived in that sound. That poor child should have known to give you what you want. Well, he does now. How is Monica, the good doctor? I headed for my room to continue the conversation. Alex is fine. I found him sitting with her. She has a very long road ahead of her, but she should be okay, physically at least. How is she handling knowing? I knew what he meant. She's scared and confused. She's angry that I kept it from her. She won't tell, and that I know. She loves Olivia and Ellie too much to put them through that. He sighed. Not many of them know about us, partially to protect ourselves, but partly to protect them. Many of them cannot handle the truth. She is a strong woman." "She is," I agreed. "But you should have seen her. She looks so fragile, like a broken doll. I never understood how fragile I was as a human. They're so easy to hurt." "But," he responded, "they have us to protect them now. They have you, Reese, and I to keep them safe." "You're right," I said. "And what will you do now?" he asked. "I want to take a hot bath, have a little more to eat, and try one more time to watch a movie." He made a noise into the phone that sounded close to a purr. "I don't think I'll ever look at that bathtub the same since last night." I smiled. "And I will be sad every time I have to wash my own hair and it doesn't smell like roses. Oh, that reminds me. Thank you for the roses. You don't have to give me roses every time, you know. Catherine, I won't stop until I'm giving you barrels full." I shuddered and loved the sound of that. "Bring it on, my lord." And then I hung up and left him with that playful tease. I thought of roses and shared baths, soft beds, new dresses, and expensive cars. It was all nice, but I would have shared a cardboard box with that man, and I knew it. I sent a text to Reese asking him to come over to the house once he was up tonight. I didn't know when he would see it, but I knew he wouldn't question it. He would just come. I wondered what Tom would think when he saw a shiny Beamer parked in my driveway, and it made me smirk. Oh, he'd be jealous as hell. Let's be honest. If the car was the hardest question for that evening, I should win an award for how honest I had been since waking up. It was freeing to not have to lie so much. I couldn't obviously tell my family the truth, but at least I didn't have to hide from Soren, Reese, Alex, or Monica. Even if Monica never spoke to me again, she knew the truth, and that was important. And Soren. I'd been more honest with him than I think I'd ever been with Tom. Looking back, I owed him an apology. I'd always been holding back from Tom. I never fully trusted him or had given myself to him. I'd always protected pieces of me and not let him in all the way, and it hadn't been fair to him. I had played a part in ending our marriage, a big one. With Soren, I'd let those walls fall. He was in, and there was no going back from that. Could I trust him? I mean, really trust him with my heart? And did I have a choice anymore? Chapter 82. When I awoke the next night, I had two thoughts. One was that I was thankful to have not had any dreams, and the other was a wish that I had regained consciousness with the feel of Soren underneath me and the sight of those gray diamond eyes. If I spent too many more nights with him, I may be ruined for eternity, but God, was it worth the risk. The third thought was that of my daughters and the knowledge that they were going to be home soon. I jumped up, retrieved blood from the little fridge, ran it to the kitchen to the microwave. I needed to eat before they showed up. I didn't know how to talk my way out of that one. While I watched the jar twirl in the microwave, I thought back to the few minutes before sleep. I had fought the temptation to travel to Soren's bedroom and see him before he slept. It was wrong to use my power knowingly to spy. Plus, he would have known I was there, and that was just too embarrassing. If he had told me the truth, someone would teach me how to control my far-seeing, whatever it was. Maybe then I could be stealthier about it, but for now, I shouldn't be using any of my powers. I didn't know what would happen if I tried. The beep pulled me out of my thoughts. I decided to drink it right from the mason jar. It's not like I was going to burn my hand. I drank it while I got myself dressed. The new black dress was hung lovingly on the back of my door. The next time I wore it, I wanted it to be for him and no one else. I chose a peasant skirt and a series of blue patterns and a white t-shirt. I finished my drink before putting on the shirt. I didn't trust myself not to spill. I was brushing my hair when the knock at the door interrupted me. I jumped, more excited than I realized I was. I ran to the door just in time to see them burst into the living room, all at once, talking. Ellie was asking about pizza. Olivia was asking when she could play her music for me. Tom was asking about the car in the driveway. "Whoa!" I yelled, both hands up. "One at a time." Ellie, I will order pizza in a few minutes. I just woke up. Olivia, you can play your music after dinner, but brush your teeth first. Tom, it's a loner. The van is acting up, and it may be time to just say goodbye. Can I drive it? He said. Just around the block? Just around the block, I answered. He jumped up and down like a kid, and I tossed him the key. He caught it and was out the door. I grabbed each girl with a hand and pulled them in. I was able to wrap my arms around both of them, and I didn't want to let them go ever again. They let me hold them for a few seconds before they started squirming around, so I let go. Go wash your hands, please. When they ran for the bathroom, it left Sarah and I alone. I don't know what you've been through, Kate, but it must have been bad. You would never have been so silent if it wasn't. I nodded my head just a little too quickly. Don't you freaking cry, Kate. Thank you for knowing that. You know he's not going to get out of that car without a fight, right? Oh, I said dramatically, I know. And how many times has he shown you a picture of a Corvette? She rolled her eyes. Oh, only 500 or 600 times. I keep telling him, just get one already. I'd rather work some extra hours than hear him cry about it one more time. Right, I agreed. How much time do you have off? She asked. I requested 2 weeks off. I need time. My life is so different now. I just don't know how to do it anymore. Sarah nodded. When I married Tom and the girls started staying with us, oh man, was I freaked out. I mean, they are awesome, Kate, and I love them, but I went from a quiet little apartment with some plants to a house with a dog, 2 girls, and a man who is with me like all the time. She touched my arm. It turned my world upside down. Nothing was the same. Sometimes in the beginning, I would shower just so I could be alone and cry. I would think, what have I done? I was so scared out of my mind. But you know what the problem was? What? I said, trying to not be mad at the fact that she had basically just told me that my children ruined her life. I kept looking back to what had been, what I was comfortable with. I should have been looking forward. Once I looked around and accepted my new normal, I figured it all out. I saw all the things that I have gained, not what I had lost. Now I couldn't imagine my life any other way but this. Well, I said, that's good because we're not letting you go anywhere. Now, I signed up for this craziness, but you didn't. It happened to you. But you are the toughest chick I know, Kate. Your new diagnosis is not who you are. It's just the catalyst for your new normal. I started to tell her that she didn't understand, but she kept talking. That doesn't mean you don't get to be sad about it or mad about it. You need time to say goodbye to what you're leaving behind, time to grieve. But when that's done, raise your head, look forward, and embrace the change, because we're in your corner. Tom does not deserve you, I said. That made her throw her head back and laugh. That man has gotten lucky twice now, that's what I think. The girls ran back into the room. What's funny? Olivia asked. It's a joke just for us two. Why don't you go order an extra large cheese pizza? The front door swung open and smacked Sarah in the butt. She jumped towards me and out of the way. Tom stepped in with Reese a few paces behind him. Do you know him? Tom asked. I reached out for Reese and he came to my side. Yes. Tom, Sarah, this is Reese. Yeah, we met in the driveway, Tom said. Sarah extended her hand. Nice to meet you, Reese. He took her hand. Nice to meet you, too. I looked at Reese and back to them. Reese and I worked together. We were friends, but once I was diagnosed, I found out that Reese has the same condition. He's been supporting me and teaching me through all of it. Tom's facial expression changed. He wasn't suspicious of the man anymore. Now he was grateful. Reese, good to meet ya. I can only imagine what it means for her to have someone to help her through all this. It must be so lonely to be the only one. It is, Reese answered. But now we have each other to lean on. Where are you from? Sarah asked. I'm a sucker for accents. Scotland? But that was a long time ago. Sarah smiled. Couldn't have been that long ago. You don't look like you're more than 30. I will love to go to Scotland. Reese didn't miss a beat. You should. I can tell you all the places to go see. Kate's people are from Ireland, Tom offered. Are they? Reese responded, looking at me like I had been hiding something. You didn't tell me that. Well, I slapped him on the back. If I told you everything all at once, we would have nothing left to talk about. Good point, he conceded. Who are you? Ellie said from the doorway between the living room and kitchen. Reese turned to face him. I am Reese. I'm a friend of your mum's. And you must be Ellie. Olivia joined her sister's side. And you must be Olivia. Are you coming here for the movie party? Ellie asked. Reese looked back at me. He is, I stated. He's a night owl, just like us. That earned me a smile from Reese and each girl. Well, we're going to leave you for your party and go home to the silence. Call us if you need anything. Even if I wanted them, I could not have stopped Tom and Sarah. They were out the door with no chance for me to say anything. All right, girls, go get your jammies on. The pizza shouldn't be long. And they did what they were told. To what do I owe the honor of meeting your family? Reese asked. Sometimes he looked so old. The centuries would just show behind his eyes. But in my living room, asking why he'd been invited over, he looked so young. Because, Reese, I reached my hand out for my maker and he took it. You're my family. The girls should know the man that saved me from an early grave. Thank you, he answered. I'd all but forgotten what it's like to have family. Well, you're welcome. So, he started and his tone was playful. You're Irish, are you? I held his hand, bending my knee to a curtsy and bowing my head. I did my best Irish accent, mimicking my grandmother. Catherine Elizabeth Murphy at your service. He bowed and his Scottish accent was thick. Reese Andrew Callum Selkirk, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I laughed. So what are the odds that my ancestors knew yours? Good, he answered. Perhaps we are a family, Katie. He squinted his eyes and wagged his finger at me. I knew there was a reason I liked you. The doorbell rang and the girls rushed into the room in a flurry. They broke through our held hands on their way to the front door. He laughed, and for the first time, it sounded like he was really happy. We spent the night watching the girls eat pizza and listening to Olivia's solo. Reese had taught her an old Celtic tune on her flute, and she was excited to show her friends at school. We watched Frozen for about the 500th time, but Reese had never seen it, and it was fun to watch his reactions to it. He clearly loved every second of it. The girls fell asleep by 2 a.m., and I carried each to bed. Reese thanked me for letting him be part of that night roughly 15 times. I told him it was only the first time and not the last, and then I sent him home. Lying in bed, I thought about what Sarah had said. Maybe she was right. I should stop looking back at what my life had been and start accepting what my life is. Nothing was going to change it. And if Alex finds a cure, would I want it? Just before sunrise, I checked my phone. There was one text. It was from Soren, and it was one sentence. This bed is too empty without you in it. Chapter 83, Present Day. And that's it. That is the sordid tale of my, what do I call it? Transformation sounds like I'm full of myself. Change sounds like I went through menopause. Journey makes it seem like it's done, and that couldn't be further from the truth. So let's be honest, there's no good word for what happened in the last 10 days. What you read was the story of my turning and introduction to my vampire life. Simple and to the point. So what about all the time between then and now? Well, that's a story for a different day. Probably several stories. I've been hunted. I've traveled thousands of miles in minutes. I hear things that no one should know, and I talk to ghosts. But I only have so much time in a night to tell you guys about my life. I figured that what you read was the part that you really wanted to hear about. The end. Nah, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't leave you guys hanging like that. So let's see in a nutshell. As I told you, I'm in grad school online, and once I have my master's degree, I can teach online. I hope I won't need to do it for a while. I love the hospital, but eventually people are going to notice that I don't get sick and never get older. That's when I'm going to need to earn money in a less public way, and teaching online seems like the best option. Plus, whatever university I teach at, the kids go to school for free. Oh, Tom is thrilled. I'm much stronger at work now. I can hang blood and never lose control. I've saved so many people before they crash that some nurses are starting to call me a witch. Yes, a witch. Like it's 1600 and not 2020. Tiffany and Tiffany always ask about my hot boyfriend whenever I work. They're both working out and watching their carbs. I think they're holding out for the day when I tell them that we broke up and they can go after Soren. Tamila is training me in some kind of martial art. My current mission in my afterlife is to beat her at a match. Alex is still working on a cure. He thinks he's close. He has started the massive task of trying to track down his sister. We're all helping out, but there just isn't much to go on. Alex is trying to get more information out of his parents, and Reese is using his computer skills, which are impressive for a guy that was born in a time when people thought that seizures were caused by demons. Soren has spoken to other masters in other cities all over the world, but we just don't have much information. The only picture Alex has is from the 80s, and I doubt that she still has a perm and a jean jacket. He and Monica spend a lot of time together. He says they're just friends, but Monica still hopes for more. And man, that guy is oblivious. Monica and I speak, but it may be a while before we're friends again, if ever. She needs time to heal, both physically and mentally. Reese is at my house when it's my turn with the girls. He loves them, and they think he's the greatest thing on two legs. He's taught Olivia more songs from his childhood on the flute, and he's taught Ellie how to get any computer game she wants for free. I am not thrilled about the second part. The first time that she called him Uncle Reese, he had to go into the bathroom so they wouldn't see him tearing up. I caught him once at work listening to the Frozen soundtrack, and he hasn't lived it down since. Soren's shirt is still in my bedroom at Reese's house. When I'm not with him, I sleep with it. I haven't told him yet that I do that, and I may keep that a secret for myself. Soren. I know that's the one that you want to know the most about. The 2 weeks that he asked for, my 2 weeks off from work, I spent most of it at his manor. Now get your minds out of the gutter. We used that time to train my abilities. He did have a tutor for me, one who could Farsi like I can. Her name is Lilius. She's a Scot like Reese, but a whole lot older. Her long white hair tells me that she was turned later in life, and that's all I know about her. We still meet to practice, and she thinks I can learn to be solid in two places, like having a clone that can carry a message far away, but it's going to take a lot more practice for me to get there. Soren worked with me on the rest. At the time of this journal, I have developed more powers. Soren has told me to be careful who I tell. He feels there are a lot of vampires out there who would love to use me to help them rule. He thinks some would want to have me as a consort. When he says it like that, I feel a little nauseous. I spent too many hours wondering what the future holds and if my human family is even safe around me. Reese is the only vampire I've let near them. They are parts of my life that they can never know about. And what's between Soren and I cannot be defined. It's powerful and untamed, and at times it scares me. Neither one of us has used the word love to each other, not in English anyways. Soren speaks Romanian to me all the time, and I'm trying to learn it. If he can learn English, I can learn his language. Oh, and I did take the time to look up Regina Mia. It means my queen. Okay, that's the end. For now.
Hi, it's Lena again. If you made it all the way to the end of Bite Shift, I cannot thank you enough. I am so grateful. I am so honored that people want to know this story and continue to engage with it and the whole universe and me. And I just can't thank you enough. Now, before I get to Jack's song, I do want to read a dedication to you, which is the dedication that I wrote at the end of the 5th book, Alex. I'd like to read it for you now. And just so you know, for Jack's song, I did reach out to him and say, hey, what song do you think would best go with this book? And he said, well, Nightside has always been one of my favorites, so that's the one I chose. So that's the one that we'll be playing after the dedication. But for now, I would really like to share this with you. When I wrote Bite Shift, I never thought I'd publish it. I thought some friends might read it and it would go into a drawer somewhere. Just writing it helped me to process some of my past traumas and current issues, so it seemed like it had served its purpose. But then a friend told me I'd be stupid not to publish, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool for my kids to see a book with my name on it on a bookshelf? And I thought maybe 5 people would read it. Publishing Bite Shift started a butterfly effect I never could have even imagined in my wildest fantasies. Since then, I've created the Beautiful Dead podcast and YouTube channel, which I love doing. I have met some of the most incredible people, had the most awesome experiences, and seen the coolest places. I found New Orleans, my someday home. I found the Vampa Museum. See me there, October 2025. I get to call some of the coolest humans in the world my friends. I get to run vampire panels, which connects me to the raddest people at each event. And the last time I checked, my book is in the United Kingdom, Sweden, Mexico, Canada, Germany, and all over the US. I still can't believe I'm on my 5th book and that people want me to keep writing. I feel beyond blessed by all the support, and I wish I could go back and tell younger me to hold out for our 40s, because being my true self will bring me everything I could have hoped for. I want to give all the gratitude and love I can to my children. They've become adults since the first book came out, and I'm happy to say they are cool, empathetic, smart, and loving people. I have one in nursing school, can you believe it? And one studying theater. Can't wait to see you on a professional stage. While it was sad to help them move away, I'm also so excited for the life that they have ahead of them. They have supported me, and they continue to support me in this crazy vampire dream of mine. They've understood when I needed to lock in and write for days on end, unloaded and loaded things from my cons, told people about my work, and they have never laughed at my visions for the future. My deepest wish for them is that they also follow their dreams and find the people that will love and support them the way that they have done for me. I still dedicate these books to my fellow healthcare workers. I may have left the hospital and stopped bedside nursing, but my heart is still with all of those that are on the floors. We went through COVID together, and only we will ever know what it takes each day to clock in. I love every one of you, and I think of you even if I don't know you personally. To my readers, I want to take this time to push you into trying for your own big dreams. Don't let comfort lull you into waiting another day before you follow your heart. Don't let fear stop you from taking a big leap. It's better to try and fail, have that story to tell, than to end your days saying, what if? I have scars from my failures and hard lessons in my past. I still hear no sometimes, and it still hurts. I still have a little voice in my head saying it won't happen for you, but I will never stop reaching for the brightest stars or dreaming the biggest dreams. And I hope all of you do the same. To those of you who are the closest to me, and you know who you are, thank you for letting me be 100% my weird, witchy, crazy, imaginative, emotional self. Thank you for loving me as I am and supporting my undead hobbies. You help me heal every day and are one of the reasons I get out of bed. We will celebrate together when the screenplay sells and I'm living in NOLA. Someday we'll be here before you know it. Wicked hugs and bloody kisses. Lena.
You ever you never understand it. That's why I'll never embrace the you never understand it. That's why I'll never embrace the